Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Champion Trophy Collection Expert. The professor is obviously using games to train the team's newcomers again. Ramsey and Diaby are both newcomers he focuses on supporting. They are the best among their peers in terms of strength and potential. What they lack is game experience. Under the professor's guidance, in the plan, these two people are important forces for the Gunners next season. From the professor's point of view, a game with a head coach of Crazy Lee's level is obviously a once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity. Even if there are only 10 minutes left, it is still comparable to 90 minutes in other games. It's all over. Arsenal has given up the game and Newcastle are only 10 minutes away from winning the third championship of the season. Commentator Sester seemed to have seen the moment when Crazy Lee lifted the championship trophy. At this moment, the situation on the field changed again after the young player Ratsam got the ball. He faced Makalel's defense and deliberately bullied the dark, thin and old man in front of him. He wanted to use his speed and change of direction to break through the French veteran, who knew that the black man was just with a simple card position. The connection between Ramsey and football was blocked. Makalel's steal. A simple blocking action. The timing is just right. From this action, you can't tell that he is already a 34-year-old man. The young Ramsey obviously despises this football player. Defensive master. After stealing the ball, past the ball point, then Makalel suddenly accelerated and sprinted towards Arsenal's penalty area. It was Arshavin who caught the football. Zaha passed the ball by himself and avoided Little Tiger Walcott. He accelerated and sprinted when he saw the defender Sylvester colliding with him. A high-frequency change of direction once again shook the opponent open past the second person. Beautiful move. In the blink of an eye, the Zaha had aggressively reached the area near Arsenal's penalty area. The man who stepped forward to defend him was Carlo Tour, who was almost twice as tall as Arshavin, the main contributor to the Gunners' undefeated season. However, such an experienced central defender was unable to stop the furious Arshavin for even a second. The Russian suddenly accelerated again. After erasing Tour, he was about to hit the bottom line again. The football was brought back. Third one. If we pass the third defender, will there be another dragon? Wembley Stadium erupted. Fans are eagerly waiting for the short Russian to once again perform a good show of violent shooting after several people. However, Arshavin passed the ball after Almunia blocked the near post with a wise move. Zaha knocked back with an inverted triangle mowing style, knocking the football close to the penalty area line, where the Arsenal players obviously ignored Makalel. The Frenchman has always only defended, but did not shoot, making it easy for opponents to ignore him in defense. However, this time, in the last moment of his professional career, during the game, Makalel looked at the football rolling over unhurriedly, and he decided shoot. Boom. This was a crisp sound that shocked everyone's soul. It was like the most perfect and miserable brilliance left by the sun just before it set on the Newcastle coastline. It had a different kind of beauty. Makalel chose a powerful shot. He didn't even look at the position of the goal and goalkeeper before lifting his foot, because, for him, the two words shoot have always been rare words that are difficult to find in his football dictionary. Therefore, he did not deliberately pursue anything. What he is doing is to vent. In the last time he can appear on the court, he uses a hearty leg swing to vent his last passion for football and the green field. Football, hurry up. It was so fast that it was like teleporting. In the first microsecond, it turned into a flat shape under Makalel's feet, and in the next microsecond, it was already tightly attached to the net behind Almunia, making a squeaking friction sound. Unparalleled momentum. There was a brief suffocation at Wembley Stadium. The ball goes in. Goal. Super violent long shot. Makalel. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. An atypical Makalel. A perfect last shot. A violent shot with a speed of over 130 km per hour. Almunia didn't even have time to blink, and the ball went in. After A few seconds of suffocation. Wembley Stadium exploded instantly, and the hot breath that could be felt on the skin was like the temperature of the rolling red magma in a volcanic eruption, spreading crazily in the stands. Makalil smiled and opened his arms. His teammates rushed over and lifted him on their shoulders, accepting the cheers of the Newcastle fans in the stands. At this moment, all the glory belonged to him. Makalil became the focus of the court in the last game of his career. At this moment at Wembley Stadium, only one eye was not cast on him. Professor Wenger is still carefully observing the performance of his favorite Arshavin. The Tsar's breakthrough assist just now gave Wenger a huge surprise. His outstanding speed, unpreventable explosive power, good ability to read the game, and rich experience, the reasonableness of handling the ball in an instant, and deft ball control skills. Everything Arshavin showed just now made Arsene Wenger, the professor of beauty, is in the eye of the beholder, more determined to introduce Arshavin. For the young Arsenal, Tsar's ability to influence and determine the trend of the game. The ability is exactly what they need. Owen was replaced by Thomas Müller. Before leaving the field, Owen handed the captain's armband to Makalil. This was the first time a Frenchman wore the team captain's armband. Maybe, Crazy Lee is in order for Makalil to be the first to lift the championship trophy after the game. The referee blew the whistle. It's over. The game is over. There is no suspense. Newcastle, just like they did not long ago, swept Arsenal and won the League Cup and League Cup this season. The third championship after the championship, the great triple crown was born. Champagne was flowing on the court, and the Newcastle players poured all the wine on the head coach Crazy Lee. This is the crazy side. Someone was throwing jerseys and shoes to the fans in the stands, and Crazy Lee also joined them. He threw the suit that went up was torn into pieces by the fans who were looting. Makalil got the game ball from the referee. He wanted to treasure this football. The players returned to the locker room to change, and the fans in the stands were still in a state of madness. They shouted Crazy Lee's name, shouted the name of every player, and prepared slogans, and the flag was taken out. The award ceremony will be held soon. I think Crazy Lee is about to lose his grip on the award. Some media call him an expert in collecting trophies. It is not unreasonable. Oh, Newcastle players came out wearing special t-shirts. Haha, the watermark image of Crazy Lee raising his middle finger was printed on the front of the t-shirt. This is really a naughty design. I want to wear this summer. T-shirts with medium patterns will definitely become the most popular style in England. Haha, but the teacher said that Madman Lee deserves such treatment. Oh, God, the Newcastle people are more arrogant than that. There are 4 crowns printed on the back of the t-shirt. 1. It seems that they think defeating AC Milan in the UEFA Cup final is no problem. This team has become as confident and arrogant as Madman Lee. The podium was set up, and the awards began. Wembley was filled with the melody of We Are the Champions. The players came on stage one by one, and received the championship medals from FA CEO Brian Barwick. Ouch, ouch. Sure enough, it was Makalil who finally received the championship trophy. He and the team's captain Owen tightly grasped the championship trophy. The confetti is flying in the sky. This is the color of the championship. Veterans Makalil and Owen raised the championship trophy high. This is a crazy and glorious moment. We must congratulate Newcastle. They are the first in the Premier League, the only winner of the 08-09 season. Swept all the awards that can be obtained. We must bless Newcastle. In 8 days, they may bring us another huge surprise. Bless Crazy Lee, bless Ronaldo, bless Owen, bless Alan Smith, bless Shearer, bless them. The confetti flying all over the sky is a sweet color of dreams coming true. Every inch of space around Lee Tongfan is filled with excited or arrogant smiling faces. After a season of hard work, now is the time to reap the rewards. This is a time to carnival. As players, the Hammers don't have to think about any next problems, but as the head coach, Lee Tongfan starts from the first second after the game ends, and thinks about the situation that he will face and pay attention to in the next game against AC Milan. Got it. In fact, Lee Tongfan had to think further. The end of the 2008-09 season not only means that the cruel competition can finally stop for a while, but also means the beginning of another war without smoke. Transfer war. Any team will summarize the gains and losses of the entire season after the end of the season. Evaluate whether each player's role in the team meets expectations, and make additions or cuts according to the needs of the next season, and Newcastle is no exception. The Newcastle team that was hastily formed at the beginning of the 2008-09 season won all the awards in the Premier League this season, but it was not the perfect lineup that Lee Tongfan had in mind. In addition, the star flavor of the Magpie core is still a bit weak. They are either some young ladies who have not yet grown up, or some old people who are already declining. This is still a little worse than Lee Tongfan's expectation of building the Magpie brand. When the UEFA Cup final ends on May 28th, it will be necessary for someone to say goodbye to the Rigburton training base, and for someone to visit St. James. Perhaps, the FM 2009 system can bring some unexpected surprises to Lee Tongfan in the transfer market. Today I tried to use my mobile phone for the first time. If it works, maybe I won't have to ride a motorcycle in the wind and snow in the future. My arthritis will be frozen out. There were too many social events at home during the Chinese New Year, so I tried my best to make sure there were updates every day. I will return to HD on the 9th, and I will break out at that time, to repay my brothers and sisters for their continued support. Happy New Year. Chapter 502. 24 hours before the game. Countdown to the UEFA Cup final. The last day before the game. The famous tourist city Istanbul has been like a bottle of excess sardines in the past few days. Hundreds of thousands of fans from both sides have gathered to dress this famous Turkish city into a holy land of red and black. According to statistics from the Turkish Tourism Department, the number of fans who came to Istanbul for this heavyweight UEFA Cup final has far exceeded the number of people who came to the UEFA Champions League final in the 2004-2005 season. Morning. At 10 o'clock exactly, more than 300 reporters gathered at the 5-star hotel Diston where Macmillan was staying. The Rossoneri held the last press conference before the game here. Ancelotti brought young players Nicolas Gigi and David Beckham appeared in the press conference hall. It has long been destined that the 2008-09 season will be another season belonging to Crazy Lee. Any topic related to Crazy Lee will attract the attention of hundreds of millions of eyes and hundreds of millions of pairs of people passing by. Nicolas Gigi, David Beckham. One of these two people is a super rookie king who was promoted by Crazy Lee from an unknown reserve team, and the other is the old emperor who was promoted to the top of world football by Crazy Lee Dingley. Whether it is a personal relationship or cooperation with Crazy Lee, they all have an inexplicable and complicated relationship. After Macmillan arrived in Istanbul, countless media outlets and reporters wanted to conduct special interviews with the old man and the young man. They wanted to know how the two would behave after meeting their mentor Madman Lee on the battlefield. The mentality to finish the game. Today, Ancelotti brought two people to the press conference at the same time, obviously to satisfy the curiosity of the fans and the media. In terms of treating the media, Fatian is obviously more interested in the media than the mysterious Madman Lee at Joy Point. Among the noisy crowd of reporters, a Chinese girl with crystal clear ice and snow stood out. On her chest was a CCTV work permit. The girl's name is Zhao Weiner. Zhao Weiner is a new intern reporter who joined the CCTV sports channel. She came to Turkey to report on the UEFA Cup. This is the first time for this delicate Jiangnan girl who graduated from the Central Sports University to undertake the task of reporting abroad. This task makes the 22-year-old. The girl was so excited that she couldn't sleep for several nights. 3 years ago, when Zhao Weiner was still a sophomore, Chinese football, which was originally a backwater and calm, suddenly turned out to be a unparalleled hero when the young man who looked about the same age as himself stood in front of Real Madrid's head coach. At first, everyone thought it was another April Fool's Day farce. Zhao Weiner and many of her classmates also angrily denounced Chinese media reports as distorted and irresponsible. However, when this seemingly absurd news was later spread by many authoritative European media, and when the official Chinese website of Real Madrid published a special announcement to confirm it, the whole of China was boiling. Zhao Weiner clearly remembers that when she finally confirmed that the young figure who appeared in front of the head coach of Real Madrid, the giant of the century, was really a Chinese about her own age, her heart suddenly beat at an unprecedented rhythm beat. At that time, almost 1.2 billion Chinese people were talking about the news that a young man named Lee Tongfan was in charge of Real Madrid. Even CCTV's news broadcast made an exception and devoted nearly 1 minute to reporting the news. Zhao Weiner, like many young fans, fell in love with this peer almost instantly. After a period of ecstasy, many people began to calmly reflect on the fact that they were so young, had no coaching experience, and did not have any impressive results. All the realities seemed to indicate that this young man named Li Tongfan would face unimaginable difficulties, and the Real Madrid locker room is known as a contradiction concentration camp. Can those superstars who dominate football be willing to obey his command? At that time, countless Chinese, even if they were not fans, were worried about Crazy Li day and night, fearing that this young man who created the miracle of Chinese football would become the biggest joke in Chinese football and the biggest joke in world football. Zhao Weiner is one of the many fans who worry about Li Tongfan day and night. Like most people around her, this sophomore girl is like caring about her lover, always paying attention to any news about Li Tongfan on the internet. In the next year, the whole world got to know this guy called Crazy Li, and the fans in China's admiration for Li Tongfan simply reached an unreachable peak. Looking up, among the Chinese stars around the world, there is no one can block the light of Crazy Li. At this time, Zhao Weiner, a junior at the Institute of Physical Education, quietly set out to become a football reporter as her career plan. She vowed to use her reports to spread all the information about Crazy Li to the country. Everything after that went in the direction that Zhao Weiner expected. After graduation, she used the strength of her family to join CCTV Sports Channel, the most authoritative sports reporting group in the country, and the first task she received was to interview the madman Li Shu. The UEFA Cup final played by the team was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After arriving in Istanbul, Zhao Weiner was disappointed that his idol Madman Li had always adopted a completely closed training for the team, so that countless reporters, including him, could only stop outside the big wall of the training ground every day. I couldn't get any useful information at all. Today, AC Milan held its last press conference before the game. Gigi and Beckham were present at the press conference. Zhao Weiner, who is familiar with every story of Crazy Li, suddenly felt that this was actually a very good opportunity. Mr. Ancelotti, will David and Nicholas get the chance to start in tomorrow's game? The press conference started in the most normal way. Regarding the question raised by the reporter of Gazzetta dello Sport, Ancelotti was not tone deaf at all and gave an affirmative answer. Fatians not made the reporters excited. Previously, everyone was worried that Zhao or Gigi would not get a chance to play. In that case, the much-hyped battle of master and apprentice would exist in name only. Next, Ancelotti became a supporting role. The reporters shifted their questions to Gigi and Beckham. The first person to ask questions was Zhao Weiner, a reporter from CCTV. With the rise of Madman Li, Chinese reporters were you can always get the respect of your peers on any occasion. Gigi, first of all I want to congratulate you for defeating Inter Milan's Mario Balotelli and teammate Pato, and being elected the best newcomer in Serie A this season. I would like to ask, facing such an important game, which side do you hope will win the final victory? Zhao Weiner's question is very tricky. Point after half a year of training in Serie A, the 18-year-old Gigi exudes a youthful and attractive atmosphere. His long and silky hair once again hangs down below his ears. He is a typical handsome Englishman. Some media call him, it's not unreasonable to be George Best second or Beckham second. Facing the difficulties from Chinese reporters, Gigi appeared very polite. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Weiner for his congratulations, a charming smile appeared on his face. The final is very important to both sides. As a player of Mr. Fantang, I hope that Mr. can get all the championship trophies he needs. But when I appear on the court wearing a red and black jersey, I will do my best to help the team win. How to become a real professional footballer? Athletes, Mr. Rice Tong asked me a long time ago. Gigi's answer won applause from reporters at the scene. Ancelotti looked at the high-spirited young man in front of him, still thinking about how to convince the boss to bring him to San Siro after the season. He scored 18 league goals and 9 assists in half a season, handing over such a performance at the age of 18. In the first half of Serie A, he is already performing at the level of a superstar. While Beckham secretly gave a thumbs up to little Gigi, his eyes were in a trance. In this boy, he saw himself who had emerged many years ago, just as young, as handsome, and as talented as ever. Pampered all in one. Amidst the applause, Zao Wiener asked Beckham the second question. David, we know that you encountered a little difficulty in Real Madrid during the winter transfer period this season. At that time, many Chinese fans hoped that you could join forces with Mr. Lee Tongfan again. Why did you choose AC Milan instead of Newcastle in the end? Is it because Newcastle can't afford your high wages? The reporters around them all looked at Zao Wiener with different eyes. They asked two such pointed questions in a row. If it were anyone else, they would have been rejected by the press officer or the player himself. But, however, who makes people be the compatriots of Crazy Lee? Who makes Ziobi and Gigi both grateful to Crazy Lee? Beckham showed no sign of impatience and said with a smile, the transfer involves many factors, and commercial factors must be taken into consideration. However, Lee did not send an invitation at that time. That is because Newcastle's lineup can already satisfy Lee. In the plan for the entire season, Juan Mata and Andriy Arshavin are enough to support the two wings of the team. Moreover, for me, joining AC Milan is also a dream. Milan is a great club. It's an honor to play at San Siro. What about the next game? Like Gigi, I will go all out. This is the basic professional ethics of a professional football player. AC Milan's last pre-match press conference was quickly reported, in which the two questions asked by Zao Wiener were infinitely magnified. Italian media. Nicolas Gigi is willing to play his best for Milan and expresses his willingness to stay at San Siro permanently. Gigi is grateful to Crazy Lee, but the atmosphere in Milan makes him nostalgic, suspending the contract extension with Newcastle. Milan may have a chance to acquire young talents. Beckham insinuated that Newcastle have no money and Milan is greater than the Magpies. Gigi and Beckham are unanimously optimistic about Milan winning the championship. The English media reports are exactly the opposite. Gigi longs to return to St. James. Crazy Lee is the greatest mentor. Beckham regrets not joining Newcastle. Newcastle have better odds, says Beckham. Playing against Newcastle is a lot of pressure. Chapter 503. She is going to watch the game under the gaze of countless media and fans. AC Milan has been conducting its training in an orderly manner, while Newcastle seems to have remained mysterious from beginning to end. On the morning of the next day, in accordance with UEFA's requirements, both teams announced their 18-man rosters. However, there was no distinction between starters and substitutes. Whether it was AC Milan or Newcastle, the players on the rosters had all qualified this season. The face is not beyond most people's estimation. 1800 hours sharp in the evening point. There were still 3 full hours before the official start of the game. Ataturk Stadium, which had made final preparations and passed the UEFA inspection, began to conduct ticket inspections and admitted ticket-holding fans. Thousands of fans crowded the stadium. At the entrance of the tunnel, reporters were like sharks swimming in a sea of people, doing their final interviews before the game. Long live AC Milan. 3:0 exclamation point quote Crazy Lee is invincible. Newcastle champion. We have Ronaldinho, Gigi, Beckham, and Pirlo. We will definitely be able to win the final victory. Predict the score? 2:1 AC Milan wins. I think Lee has been so mysterious during this period. He must be preparing a surprise for the damn Italians. Is there any opponent he can't defeat? 4:0 Newcastle is the European champion. Ancelotti is a super tactician well known in football, but he was already defeated by Lee 3 years ago. Facing the cameras and microphones of reporters, fans wearing the uniforms of both teams shouted out the names of the teams they supported with all their strength. Their faces were painted with red and black or black and white paint, and they were waving triangular flags in their hands. The team's jersey was like a festive costume for them. Whether it was genuine products worth hundreds of euros or pounds or nothing, it's a high quality product that's worth it, and you'll feel proud to wear it. No one would think that the team they support is at a disadvantage. They shout out their favorite names loudly, expecting their heroes to win the much anticipated trophy for them. Amid the roar of the crowd, a storm suddenly broke out in the distance. CCTV reporter Zao Wiener, who was interviewing an old couple of grey-haired Newcastle fans, was squeezed in the crowd. When she turned around, she saw a fiery red bus with the Macmillan team emblem printed on it. Like a cruiser cutting through waves, it slowly drove towards the player tunnel with the police car clearing the way. Not far away, Newcastle's club bus also came to another player channel under the escort of a police car. The fans who were queuing up to enter the stadium suddenly became excited, especially the Newcastle fans. Crazy Lee's recent mysterious tactical training not only isolated the media has been blocked, making it difficult for fans on their side to learn information about the team they support. At this moment, seeing the team bus coming from a distance, they instinctively want to squeeze through. The game hasn't even started yet, but the first climax off the field has already arrived. Fortunately, the Turkish police had a high enough estimate of Crazy Lee's appeal. Hundreds of security guards appeared out of nowhere in an instant, barely maintaining order at the scene. Because Zayowina had a press pass, the security guard allowed her to cross the cordon and get closer to the press area. The bus came slowly through the wide and bright front windshield. Zayowina could already see the Newcastle star sitting in the bus talking and laughing. Her idol, Madman Lee, was sitting near the door, wearing a black Armani windbreaker and Tyrannosaurus Rex glasses. Everything is so familiar to Zayowina. The car stopped slowly. The car door opened, and Crazy Lee was the first to step out of the car door. This is what he does in every away game. Reporters who are familiar with Crazy Lee will quickly go up and ask Crazy Lee questions, but they will never bother Newcastle. The players, this is because they have gained experience in previous interviews and games, because Crazy Lee allowed himself to be troubled. However, if you dare to disturb his players at this time, not only will you be scolded, but you will also be scolded in the following interviews. Being activated and blocked by this tyrant. Crazy. Mr. Lee, may I ask about Newcastle's tactics? You sure you can beat the powerful Macmillan? Crazy. Mr. Lee, what do you think is Newcastle's chance of winning? The reporters swarmed around and placed Lee Tong in the middle. They asked a series of questions like water droplets sprayed from a high-pressure faucet, coaxing him mercilessly. Newcastle's superstars got out of the car and were surprised to see this scene. Not surprisingly, I walked into the players' tunnel listening to the music. Zayowina stood aside in a daze. Today was the first time for this crystal clear girl to see her idol so close. The moment Madman Lee stepped out of the bus door for the first time, she suddenly felt that her hair and mouth were dry, and she forgot that she should what to do. Seeing the appearance of Crazy Lee, Newcastle in the distance erupted into unimaginable cheers. Just like an atomic bomb with the yield of 10 million tons suddenly exploded in the square of Ataturk Stadium. As long as this black figure was in front of them, even if it only appears in front of you for 0.01 seconds, the confidence of Newcastle fans wearing black and white uniforms can expand to the point where it can accommodate the entire universe. The deafening cheers woke Zayowina from her daze. The girl raised her head slightly. The moment when Lee Tongfan turned around and waved to the fans with a smile was deeply imprinted in her heart like laser typesetting. He is not the most handsome, nor tall. He does not have the most fashionable clothes. He cannot sing lingering melodies. He does not have dazzling dance moves, and he always swears in front of the media. His unruly face was rated as the most wanted face by European media, but in China, countless people worship him crazily. He is the most successful man in the world and the most charming man. Zayowina found hopelessly that she had suddenly and inexplicably fallen in love with this idol she had worshipped for more than 3 years. At the moment when the Crazy Lee turned around, even though she knew that this proud man already had a girlfriend who was so beautiful that all men would be jealous of her, even though the man's eyes did not look at her for even a second at that moment, even though there were countless Chinese girls who had a crush on this man like her, when that unrequited gaze turned away, the black back gradually disappeared in the darkness of the players' tunnel. Zayowina inexplicably felt an unprecedented loss. Beside her, the reporters dispersed, and the overwhelming cheers of the fans gradually disappeared. Everything returned to the scene before Crazy Lee appeared. The wind blew Zayowina's long black hair. In the wind that swayed like tassels, the girl raised her crisp wrist and looked at it. There was less than half an hour before the game was about to start. Zayowina did not think that she had much advantage over those girls who had a crush on Crazy Lee. This was destined to be a one-sided love that ended in vain. She was going to watch the game Tors went to Chelsea. Haha, I'm a fan of the car. Carroll went to Liverpool. Let him go in the book. Brothers and sisters, what do you think? On New Year's Eve, dear brothers and sisters, Daozi stood up in front of the computer, dressed up, clasped his fists, bowed, and thanked every book friend who clicked the editor. If Daozi was God, he would give you the best in the world, but Daozi is not, so Daozi only gives you the best blessings in the world. Watch the party happily, and let us bloom the happiest smiles on the last and first days of the lunar calendar. Finally, let me explain that Daozi is not going to be a shameful 2K party, but he was originally going to upload 5,500 words directly, but the mobile phone was too slow to upload 5,500 words, so he could only temporarily divide it into 3,000 and 2,000. Chapter 504 Crazy 3. Less than 20 minutes before the official start of the game, players from both sides are already warming up on the court. Macmillan has announced the team's starting lineup for the final one day ago. Nicholas Gigi, the season's rookie king, is on loan from Newcastle. Half-time world footballer David Beckham all appeared in the starting lineup. In contrast, Newcastle's Madmanley maintained his usual mysterious style. Before the latest date required by UEFA, he was the team's starting lineup will never be announced. Tactician Ancelotti adopted a consistent 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation. Christian Abbiati replaced Dida and appeared in the goalkeeper position. The four defenders were Zambrotta, Calads, Nestor and Flamini, Brain, Pirlo, Butcher, Gattuso and David Beckham. Kaka and Ronaldinho stand slightly forward. One thing, the one at the top, is none other than the super rookie Nicholas Gigi, who came on loan from Newcastle for the second half of the season. The commentary style of Italian commentator Barlos Renault adheres to the slightly conservative and traditional style of Italians. The emphasis on smoothness is like Italian life, leisurely and slow. Point in contrast, Sesta from England seemed much more excited. Our on-site reporter finally got Newcastle's starting list. As many people expected, Crazy Lee did give us a big surprise. Judging from this list, Newcastle is very likely to there was another offensive storm in the finals, because Crazy Lee formed a 4-3-3 offensive formation. ESPN gold medal commentators Uncle Zanjan and Uncle Sudan talked happily. Oh yeah, Lee Tongfan did something amazing. Wahaha. People are speculating which of the three superstar forwards, Michael Owen, Ronaldo and Shevchenko, Lee Tongfan will put on the bench, but the crazy Chinese actually included them all in the starting lineup. Midfielder Alan Smith is immovable, Angel wings, Juan Mata and Prince Balti, Podolski are on the two wings, and Fernando Gago is in charge. Midfielder, Spanish. Commentator Servants also opened his mouth wide. Fans, please pay attention. Something incredible has happened. The biggest change has appeared on the backline. Crazy Lee has adopted a frightening 3 centre-back formation. Gareth Bale and Marcel were once predicted. Luotu did not appear in the starting lineup, and 3 tall players in David Thornton, Senderos and Stephen Taylor formed Newcastle's weak defence. Big-headed brother Duan Zuan is slow and polite. The goalkeeper position is still Hugo Lloris, the new generation goalkeeper of the Gallic Roosters with the reputation of Spider-Man. Just when the commentators from various countries introduce the starting lineups of both teams to the fans in their respective countries in different languages, and in the same surprised and toothless tone, cheers like a mountain roaring, and a tsunami broke out in the stands under the leadership of the referee. The players from the two teams appeared on the stage holding the ball boy wearing the other team's uniform. Point in this crucial pinnacle battle, Madmanley, who once again surprised the whole world, attracted everyone's attention. This man in a black trench coat absorbed the light of the audience from the moment he came out. He smiled and interacted with his opponent. When Ancelotti shook hands and turned to greet the fans in the stands, Ataturk Stadium was filled with roars and tsunamis again. Since it was a neutral venue, Macmillan chose the red and black sword-striped shirts that represent the team's glorious history, while Newcastle wore the black and white sword-striped shirts that best evoke the world's long memory of the Magpies. The superstars lined up on the court, and the camera lens swept over every face destined to be recorded in the history of the UEFA Cup. Some people frowned, some pretended to be relaxed, some smiled, Some were murderous, moving from the stadium to the stands. The audience in front of the TV saw more highlights. Berlusconi and John Hall, the two owners of their respective clubs, are sitting in the VIP box. Crazy Lee should also be here, because he is the major shareholder of Newcastle. Oh, there are also UEFA President Platini, Russian Roman Abramovich, and two unfamiliar Chinese faces, who seem to be officials of the Chinese Football Federation. When Uncle Zhenjian saw it, the camera flashed by. He didn't recognize who the last two faces were, but many Chinese fans recognized the fat and thin men in an instant. Finally, the broadcast camera was fixed on the box of Chelsea owner Abramovich. Because of the three yellow faces there, Cesta screamed like a Mexican rabbit whose tail was stepped on. Oh, who did we see? It was Wang King, and the other two were. Haha, they were Crazy Lee's parents. This was the first time that these two old people appeared in the stands. I think Crazy Lee would become a different person because of this. More perverted and crazy. At the same time, Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother, screamed. Oh, hahaha, this is a scene that makes people wonder. Lee Tongfan's parents and girlfriend appeared in Abramovich's box. Is this a sign to us? What are you looking for? We know that Crazy Lee has always been Abramovich's target, but after Crazy Lee acquired Newcastle, this road should have been blocked. Could it be Forster? Commentators were still screaming, but on the field, the Norwegian referee of Repo Tom Herning had already blown the whistle to start the game. The UEFA Cup final of the 2008-09 season finally kicked off with the whole world watching. The Magpies kicked off first. The formation of three forwards made Newcastle look like a long, shining weapon that had been wiped away. Mao can't wait to suck the enemy's blood. Like many times before, Newcastle took advantage of the ball in the opening game and played an unreasonable blitz. After 3 or 4 simple passes, Fernando Gago's long pass really found Shevchenko in the front court. Nuclear Warhead headed the ball back, and the football passed Macmillan's defense. Lightning killer Michael Owen really sprinted up like black and white lightning. Lunky shot at the first opportunity. Fortunately, the former world's #1 centre-back Nesta made an extremely dangerous tackle from the side and behind, and the goal was 0 ahead of time. Poke the football away at 1.1 seconds, when Abioti embarrassedly took the football into his arms. Everyone in the Macmillan camp heard his rapid breathing and heartbeat. Ancelotti couldn't help but yelled on the sidelines. Almost Crazy Lee used his best and insidious method to sneak attack. He emphasized things many times before the game, but the players were so oblivious. The fat man was almost scared to death. Newcastle's power. There was a wonderful scene at the beginning of the game that made us thirsty. This is Crazy Lee's favorite tactical sneak attack. The carelessness of the Macmillan defender almost gave the opponent a dream start. Wonderful cooperation. Ancelotti's team should be careful. Crazy Lee showed a proud smile. It seems that this is exactly the effect he expected. There were shouts and shouts in the commentary box. Abioti kicked the football hard and screamed with all his strength. Hey, I say, guys, pay attention, concentrate. You can't give that kid such a chance. Abioti was referring to Owen, who looked annoyed. David Beckham came over with a serious look on his face and patted Irving gently on the shoulder. Michael, I won't give you another chance like this. Hey, I'm talking about David. Fernando Gago came up from behind. Your opponent is me. All three laughed. Macmillan's offense reflects the obvious characteristics of the Italian team. In the absence of an absolutely favorable opportunity, he will never take the risk of a quick counter-attack. Instead, he will patiently pass the ball back and forth around Newcastle's penalty area, trying to use continuous passes and cuts to find gaps in Newcastle's defensive system. Fatal. Pirlo, Beckham, Kaka and Ronaldinho are all masters of catching the deadly ball in an instant, and Nicolas Jage's increasingly mature playing style and running ability allow him to accurately understand the intentions of the 4 top masters and make a fatal blow. It wasn't until 4 minutes later that Newcastle grabbed the football from Macmillan's players, and in this short 240 seconds, Nicolas Jage had already found 3 shooting opportunities. If the Magpie core attack is like an all-conquering violent thunder and lightning, then Macmillan, under the control of 4 world-class midfield passing masters, is like a pervasive stream of water. As long as it finds a small gap, it can break the most stable dam in the world in an instant. Completely different styles. This is a battle between extreme strength and extreme softness. The big-brained brother Duan Zuan thought of a very appropriate metaphor, and he shook his head proudly. Beyond the first 10 minutes of the game, Newcastle, who had adopted a more aggressive 3-4-3 formation, gradually took advantage of the field. Every time the black and white wave launched an offensive, it was always possible to let Newcastle Macmillan supporters are terrified. The broadcast camera swept across the sidelines. Whether it was Madmanley who was in an advantageous position or Ancelotti who was at an obvious disadvantage, no other expression could be seen on the faces of the two people except Gujing Mubo. It seemed that everything was on them. As expected, press area point CCTV beauty reporter Zaowina, according to her job duties, held a high-frequency camera in her hand to constantly capture the wonderful moments on the field. However, the girl's camera lens always moved unconsciously to the side of the field, taking photos of the black figure. That's more than the combined total of players on both sides of the pitch through the high-power camera. The girl could clearly see the delicate face with a beautiful smile sitting in Abramovich's box, chatting and laughing with the two old people. Maybe she will indeed raise her slender middle finger to win the favor of Newcastle fans, but she must not understand football, because although Newcastle has a great advantage on the surface, it is actually in an increasingly disadvantaged situation. And she is still smiling so happily. Zaowina is a top student at the sports university. Her long-term experience in football has enabled her to analyze the situation on the field more clearly than ordinary fans. And she, through the lens of a high-power camera, saw Lee Tongfan's brows gradually knit together. At this time, the game had reached 15 minutes. This is a new year, and the whole person is spinning. Today I coded more than 3,000 words, while my family and relatives were having dinner. The speed of a small knife is 9,000 a day. Without time, there is no quantity. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, I will leave home and go to Lanzhou to reverse the car. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, I will stand for 18 hours all the way to HD. The countdown to the Chinese New Year has begun, and I also want to spend more time with my parents. After all, it will take at least 5 or 6 months to see them again. Since I left home for high school, I can't stay at home for a long time throughout the year. Brothers and sisters, care about your parents and enjoy life. When I return to HD, Daozi will quickly adjust the state and write the climax of the editor plan. There should be 3,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 505 Lightning. Nuclear bomb. Aliens. Newcastle is aggressive, but when facing a master like Macmillan who is good at playing take-eye, it always feels like hitting cotton with a full-strength fist. The Magpies have been unable to attack for a long time, and their physical strength and energy are greatly consumed. The situation will become increasingly unfavorable to them. The words of Uncle Zunjun of ESPN touched Lee Tongfan's heart. Others thought that Lee Tongfan must be crazy for adopting a 3-4-3 formation that sacrifices defense against a team like Macmillan. Even an ordinary fan knows that in today's mainstream football, only solid defense is the kingly way. Even the 5-star Brazil full of Dunga and the passionate Orange Army of Van Basten are moving forward unswervingly towards the path of defensive counter-attack, let alone Newcastle. The reason for choosing the 3-4-3 crazy attack formation is not that Leoli is so coquettish and slutty that he wants to use this method to show his greatness again, or to show his courage to female fans all over the world. It is because the sultry man made such a decision from a pure tactical perspective. Under his training, Newcastle has formed its own distinctive characteristics, that is strong attack and weak defense. This also explains why in many cases, even some weak teams in the Premier League such as Stoke City, although they cannot beat Newcastle, can still score goals against the Magpies, and it is obvious that with Newcastle's game characteristics, if they compete with Macmillan, an old master who plays the control flow, in terms of control over the situation, it is simply a show of force in front of the official, and they will definitely die ugly. Therefore, Lee Tongfan thought about it, and finally determined the tactic: kill the master with random punches, release the team's offense to the limit, to attack the slightly old defense line of the Rossoneri. Don't expect the team to keep the opponent scoreless, as long as you can always score one more goal than the opponent. That's all. There is no doubt that this is a gamble point, but Lee Tongfan can afford it point, because this grandson cheated. 2 days ago Lee Tongfan opened the Hammer Geo book in his hotel room and ran the FM 209 system. The victory in the FA Cup final and the harvest at the end of the season filled the entire sky blue screen with system reminder boxes. Ding dong. Gamer Lee Tongfan, you led the team to win the 08209 English FA Cup Championship. The system rewards 80 points of character points. Ding dong. Newcastle player Juan Mata was elected the best player in the FA Cup final. The system rewards 8 points of character points. Ding dong. Ding dong. The whole room was like the world's top pianist playing a spring water ding dong. Lee Tongfan moved the mouse happily to clear the reminder box. It was roughly estimated that after all the Premier League matches in the 08209 season were completely over, Leoli had gained a total of 414 points of character points, as for other points, except for the freedom points, which dropped below 10 points due to consumption, which was considered a heavy loss. Climate points consumed a little, and destruction points, crow mouth points, anti-elimination fragments, and other functional points remained strong. The only thing that made Leoli a little regretful was that, since he had rarely received system tasks in recent times, all kinds of strange function points did not increase. However, due to defeating Arsenal coach Professor Wenger, who was in the top 15 of the system coach rankings, Lee Tongfan got 2 ability points. Leoli thought about it and added these 2 ability points to the first major item of personal ability, personnel management in training ability. In this way, the ability evaluation that Leoli received in the FM 2009 system has already vaguely shown the prototype of a world-class coach training ability. Affinity for young players. 18. Defensive training. 13. Technical training. 11. Offensive training. 19. Personnel management. 17. Goalkeeping training. 9. Physical training. 16. Psychological tactics. 19. Tactical training. 18. Mental ability, motivation. 18. Discipline requirements. 15. Determination. 18. Judging player ability. 9. Judging player potential. 9. Adaptability. 16. Medical ability. 4. Tactical knowledge. 19. Oh my god, this number is almost like becoming the salted egg Superman in the coaching world. It is simply a terrifying, invincible, super dreamy prehistoric monster that flower in the spring, I and that sister hold hands. Langley Grand, Langley Grand. After checking his own data, Lee Tongfan was so happy that his teeth almost fell out. The sultry man sat on the chair and couldn't help singing happily. While singing, he carefully read the status of AC Milan players through the FM 2009 system database. You won't know until you see it. You will be shocked. The Hammers of the Rossoneri are like wolves and tigers, full of desire for victory in the upcoming game. Except for a few substitute shrimps like passers by A, B, C, and D, the guys who can be selected for the final 18-man roster are all in green with a 90-degree upward arrow. It's terrible, so scary. Looking at the state of Newcastle players, Leoli was also shocked. The state of the Hammers was also green as a small vegetable seedling. The FM 2009 system predicts that the state of the players of both teams is surprisingly good, which means that on the day of the game, both teams can play their own characteristics to the fullest. After looking at the state, Lee Tongfan carefully observed the number of appearances, goals and assists of each player of AC Milan this season and the average media rating. From this aspect, AC Milan's ball control is obviously a few points better than his team. In the past few days, during Newcastle's mysterious training, Lee Tongfan actually had some ideas in his mind about how to deal with AC Milan, a team with a style of control that is very different from that of Premier League teams. Now, through the query of the FM 2009 system library, until this time, Leoli finally made up his mind. Attack in the most violent way, exceed Macmillan's control limit and tear its capacity apart. Ataturk Stadium fans from both sides refused to give in in cheering. The fluttering flags and held up scarves showed the craziness and passion of Istanbul's night at this moment. No one sat to watch the game stand up, cheering and applauding while standing up. The flags could not stop flying, and the scarves would not fall below the neck. This was a hard physical work, but the fans were more willing to use this way to express their support for the heroes fighting on the field. Lee Tongfan looked at Ronaldo, Owen and Shevchenko running and fighting hard on the field. When was it that any fan could see forwards of the level of Alien, Wind Chaser, and Nuclear Warhead competing on the same field? Today, because of his own gambling adventure, such a scene really appeared on the green field. Maybe. No matter what the final score is, the feat of letting these three superstars stand in the same trench to perform is enough to be recorded in the history of European football. The sultry man smiled proudly and raised his wrist to check the time. It's time to score a goal, Lee. Tongfan rushed to the sidelines and made a gesture of pressing upwards to the players. Under the spotlight, any move of Crazy Lee would be captured by countless people in an instant. When Ancelotti saw this scene, his heart tightened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a bad feeling surged into his heart. The Newcastle fans in the stands seemed to have been suddenly injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. And the cheers and shouts instantly climbed to a terrifying height, and a huge sound wave swept across the court, and the beautiful female reporter Zaowina, a series of red hearts appeared in front of her eyes involuntarily, and she was a little distracted. Haha, it seems that Crazy Lee is a little impatient after a long time of attacking. He asked the players to press forward on a large scale. Maybe Macmillan's counter-attack opportunity has come. The Italian Barles Leno's steady voice finally rose a tone point. He has commented on Macmillan's games countless times this season and is too familiar with such scenes. Every time the opponent loses patience and presses forward, Milan will be left with a fatal gap. Ronaldinho's passes, like a judgment from heaven, always make the opponents accept death with their eyes wide open when they are most proud. But things did not develop as Boris Leno expected. Point on the field, the black and white waves attacked with all their strength, and the one who got the ball was Fernando Gago, the defensive midfielder. The Argentine just made a sudden forward move, attracted the defense of Bucero, Gattuso, and then split the ball. Juan Mata got the ball, break through Pirlo's entanglement, and passed the ball. Point the football came to Alan Smith's feet. The red-haired macho bent his bow and shot the ball with such exaggerated power, no one dared to underestimate Alan Smith's long shot. When the Newcastle tough guy was about to shoot, the team, all smiling, gathered behind the goal line to circle and pick up the ball. This heavy gunner who suddenly rose in the past 1 or 2 seasons has already made any opponent tremble with fear. David Beckham stepped forward to defend. The long-term cooperation with the three Lions made Beckham know Smith's shooting route very well, so he used his back to block the most reasonable shooting route at the first time. But, shoot, pass. Alan Smith faked a shot and passed the ball, fooling Beckham. Macmillan's 3 defensive midfielders were all out of position. Ronaldo got the ball, he faced the back line directly. Nesta and Khaled lost their protection. In the commentary booth, the languages of 16 countries gurgled at the same time, expressing the same meaning. Macmillan is in trouble. On the field. Point the fat man twisted his buttocks, and his 2 legs met like twists, and turned back and forth to pedal a bicycle. Once, Nesta was unmoved. Point twice, 3 times, Nesta still remained unmoved. 4th time, 5 times, Nesta moved. Point the former world's #1 centre back had to move, because the damn fat guy actually passed the ball at the moment of pedaling. Diagonal pass. The former wind chasing boy, now the lightning killer Michael Owen, is unstoppable, and he got through the gap between Khaled and Zambrotta, forming a single-handed momentum. Macmillan's defensive center of gravity quickly moved to the left. This move was fatal. Point Owen did not even have the slightest extra movement, and his first touch was a horizontal cross from behind. The ball was like lightning, and like scissors. The cold air was chilling and unstoppable. After 0.01 seconds, The nuclear radiation of Istanbul night was pervasive, and the huge mushroom cloud was like a huge middle finger pointing up to the sky, leaving all Macmillan people dumbfounded. A cranian nuclear warhead ignited and exploded. The ball went in. It was the first time that the three Newcastle superstars were on the stage at the same time, and it was also their first cooperation, which was so exciting that it was dazzling. The football was still rolling rapidly on the net, supporting a shocking white net flower, and the stadium had not had time to boil. It's the second day of the Chinese New Year. We will leave home tomorrow. Brothers, enjoy the happiness of being with your family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, a 100,000 point apology plus update notes. I was supposed to take a leave on the third day of the Chinese New Year, but I was in a hurry to catch the train. I fiddled with my phone at home for more than an hour, but I couldn't upload it. I never found another chance. The night before yesterday, I stood for 13 hours to Dingxi. Then, I took advantage of the time to change trains in Lanzhou and rushed to Huning at 8 o'clock yesterday morning. I went to Huning to see my grandparents who had just celebrated their 80th birthday. The two old people have loved me among their 16 grandchildren since I was a child. Now I'm very weak and can't get off the Kang. Zai or Deo will see me one less time. I hope they can wait for Deo's wedding in the summer. I hired a taxi to go back and forth on the cliff-like road for a total of 6 hours. I only stayed at my grandparents' house for 4 hours last night. I saw someone on my phone transfer today's seat ticket. I contacted them and rushed to Lanzhou to pick up the ticket before 8 o'clock in the morning. I was working non-stop and didn't have a chance to say a word to my brothers in the morning. Now I have the ticket. I don't know if it is true or not, but I can get on the train. HD will be available tomorrow, and I will resume updating the day after tomorrow. There is also bad luck. I left my card in the ATM when I was withdrawing money this morning. I just found it, and it has disappeared. My phone has been out of battery and turned off, and I have not received any information about withdrawal. I was scared to death and called China Merchants Bank. Fortunately, the money was not taken away. I reported the loss verbally. I guess the ATM swallowed the card automatically. I will leave in the evening, and the card can only be withdrawn the next day. I don't have time to withdraw it. It's a busy and tragic day. I hope the ticket is not fake when I take the bus in the evening. I only go to HD, and I bought a ticket to BJ. I lost a lot. Brothers, I wish you happiness. Finally, let's talk about the follow-up of The Editor. The plot will be different from what you guessed. There are still 3 seasons to end, of course, including the 2010 World Cup. The writing of these 3 seasons will be different from the previous 2 seasons that have been written. It will not be written as detailed, but there will definitely be more climaxes and excitement. The legendary road of Crazy Lee has just begun. Finally, I wish you happiness again. Chapter 507. Everything is just a moment. Like the last ray of tranquility before the final eruption of a supervolcano that has accumulated heat for thousands of years, the Ataturk Stadium suddenly erupted uncontrollably after a few seconds of suffocating silence, like the shock wave after a nuclear bomb exploded. Every Newcastle player fell into a crazy rhythm, waving their arms subconsciously, screaming subconsciously, and hugging everyone around them. Whether they knew or didn't know them, the first goal of the 2008-2009 UEFA Cup final was finally born. As expected, it was Madman Lee's Newcastle who broke the deadlock on the field. Ronaldo, Owen and Shevchenko, the 3 superstars, played a dazzling combination in a rare situation of starting at the same time and hit a fatal blow. Newcastle 1:0 Macmillan. Goal. Cess was the first person to shout in the commentary booth. Ronaldo, Owen, Shevchenko. This is a goal that is destined to go down in the history of the League Cup. A dream performance by 3 superstars. No one can stop it. In the 32nd minute of the game, Newcastle, who showed an aggressive offensive momentum at the beginning, finally broke the deadlock on the field. Look. Owen made a cross. This ball goes in. The iconic emphasis of ESPN's gold medal commentator Uncle Zunjun appeared in the ears of thousands of Chinese fans. The goal was scored by Shevchenko. Ukraine. The striker pushed the ball into the empty goal. Newcastle's cooperation before this was so smooth. They played a Barcelona-style pass. Wow. AC Milan is in trouble now. It's not a good thing to be ahead of a team like Newcastle. We saw that Lee Tongfan was very happy. Duan Zhuang's voice was still unhurried. Maybe he was shaking his head again. He raised his fist excitedly on the sidelines, and assistant coach Alan Shearer lifted him up from behind. After accepting the blessings of his teammates, Shevchenko jogged to the sidelines and hugged Lee Tongfan affectionately, and the camera lens recorded this scene. Lee Tongfan won the gratitude and respect of the Ukrainian national hero. Andriy Shevchenko scored the goal. This will be a difficult moment for Milan fans, the Italian commentator Sporarino said in a complicated tone. Watching the former hero conquer their own goal, Milan fans fell into silence, and Newcastle fans sang wildly. No matter how gorgeous the mushroom cloud of the Ukrainian nuclear bomb is, it will no longer explode for the Italian giants at this moment. Perhaps, at this moment, every Milan fan is missing the former Milan number 7 who was only violent for San Siro. As time goes by, what is taken away is passion. What remains are memories. Perhaps, the only thing that comforts Milan fans is that Andriy Shevchenko did not celebrate after sending the ball into the empty goal. He just silently accepted the blessings of his Newcastle teammates. From 1999 to 2006, it was a grand and magnificent reincarnation, and from 2008, it may be another reincarnation. When the Ukrainian wearing the number 77 jersey appeared on the bench at San Siro in the first half of the season, it meant that Shevchenko, who belonged to AC Milan, would never come back. Forced, -14 minutes later when the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, the stands of Ataturk Stadium were in a frenzy. Newcastle fans danced wildly with tears in their eyes. The club flags in their hands were waved by them to form a surging black and white ocean. The terrifying power of more than 30,000 people jumping made the whole stadium tremble. There were also more than 30,000 AC Milan fans in tears. On that night in Istanbul 4 years ago, they had soaked the stands of Ataturk with sincere and desperate tears. Today, tears still flowed from their burning eyes. Although the game lasted only 45 minutes, the series of English letters and Arabic numbers on the giant electronic scoreboard above Ataturk Stadium made the hearts of AC Milan fans all over the world feel as cold as if they were frozen in a frost-free Hagia refrigerator. Newcastle 3:0 AC Milan on the field. The players and head coaches of both teams have entered the player tunnel. The frenzy in the stands has not been relieved at all. The big screen on the scene began to play the wonderful scenes of the first half. Although the game was temporarily suspended, the huge gap of 3:0 still made AC Milan fans bleed. Point on the big screen, the picture flashed Shevchenko's goal seemed to be just the beginning of massacre, and after that, Owen's header and Ronaldo's offside run were more like the first climax after the beginning of the Dark Knight massacre. 2 goals, to sharp knives. Every knife cuts the flesh. Every knife draws blood. The night gradually sank. The black back of Crazy Lee turned away during the halftime break, like the wings of the devil, shrouding the sky above Istanbul. AC Milan people vowed before the game to use a world-shaking victory to wash away the past shame. But now, Shevchenko's goal was like a key, opening the door for the Magpies to extract goals from their opponents, and suddenly helped the Magpies find the feeling of scoring goals. They scored in just 14 minutes there. Strikers Irving and Ronaldo each scored another goal, widening the score gap to 3:0. Quote during the halftime break, the commentator and football experts analyzed the first half of the game for the TV audience. AC Milan now faces everything that their rival Red Army Liverpool faced 4 years ago, a team that seems invincible, a score gap that seems insurmountable, and a group of fans who are crazy enough to lose their minds. If they can score 3 goals in a row in the second half, then the shame of the past will disappear. Italian commentator Sporarino is still looking for reasons for the Rossoneri's miracle qualifying point. The 3:0 score indeed reminded countless people of that thrilling night 4 years ago, that inexplicable second half. That night when God came, it was also a score gap of 3 goals, and there was still time left in the second half, but almost no one believes that AC Milan can achieve the kind of reversal that their opponents once did to them, because in today's Istanbul, it seems that there is only one God, and he is standing in front of the command seat of the Magpie Corps. God on the sidelines of football. Crazily, even the AC Milan fans themselves couldn't explain clearly what they were expecting in their hearts at this moment. When the referee's whistle sounded, a feeling of panic filled the red and black camp involuntarily. This is a complicated and tangled emotion. The red and black fans hope that the second half of the game will never start, which can at least preserve a glimmer of hope for them and allow them to dream of a super reversal. At the same time, they are looking forward to the game restarting as soon as possible and can't wait. The long-haired red and black swordsman really turned fantasy into reality. Second half point, it was the Rossoneri who kicked off the game in midfield. The second half of the game started, and the two sides exchanged venues to start a new fight. Neither Ancelotti nor Crazily made any adjustments to the lineup. Pato, Inzaghi and Barillo were still firmly on the bench. Ancelotti did not replace the striker to strengthen the team's offensive capabilities as many people suspected at halftime. Italian commentator Spallerino felt strange. The English teenager Nicolas Gigi, who Ancelotti had high hopes for, did not show the ability to change the situation in the first half. In the absence of the support of his striker partner, his body was not strong enough. Gigi, who is not strong, cannot seize opportunities in front of giants like Temer and Senderos. The broadcast camera focused on Ancelotti on the sidelines. The chubby Italian tactics master has an expressionless face, and it is difficult for people to capture any useful information from the slightly squinted eyes, as if it is not AC Milan that is trailing 3-0 now, but Newcastle. 10 minutes before the second half point. Compared with the first half, the scene of the final did not change much. The huge impact of Newcastle's 3-forward formation was like a brand new siege engine hitting a damaged city gate that had been in disrepair. With every attack, the bang 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 sound of impact will always ring in the hearts of the fans, as if just 1 or 2 more hits, the old gate of AC Milan will be smashed into pieces. The cheers of Newcastle people are still accompanied by the melancholy of AC Milan fans. The melodious surging of Milan and came in home. Newcastle are like 2 waves coming from the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea towards Istanbul. Hot and cold currents collide violently. Suddenly, the waves were furious and rolling. God is smiling. Newcastle still dominates the game. No one can find the atmosphere of the Liverpool led by Gerrard 4 years ago in the current AC Milan. Even the most determined AC Milan fans are beginning to let go of the last bit of luck in their hearts. God prepared a 3-0. At least at this moment, it seems that it is not a kind intention to let the Rossoneri use the most fantastic way to wash away the shame of that night, but another shame. The hearts of the red and black fans are like desperate travelers jumping off the sinking Titanic. Sinking. They are about to sink to the deepest part of the ice ocean, never to see the light of day again. Until a face with a smile like an angel saves everything. The 63rd minute of the game. Nicolas Gigi looked up to the sky and roared, with long black soft hair flying behind his head. His face was so handsome that it could fascinate all Apennine women. Excitement, and ecstasy were mixed together, making this charming yellow face like an angel. It looks a bit ferocious, like a devil, half angel, half devil, the angel of AC Milan, the devil of Newcastle, because, behind him, the white football was still rolling slowly in the net. Spider-Man Hugo Lloris stood still, while squatting slightly to exert force, surrounded by Newcastle players with incredible expressions on their faces. This time, there was no time for applause or exclamations. AC Milan scored. However, 99% of the audience did not see clearly how Nicolas Gigi sent the ball into the goal behind Hugo Lloris under Newcastle's continuous offensive. Everything happened in an instant. Finally back to HD, looking at the smooth network, stroking the knees with arthritis that were pierced by riding a motorcycle, to past texts for more than a month. I burst into tears. I caught a cold today, and there is one more update at about 11 o'clock. Starting tomorrow, I will strive to update more. Many brothers and sisters have started to go back to work one after another. I wish you all the best in work and study in the new year. I work hard to make money and prepare to get married in the summer vacation. Chapter 508, Sword of the Battle Angel. It wasn't until the slow motion replay that people saw clearly how Nicolas Gigi sent the football into Newcastle's goal facing Beckham's precise pass that was more than 60 meters long. The English boy with flying black hair volleyed directly from 25 meters away from the fans. The football had a huge and indescribable weird arc, penetrating Spider-Man Hugo Lloris's 10 fingers. Whether they were in front of the TV camera or the fans in the stadium, they couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing this shot. The buzz exclamation was like a symphony variation, getting more and more popular. Bigger, bigger and bigger. The incredible brilliance of Nicolas Gigi's shot does not lie in the slightly exaggerated arc, nor in the fact that the shooting location is 25 meters away from the goal, but in that it was shot with Beckham's back facing away. When the 60-meter long cruise missile flew up from the backcourt, Gigi seemed to have known the trajectory of the missile. He did not rush into Newcastle's penalty area to compete with Taylor and Senderos for shooting opportunities. There was no chance to stop the ball and pass it to his teammates to organize a second attack. Instead, he chose to approach the penalty area unhurriedly. When everyone thought he was going to compete for the second spot, all Gigi did was slightly tilt his upper body. The football seemed to have been pre-designed by the most advanced computer program and landed impartially on his instep. What the handsome English boy did next was just a sudden burst of strength. Then, the football was drawn out in an irregular arc by the huge force that exploded from the leg that had been scarred 3 or 4 years ago, passing over the heads of the tall Taylor and Senderos and around the goal line. The blockade of Spider-Man that weaved a web and rushed through the gate of Newcastle. From the moment Beckham intercepted the ball in the backcourt to launch an offensive, to the time the football finally penetrated Newcastle's goal, the whole process lasted only 8 seconds, of which 5 seconds were spent flying in the air, and 2 seconds were spent when Beckham intercepted the ball. The time it takes to catch the ball and look up to observe the movement of teammates to complete the pass, and Nicolas Gigi scored the goal in just 1 second. This is why so many viewers didn't see the scene clearly or even react. It wasn't until the handsome young man shook his head and the wet sweat fell from the tips of his black hair like the most beautiful pearls in the world that the red and black fans cheered in disbelief. Ouch. Oh God. Incredible goal. Nicolas Gigi, he scored a goal in front of God that only God can complete. The first person to shout was Italian commentator Spolstra Lirino. His tone contained a burst of joy and pride like a macho man who had been suppressed for decades. Zach Millen took less than 10 seconds to break through Newcastle's so-called unbreakable steel defense. The score has now become 3-1. This goal has rekindled the hope of the Rossoneri. The game is not over yet. In the stands, AC Milan fans cheered thunderously. The large slogan with the face of the British Army finally started to fly again, after being silent for most of the game. It was like a war flag that roared. It represented that the red and black fans had once again regained their strength. Trust in this pure, angelic boy. The jumping crowd was like a raging tide, just like in many Serie A heavyweight matches this season. AC Milan people once again began to cheer for this English boy. Courtside point in front of AC Milan's head coach's podium, Ancelotti jumped up excitedly shouting loudly and proudly regardless of his demeanor. The chubby figure was like a beaten ball, jumping up and down on the lawn on the sidelines. Although a little stunned, the assistant coach and the substitutes around him were all interested in the head coach. Being so excited shows understanding. However, they don't know that what they think is so different from what Ancelotti is really excited about, because the reason why Ancelotti was so gloomy was because this goal brought him far more than regaining a point. He saw more from AC Milan's offensive and Newcastle's reaction. Information that made him ecstatic, information that made him resist the pressure and keep AC Milan's formation unchanged even when trailing 3-0. Even before the game started, Ancelotti had analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Milan and the Magpies over and over again. What finally made Ancelotti, the master tactician, shake his head repeatedly was the conclusion he reached after painstaking efforts over and over again. Yes, Newcastle's style of play completely restrains Macmillan. Newcastle's attacking style and strong impact in the midfield and front court are exactly the style that the aging Macmillan is most afraid of. Point in the UEFA Champions League in the 2004-2005 season, Juventus, which dominated Serie A that season, was overwhelmed by the high confrontation and fast pace of the Premier League in the match against the young Premier League team Arsenal. I lost 2 rounds of the game out of nowhere. The two teams that are about to face each other now are so similar to the situation at that time. Macmillan is similar to Juventus at that time. The team pays attention to technology and has excellent control ability. It is obviously better in terms of experience in handling the ball, and Newcastle is more terrifying than Arsenal in the 2004-2005 season. It also has a group of talented players and also emphasizes fast-paced offensive play. At this point in the analysis, Ancelotti can already imagine that if there is no planned and targeted tactical arrangement, Macmillan, this luxurious and proud classic car, will be defeated by Newcastle in such a car race. The powerful dirt-legged off-road vehicle was thrown somewhere. Taking a closer look at the attackers on Milan's front line, Bucero has a wide-ranging style and a strong body. However, he cannot have the upper hand against famous Premier League players such as Taylor and Senderos. Pato is young and energetic, and has the ability to break through. Strong confrontation ability is weak, and his ability to seize opportunities is far inferior to Inzaghi. However, Inzaghi, Ancelotti's most trusted veteran, suffered an injury at an untimely time. In the end, Ancelotti's eyes fell on Nicolas Gigi, who was on loan from Newcastle. The teenager is familiar with Newcastle's rhythm and tactical play. More importantly, in the half-season, since arriving in Milan, Ancelotti has seen a growth rate from Gigi that shocked him. Ancelotti has never seen growth before. This boy named Gigi is like a dry sponge, absorbing everything around him without hesitation. A very simple example. Although he has the nickname Inzaghi second, Ancelotti saw it very clearly. In the first 5 or 6 games, after joining Macmillan, Gigi seized opportunities and made instant movements and counter-attacks. The offside ability is still far behind that of Inzaghi, the fox in the penalty area. However, after 5 or 6 games, the gap began to slowly narrow. When the Serie A game was about to end, Ancelotti had to admit, even though Inzaghi is 10 years younger, Gigi can already compete with him. Gigi's learning ability shocked Ancelotti, and what impressed the world-renowned tactician the most was the English boy's calmness and ability to read the game. An outstanding forward player is not only it is necessary to test the skills at the feet, but also to rely on a keen mind to score goals. In Ancelotti's view, looking at today's world football, among the young players under the age of 19 who have become famous, they can use their minds in the game. Nicolas Gigi is undoubtedly the first person to play his role to the extreme. Milan has the best group of midfield passing masters in the world, but the strength of the forward line is far behind Newcastle. The only one with distinctive characteristics and strong strength is Gigi. Therefore, Ancelotti finally gave Gigi his vote of confidence. Every head coach is actually a gambler, and Gigi's excellent ability to seize opportunities, elusive movement, and incredible mind, all of this makes Ancelotti, the guru of gambling, willing to put the bet was placed on him. Macmillan formed a 4-3-2-1 formation, and the only striker was Gigi. Ancelotti is worthy of being a well-known tactician in Europa. His analysis of Newcastle is exactly the same as that of Tongfan. The two cunning foxes, the old and the young, have seen the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents in themselves, and used deliberate tactical arrangements to organize themselves. The advantages brought to the extreme, and the opponent's disadvantages magnified to the extreme. The only thing that Ancelotti didn't expect was that Crazy Lee was crazy enough to use a 3-back formation in such an important game. The collective explosion of the 3 world-class forwards allowed Macmillan to hold on for less than 3 points in the first half. 3 goals were scored in 10 minutes. Seeing the huge humiliation coming, the experienced Ancelotti chose to persevere at the most critical moment. He put all his hopes on Milan's midfield's passing master and Gigi's reading of the game. And in the 63rd minute, Ancelotti's bet finally paid off. This reward is not just Gigi's goal point. The obese tactician saw more during the scoring process in the scene just now. Newcastle players' physical strength declined. Their offensive strength was strong, but they were weak. Macmillan gradually began to control the rhythm of the game, and the characteristics of passing and controlling gradually came into play in the later stages of the game. What pleased Ancelotti most was that he saw the familiar expression on Nicolas Gigi's face that had appeared countless times. Ancelotti knew that every time this expression appeared on the face of that angelic and pure boy, it meant that the boy had found a way to conquer the opponent's goal, just like the war angel who judged sin in myths and legends, and finally holding the indestructible sword of judgment. All enemies will wail, tremble, and kneel at his feet. Facts have proven that Ancelotti's ability to judge player potential and analyze game situations is indeed unparalleled. Less than 5 minutes after the restart, Macmillan scored again. The scorer is still Nicolas Gigi. Point this time, he used a different method to send the football into the goal, handled by Hugo Lloris. Second update, we will try to write more tomorrow. After the last game of the 08-09 season, there will be a brand new Crazy Lee. Zyodea will return to its previous smooth update speed. I hope brothers and sisters can continue to support Zyodeo. Thank you all. Chapter 509. The Devil 039 S-Wings. Free kick. Nicolas Gigi blasted a standard falling leaf ball about 30 meters away from the goal. The football was like a leaf falling in the wind. Without any rotation, it bypassed the wall of people in a strange trajectory and rushed into the goal held by Hugo Lloris. This goal stunned everyone. A minute ago, when Little Superman Steven Taylor suddenly moved forward and knocked Gigi, who was holding the ball, to the ground with a not serious foul, no one thought that it was a sign that Newcastle's goal would be pierced again. Everyone knows that among the players on the field of the Rossoneri, Pirlo and Beckham are world famous super free kick masters. So, when these two handsome old men stood in front of the football on the left and right, everyone thought that the handsome English boy who was not far from the penalty spot was just pretending. Who knew? In the end, the penalty was actually taken by Nicolas Gigi. Moreover, the little guy actually kicked a stunning long distance falling leaf kick. What kind of power is contained in his slightly thin body that allows him to burst out such amazing energy in an instant and play such a wonderful free kick? Such a miraculous performance is not inferior to Juninho and Pirlo, who are known as the masters of the falling leaf kick, who kick free kicks as penalties. Nicolas Gigi. Guarda. Italian commentator Sporarino was so excited. Our angel of San Siro finally started to explode. He scored 2 goals in just 5 minutes, and the score became 3:2. There was only 1 goal difference left. We smelled the strange smell of reversal. Beckham and Pirlo both stood in front of the football. The distance of 30 meters was within the range of both of them. Let's see who will take the penalty. Beckham's crescent moon scimitar and Pirlo's falling leaf ball are both deadly weapons. ESPN's golden mouth uncles and John fried beans in his mouth. Look at this ball. Woo, this ball goal. Nicolas Gigi. Incredible goal. Macmillan has seen hope again. Including injury time, there are less than 30 minutes left in the game. If Macmillan maintains this momentum, they may be able to perform a miracle before the game officially ends. British traitor. Sesta was a little anxious. Crazy Lee must come up with a solution to the dilemma as soon as possible. Gigi's goal suddenly raised the morale of Macmillan's camp from the bottom to an incredible height. The Ataturk stand belonging to the Rossoneri was like a pile of firewood that was about to go out and was suddenly doused with a large pot of gasoline. In a flash, the flames were raging. Istanbul. I don't know when it started, but the Ataturk Stadium suddenly sounded such a huge sound wave. Countless Macmillan fans were like taking stimulants, and their faces flushed as they shouted this magical word. Istanbul. Since 4 years ago, the name of this famous historical city in Europe has become a symbol with special significance, a scar that anyone with red and black blood will never want to reveal. However, as the game progresses, countless Macmillan fans are more willing to believe that all this must be God's will. God must feel that he owed Macmillan a big ear cup on that night 4 years ago, so today, God wants to use the same incredible reversal to compensate the Rossoneri for Macmillan, even though the one standing in front of the opponent's command system is the invincible Madman Lee. This is God's will, unstoppable and unchangeable. The sound waves of Istanbul shrouding the Atatürk Stadium became increasingly louder, so that the Newcastle fans singing of "Coming Home Newcastle" was completely suppressed. The camera flashed, and Gigi and Beckham's eyes flashed with murderous intent, just as they said in the media interview before the game, since they were wearing the red and black jerseys, no matter how much kindness Madley had shown them before, they would not have any mercy. The 3-4-3 offensive formation and continuous high-intensity sprints back and forth caused the Newcastle players to have a serious overdraft of physical strength. The Magpies gradually fell into a disadvantage amid the roar of Istanbul all over the mountains. The 70th minute point Pirlo made a strange pass, and Gigi, with flying black hair, inserted a shot from behind, and Lloris narrowly blocked the ball with his fingertips out of the baseline. The 74th minute point Beckham made a long pass, Gigi succeeded in getting offside, and the strange cartel-light frequency conversion escape technique was once again displayed in front of the world. Taylor and Senderos did not dare to use foul tactics despite the red card. Seeing that the goal was about to be lost, Spider-Man, Lloris rushed to the outside of the penalty area and knocked the ball out with his knee. 0.78th minute point Ronaldinho used a unique cow's tail to get rid of Podolski's fight amidst the roaring cheers of the fans. He hit a powerful and heavy long-range shot. Lloris made the save and missed it, and Gigi stepped in like a ghost. In the follow-up shot, Taylor stretched out his kick first and poked the football out of the baseline. The corner kick. Macmillan hit a climax after 63 minutes. Their 5 midfield formation gradually suppressed Newcastle's impact. Whoever wins the midfield wins the world. The experience of Beckham, Pirlo, and Gattuso, a group of veterans, makes they controlled the tempo late in the game. Newcastle rushed too hard in the previous game. Although they tore 3 big holes in Macmillan with a crazy attack that did not spare any physical effort. However, when their physical strength was exhausted and their physical fitness declined, Macmillan was the score difference was quickly reduced to 1 goal, and looking at this situation, it was only a matter of time before the Rossoneri scored, and they might even end the game within 90 minutes. Ancelotti is scheming. He has long seen the inherent shortcomings of Crazy Lee's tactics. I think this is a reason why he did not make substitutions after the first half. And for Crazy Lee, at this time, he should make substitution adjustments and bring in fresh blood to strengthen Newcastle's impact ability, which may be able to reverse the disadvantage. It was Beckham who assisted, and it was Gigi who scored the goal. There is a great relationship between these two players and Crazy Lee. Could it be said that, if you want to defeat the god who turned into a football stadium, you must use God's own players? In countless studios around the world that are broadcasting the pinnacle battle of the UEFA Cup in the 2008-09 season, various football experts and commentators are putting forward their own opinions. Among the various opinions, one thing everyone agrees on is Newcastle's current situation on the field is not good. Very bad. Very bad. In my ears, the huge sound of Istanbul never stops. Zayowina felt that every cell in her body was shaking nervously. She could feel the speed of blood flowing in her blood vessels, but her hand that had been just holding the camera didn't even have the strength to press the shutter at this moment. The girl knew that the man who easily captured her heart without knowing it was now in trouble. Macmillan relied on the boys' 2 goals to become powerful, and his team was completely suppressed. The camera, the slightly frowning brows on the familiar face in the camera made Zayowina so nervous that she almost suffocated. An unprecedented worry enveloped the girl's heart. If possible, she would even want to run up and help the Newcastle players play the game. If he really loses this game, then his myth will definitely collapse. At that time, he will be greeted by many media outlets with the same ridicule and sarcasm as everyone else, and Ancelotti and Macmillan will be criticized, pushed to another altar. Zaowina's heart was in turmoil, and she was more worried than her own affairs at this moment. Zaowina moved her camera lens, and she saw that in the luxurious box of Russian tycoon Abramovich, Wang was talking to his parents with a smile on his face. From that delicate face, I can't see any worries at all. She doesn't understand him. She doesn't understand her career. They are two different types of people. Why is she so lucky to get his favor? At night, Zaowina's thoughts were no longer on the football field. Girl, look at what those people are shouting. Are all the unified teams in trouble now? Liang and Yifeng, who came to watch football for the first time, were shocked by the crazy scene in front of them. The momentum of tens of thousands of people chanting the same word in unison is like a 180 level hurricane blowing in the plains. The air is pouring from your mouth, making it difficult to breathe. It looks like a violent wave in the stands, heads surging like angry waves. At this time, both Liang and Yifeng understood why Wang Qing quickly stopped them when they first wanted to go to the stands. It's really because the crowd there is so crazy that it's not a place for old people of their age to stay. Hearing the quasi-father-in-law's question, Wang Qing's fair and crystal clear face bloomed with a smile like the spring breeze. No, don't worry. Tongfan's team is leading, and the opponent's fans are screaming so crazily because they are all afraid of Tongfan. Haha, they are scared to death. Tongfan will find a solution to the problem soon. When he said the last sentence, Wang Qing's tone was so firm. Slowly, Ying and Yifeng both nodded thoughtfully. Having been in England for many days, they can already clearly hear the emphasis in calling their precious son in English. They remember that, when their son appeared from the tunnel under the stadium before the game started, everyone shouted his name crazily. Liang quietly wiped her moist eyes for unknown reasons. Although he knew that his son had accomplished a great career when he was in China, otherwise why would there be so many big shots who were usually aloof and condescending to curry favor with these two rural old men and women? However, at that moment Liang was. I realized that, no matter how great I imagined my son to be, it was never too much. Because the sky, where his son's wings have flown, has long gone beyond what his father could have imagined. There are exactly 10 minutes left in the game. It's time. Tongfan raised his wrist and looked at his watch, and then looked at the ferocious looking Macmillan fans on the stage, who looked like crazy. The corners of his mouth curved with disdain. Hey, Istanbul? You want to wash it on me? The humiliation that Liverpool brought to you 4 years ago. Before giving the final instructions, Laoli moved his eyes from the stands to the field. Little Gigi was still running back and forth so hard. This young man, who Laoli had high hopes for, scored 2 goals that put Newcastle in such a passive situation, causing Laoli a lot of trouble. At the same time, he also brought here comes a surprise beyond imagination. Li Tongfan could see that from the beginning of the game, the smart Gigi had been calmly looking for the weaknesses of Newcastle's 3-4-3 formation. The little guy tried in various ways, inside the penalty area, outside the penalty area, passing the ball, etc. Long shots, pulls, grabbing points. Although in the first 63 minutes, his various experiments never achieved any results, and all his efforts seemed to be in vain, which aroused the dissatisfaction of fans and football experts. However, when the earth-shattering long-range shot in the 63rd minute appeared, Li Tongfan knew that finally, Gigi found the only weakness of his 3-4-3 formation. There is a fleeting disconnect between the back line and the defensive midfielder. In transition between attack and defense. This is a bruise. Fernando Gago belongs to Pirlo's type of organizational midfielder, and the nature of the South American player makes him always like to attack at the appropriate time. Although many years of European football have made this, Redondo second a lot has changed, but the offensive blood flowing in his bones can never be erased. In today's 3-4-3 formation, when Gago is in his original position, the tight cooperation between the midfielder and the backline, coupled with the cooperation of the 2 wings, makes Newcastle's backline with only 3 people always, it seems, extremely solid. But when Newcastle attacks, Gago's accidental pressure will always leave a vacuum in the Magpies' defensive system. Originally, there was no danger in such a vacuum zone. Because after all, such a fatal gap is fleeting and only exists for a short moment. Gago's replay is still very timely. However, there are too many passing experts with instant attack ability in the Macmillan loop. They are good at officially capturing this fleeting fighter opportunity allowed Gigi to seize the opportunity. Before Beckham passed the ball, Gigi had long discovered that Senderos, Taylor and Thornton, no matter which one of them, was superior in individual combat capabilities. If he was trapped in the penalty area with these three people, he would never gain the upper hand in a fight. Therefore, he chose to take the ball in the fatal gap at the front of the penalty area and suddenly shoot from a long distance, without giving the Taylors any pressure to interfere with the pressure for even a second. This is how the first ball came about. As for the second goal, it was obvious that the little guy caught his former teammates off guard by using the new free kick skills he had learned in the past half of the season. However, all this must come to an end. Such a game cannot be decided by Gigi alone. Lee Tongfan walked to the sideline step by step. His move instantly attracted the attention of careful people. The corners of Ancelotti's eyes twitched twice. Madmali's footsteps seemed to have stepped on his heart. An inexplicable tension began to overflow uncontrollably. In the stands, the Newcastle people, who had been suppressed by the crazy red and black fans chanting Istanbul, saw the familiar black figure move and instantly burst out with huge energy, like a gleaming sword. Pierced the opponent's suppression. You are our madman. You are full of courage. Go forward. The madman who brought us victory. Go forward. Victory rice bucket from China. Crazy Lee's he suddenly broke out and began to compete with Macmillan's Istanbul. On the field, Crazy Lee walked towards the sideline step by step. Whenever the sonorous forwarding Crazy Lee song broke out, Lee Tongfan would take a step forward. In a trance, the night sky of Istanbul seemed to be suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the black windbreaker lifted slightly in the night sky of Ataturko. The windbreaker caused a shadow, giving people an illusion, getting bigger and bigger, as if it were a dark night. The devil's wings shrouded the heads of Macmillan people. Oh, Crazy Lee has taken action. He came to the sideline. What is he going to do? Substitute? The fourth official played the electronic substitution card on the sidelines. Ouch. He replaced a defender with teenager Thomas Müller. Another defender was substituted. Senderos is going to leave. In this case, Newcastle only has two authentic defenders left on the field, Taylor and Thornton. Is Madman Lee crazy? Wait. The substitutions are not over yet. Madley has replaced 3 players in one go. Podolski was replaced by French teenager Moussa Sissoko. Although this young player debuted as a defensive midfielder, it is the striker position that really made him famous. Is Madley going to play as a 5 forward? What is he thinking? The last substitution. Alan Smith was replaced, and German teenager Sami Khedira got the chance to play. Is it a double defensive midfielder formation? These 3 substitutions make it impossible for us to grasp Madley's tactical arrangement. 2, 4, 4 or 3, 3, 4? God knows. Ataturko's commentary booth was like a sparrow's nest that was stabbed hard by a stick. There were screams and exclamations. The commentators, who were quick-eyed and quick-mouthed, expressed their surprise in the most exaggerated way possible while spitting. This chapter has 5,000 words, and I will finish writing about the game today. So there will be another update around 11 o'clock point. The fever has gone, and the cold has gotten much better. Please continue to support Daozi, brothers. Support the editor. Thank you all. Chapter 510 dominates the world. After the substitutions, the game resumed quickly. Whether it is Newcastle or Macmillan, both sides want to end the game within 90 minutes. The danger of overtime and the luck of the penalty shootout make no professional player or head coach want to touch it. Of course, for Macmillan, the first priority is to quickly recover the score. However, judging from the situation on the field, this does not seem to be difficult for them. Every time the red and black make an offensive wave, it seems that they are only one step away from scoring. Far away, to the disappointment of many people, the big black Moussa Sissoko did not move to the front line to be a meat grinder. Instead, he stayed in the backcourt and formed a pin with Gago and Khedira, a glyph-shaped triangle defense system. Thomas Müller, who can play multiple positions in the front court, firmly stood in the forward position. He and Flash Killer Irving were in the middle. Shevchenko and Ronaldo were separated on both sides. The 4 of them were blatantly in the penalty area of Macmillan. Flirting and flirting. One just got a chance to play. The other 3 were suppressed to the point of impotence in the second half. And all 4 were obviously dissatisfied with their desires. Only then did people realize that Newcastle's formation had also turned into a Christmas tree. But unlike the Christmas tree planted by Ancelotti, Crazy Lee's Christmas tree had its big head pointed at opponent. Ancelotti lowered his head. The fat under his chin piled up, and he frowned slightly. Fat he didn't see clearly Crazy Lee's substitution point according to normal tactical thinking. Newcastle still has at least a 1-goal lead. It is wise to strengthen the defense when the situation is passive. After all, there are less than 10 minutes left in the game, and it is 3:2. A narrow victory is not impossible, but why does this Chinese, Crazy Lee, who didn't play by the rules, gave Ancelotti doubts? Before seeing clearly Crazy Lee's true intention, he decided to postpone adjustments to Macmillan's tactical formation. However, based on the physical condition of the players on the field, Ancelotti still chose to use vice-captain Ambrosini to reduce his physical strength. Gattuso was replaced. Substitutions were made quickly. This is a matchup substitution, not a tactical change. Standing on the sidelines, Ancelotti could feel the heat caused by the splashing grass clippings. He was not moved by Crazy Lee's suspicions. The tactician firmly believed that no matter what tricks Crazy Lee played, as long as Newcastle's tactical system, after running on the court for just 2 or 3 minutes, I will definitely be able to see what is hidden behind the surface. By then, Crazy Lee's top-heavy tactics will definitely lead to death. Ancelotti stood on the sidelines, clenching his fists confidently. However, soon, when he raised his head again, preparing to carefully observe the true intention of Crazy Lee, the fat version of the tactician master's pupils shrank, and he thought of a terrifying possibility, a possibility that he had ignored. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, it was already too late, because, on the field, everything has already happened. What Ancelotti ignored was Crazy Lee did not leave him 2 or 3 minutes to observe and crack his own tactics. Instead, he wanted to use these 2 or 3 minutes to completely eliminate Macmillan. Shoot. The football was like a rocket rising from the green sea, flying towards Macmillan's goal with a blurry white phantom. Albeit he judged the direction immediately, moved in small steps, and tried his best to reach the goal. The upper right corner of the jumps up, but albeit his palm jumped into the goal. After finishing the goal, Angel Wings, Juan Mata, who stood still and watched the football finally set off a dazzling white net, turned around and ran wildly. The wind of Ataturco stirred up the black and white sword of the Spanish youth. Striped shirt. The stadium is like a stage under the spotlight. Mata is the only dancer. Istanbul. It's the torrent of Ataturco's voice that originally resounded throughout the night almost fell at a free-fall speed, as if on a roller coaster. The Macmillan fans are so passionate that they look like old-fashioned rag dolls with exhausted batteries. Their mouths are enlarged, they look dull and mechanical, and they have lost their vitality. The Istanbul that was so smooth just a few seconds ago is from there anyway. Can't come out of my mouth. This is sister was so excited that he almost jumped onto the table in the commentary box. 1 goal determines the outcome. 1 goal determines the outcome. Macmillan can say goodbye to the UEFA Cup champion in the 2008-09 season. Lee Tongfan's tactical substitutions had a miraculous effect. Maybe this guy's really the illegitimate son of God. His luck is so good. There are a lot of forwards standing in the penalty area, and then other players try their best to attack the penalty area. With a kick, Newcastle actually got a chance to score. Italian commentator Spallerino watched the camera as Nesta rushed Newcastle's long pass out of his own penalty area, but was missed by the unguarded Juan Mata. He raised his foot and volleyed the ball before it landed. The slow motion replay of the goal scored made him shake his head and sigh. There are too many such examples on the football field. Sometimes, no matter how well you prepare before the game, no matter how big the advantage you have in the game, you can never turn the advantage into victory. Often, an opportunity that seems not to be an opportunity can inadvertently play a miraculous effect and leave everyone speechless, no matter from which angle. Juan Mata's volley from outside the penalty area has a bit of luck. such a ball can go in, which only shows that Crazy Lee is lucky. Today, this disaster seems to have been escaped by this arrogant guy. Point 4:2 exclamation point. The score gap was widened to 2 again. There were less than 6 minutes left after the end of the game and injury time. Newcastle's ace player, Spanish, Angel Wings, Juan Mata kicked away all the suspense. The championship belongs to Newcastle, to Crazy Lee, and to the Premier League. AC Milan suffered a heavy blow. Players can consider where to go on vacation with their wives and daughters after the season ends. Crazy Lee is still invincible. Continuous substitutions released Juan Mata. This genius with strong offensive ability no longer had to assist the defenders in defending the two flanks. He finally showed his style as the English Footballer of the Year by attacking wholeheartedly. The goal that sealed the victory. Newcastle will win the Bertoni Trophy. They can always have the last UEFA Cup trophy, because starting from next season, the UEFA Cup will be reformed, and the Europa League will be newly launched by UEFA. Crazy Lee ended the history of an event with victory. Perhaps, such a legendary coach is the best candidate to put an end to the glorious event of the UEFA Cup, which has maintained a history of 37 years. In the commentary booth point, although the game has not yet ended, commentators from various countries have already begun to set the tone for this final. In advance point as it turns out, this time, the commentators did not make any mistakes. Mata's volley completely shattered the last bit of luck in the hearts of AC Milan players. Under the torture of this despair, hope and despair, even the strongest warriors could hardly maintain emotional stability, just like Aang Feng, who was wearing the flying boots of the national teacher, and finally hung on the tree branch to save his life. However, when he climbed up from the cliff with great effort, and had no time to catch his breath, Han Ki, the beautiful man of the generation who failed to seduce his cousin, jumped down and easily ruined all the previous efforts of this uncle with the toad magic skill. With a suicide attack, this kind of failure that happens before victory is most likely to cause emotional collapse, the direct consequence of the player's emotional breakdown. Is that no matter how good the tactical system your head coach comes up with, it cannot bring a victory that is within reach. So, in the less than 7 minutes left, AC Milan did want to launch a crazy counter-attack, but in a panic, the Rossoneri's offense did not show any rules. All AC Milan players seemed to be repeating a desperate cycle of kicking the ball hard into the Newcastle penalty area, then waiting to be kicked out by the opponent, then stealing, and then kicking it in. On the sidelines, Ancelotti stood there. All his strength was drained out. He had seen clearly the purpose of Crazy Lee's substitution, which was nothing more than continuing to strengthen his crazy offensive tactics. Imposing a defensive midfielder to increase the destructive ability against his team's passing masters in the midfield, and with timely defense, losing a defender was not a big problem in a short time. But what's the use of seeing it clearly at this time? At this time, human resources are sometimes limited, and all Ancelotti, a generation of tactical master, can do is wait, waiting for the whistle like a judgment to sound from the referee's mouth. However, everything seems not to be over in the 88th minute point. AC Milan, who was desperate, made a big mistake. In the corner kick opportunity, they pressed too much and exposed a fatal flaw. Lightning killer, Michael Owen drove straight into the goal after getting the ball, ran more than 60 meters, and faced a beauty with a diagonal pass. Thomas Müller, who followed up, faced the empty goal and sealed the victory with one sword! 5:2 exclamation point. At this time, even God had to admit that the Rossoneri were doomed. In the camera, Owen and Müller high-fived and hugged each other. Their facial expressions were relaxed, more like an internal training match. The football was still waiting quietly in the goal, but AC Milan's players had forgotten to take it to the center circle to start again. Istanbul, it was destined to be just a miracle that existed in the long river of history that has disappeared. The reason why miracles are called miracles is that they cannot be replicated. AC Milan's desire to achieve a turnaround by replicating miracles at the bottom of the valley is no different from a gambler who has lost all his money and borrowed money to make up for his losses. It is destined to lose everything. The deafening Istanbul shouts during the game interruption seemed more like the last elegy for the sleepless night 4 years ago. The metabolism of football is so fast that in the blink of an eye, the Milan dynasty has become old. This night in Istanbul is destined to be a sad place for Milan fans. Kaka, who was deeply involved in transfer rumors, was depressed throughout the game. The commentator couldn't even hear the name of this core figure of Milan. The depression of the soul was a microcosm of Milan's overall performance on this night. The cheers are endless. There is only one winner, and tonight, he stands opposite Milan. Nicolas Gigi used 2 goals to make his name resounding throughout the world, but this is destined not to be the Guanrang of Milan, because this young England no longer belongs to San Siro from the first second after the game ends. The end of the last game is the day when Gigi completes the loan contract and returns to St. James, the Angel of San Siro, that is God's favorite, on the sidelines of the football field. In the night wind of Ataturko, some people left their seats. Some were in tears, some were ecstatic, some were crying with joy, some had blank eyes, and some were so anxious. Waiting doesn't take long. Point force. The whistle of the trial sounded, the red and black retreated and disappeared, and the black and white set off the most violent and beautiful waves. The Hammers on the Newcastle bench rushed to the field like crazy, and the AC Milan players on the field left the green field as if they were fleeing. The cheers made the stadium tremble, and Lee Tongfan raised his hands high in the eyes of thousands of people. It was a condescending gesture of overlooking, rule the world, champions, Newcastle. The moment the whistle sounded, colleagues around me rushed forward. Zaowina's high-power camera lens was aimed at the box in the stands. As far as the eye could see, the bearded Russian man with a shy smile was applauding. Beside him, Wang King supported the 2 old people and looked at them with a smile. He was paying homage to thousands of creatures in the field. Through the camera lens, the girl could clearly see that the gentle jade-like smile still bloomed quietly on the delicate face of the woman who made her jealous. It was not the same as the 2 times 60 minutes ago and 30 minutes ago. What's the difference? However, the girl reporter suddenly realized that what she really didn't understand was herself. Maybe she doesn't understand football or his career, but she has always trusted him and supported him unconditionally. This is the difference between me and her. Zao. Weena instantly saw the difference between herself and Wang King. Point and Salotti came over, talked softly with Lee Tongbiam, shook hands, and then turned and entered the tunnel. Point countless shots helped mark this moment in history. Point the Newcastle players were jubilant. Podolski was draped in the German flag. Thornton threw his shin pads into the stands. Ronaldo was busy asking for the phone number of the beautiful spectators in the stands. This is the moment of victory, and soon, they will receive the Bertoni trophy from UEFA's Platini, bring it back to England, and bring it to St. James Park, and what will be brought back together is the 4 crowns in the 2008-09 season. King's Glory. This will be the most glorious moment since the establishment of Newcastle Club. Peak moment. The fever is gone, but I started to cough. NND. I insisted on finishing the competition today. More than 9,000 words, and I will try to keep it up tomorrow. The 08-09 season is officially over. Spoiler alert, Crazy Lee's identity will change. Point brothers. I wish you all happiness. Please continue to support Zyodeo and Modifiers. I'm back. Chapter 511. The whole world is shocked. The world-famous historical city of Istanbul witnessed the glory of Newcastle's 4 crowns when Michael Owen took over the championship trophy from Platini. Amidst the sky full of confetti, the Magpie Legion descended on the world and looked down for life! Exclamation mark. In every corner of the world, as long as there is football, fans will look up to that Chinese man with his hands on his hips, who is as majestic as a god under the spotlight of Ataturko. In La Liga, Champions League, Premier League, UEFA Cup, God's conquering footsteps have already passed through too many areas. Countless reporters, like the most loyal servants, humbly surrounded him. The flashes of camera lenses were like thunder and lightning, which were offering the most gorgeous hymn. Istanbul, night, conquest. The magnificent and exotic scenery of Turkey could not stop the Newcastle Hammers from returning. On the second day, after winning the championship, the heroes of St. James boarded the return plane and brought the Bertoni trophy back to England. At London International Airport, tens of thousands of Newcastle fans streamed into the airport. This was a rare scene of jubilation. Fans wearing black and white jerseys came like a tide. They were waiting at the airport like pilgrims. When Irving and Taylor walked out of the cabin holding the championship trophy high, the crowd was like, after burning the fuse, the explosive bag finally exploded impatiently. Afterwards, the police car cleared the way, and numerous private cars drove the Newcastle bus to Newcastle City in a high-profile manner. More fans gathered here, and the crazy and grand scene was even worse than the previous Magpies winning the Premier League championship. Newcastle has become a sea of joy for the 4th time this season. And the biggest hero, Crazy Lee, received the most shouts. Portraits of Crazy Lee were flying everywhere in the sea of people. Some were giving middle fingers, some were putting their hands on their hips, some were angrily scolding reporters and referees, and some were wearing sunglasses to look cool. When Lee Tongfan appeared in the city centre square surrounded by the players, there were waves of people in the crowd, and Newcastle, which has become one of the 8 major entertainment cities in the world, fell into a carnival. Long live, long live, long live Madman Lee, long live the champion. The last 2 heavyweight competitions before the end of the 2008-09 season, the UEFA Cup final and the UEFA Champions League final, finally came to a gorgeous conclusion amidst the noise and attention. Although the weight of the UEFA Cup itself is difficult to compare with that of the Champions League final, that has not yet started, the legend shrouded in Crazy Lee and the huge appeal of the Rossoneri still put the most weighty end to the last UEFA Cup final. Newcastle's quadruple crown has become a glory that the entire European continent is competing to spread point when reporting on this heavyweight final. The Times of England use the word destroy to describe everything that happened within 90 minutes at Ataturk Stadium. Crazy Lee's team destroyed AC Milan. There is no doubt that the huge score of 5-2 also made the night in Istanbul the most exciting final in the history of the UEFA Cup in recent years. The pro-Magpie observer, adhering to the tradition of cheering for Madman Lee, set the tone for this game with Newcastle, created all 7 goals. The article even made fun of Ancelotti. Master tactician Carlo Ancelotti put all Milan's attackers on the cold bench. He chose Newcastle player Nicolas Gigi. I can't help but wonder. I wonder when Gigi will return to St James next season. Who will the Milan coach rely on to score goals at San Siro? The rest of England was naturally not to be far behind. For a time, in Great Britain, the major newspapers and tabloids were all filled with reports of Newcastle winning the 4 crowns. Lightning plus nuclear bomb plus aliens. The luxurious striker is indestructible. 4 crowns. The rise of a dynasty. Thomas Muller, a rising star. 3-4-3. The craziest final lineup in history. Crazy Magpies attack wildly. England style attack overturns Serie A defense. Crazy Lee creates another classic. The UEFA Cup final becomes a historical swan song. Newcastle's attacking power is frightening, beating Barcelona to be the best in Europe. Absolute superstar, Juan Mata, kicking off Milan's championship dream. 08-09. A perfect season in black and white exclusively for the Magpies. Unlike the English, who are immersed in joy, the media in other top leagues appear to be much more rational. Their eyes are more focused on the performance of the players in the game, the tactical arrangements of the head coaches of both sides, and even the performance of the referee. Although flash killer Michael Owen became the official best player in the final with 2 assists and 1 goal, the player with the most eye-catching performance on the night in Istanbul was not on the side of the victor Newcastle. But it was Nicolas Gigi who once used a goal to push Crazy Lee into a desperate situation. This handsome 18-year-old boy, affectionately called the Angel of San Siro by Milan fans, became famous with his arcing long shot and an authentic 30-meter drop ball. Ancelotti insisted on using Gigi's tactical arrangement. He also escaped media criticism. Gazzetta dello Sport even exaggeratedly said, "At that moment, I seemed to see Inzaghi and El Piero playing together." Although Milan finally lost to Istanbul again, Gigi raised his reputation to another level with 2 goals. For the English teenager, this is a personal victory. Germany's total market estimates the English teenager's new market value at £30 million. This figure, throughout the history of European football, is the pinnacle of all 18-year-old players. Even Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo and Atletico Madrid, the superstars who are at the peak of their powers, have reached this level of worth when they were 18 years old. Germany's Bild focused its attention on the meritorious coach, It unabashedly praised Crazy Lee's courage. It believed that under the general trend of the world attaching importance to defense, it was Crazy Lee's courageous use that had long been thrown into the garbage of history. The crazy 3-4-3 formation in the box caught the star-studded AC Milan off guard and established a 3-goal lead in the first half. Otherwise, facing a slow-heating model like AC Milan team, the final winner is still unknown. French newspaper L'Equipe congratulated Newcastle on their victory in a worried tone, but they devoted more words to worrying about the next season. The fighting power displayed by the new Premier League champions in Istanbul was shocking. Madman Lee personally released a terrifying devil. After conquering the domestic league, Newcastle finally qualified for the Champions League. Starting today, talk about winning the big league. As the favorites of the Year Cup, I think we not only have to mention Chelsea, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Barcelona. Newcastle will also become a force that cannot be ignored. The rise of the Magpies, the oldest noble in England, has been unstoppable. A UEFA Cup final can cause such a tsunami-like noise in the European media circle. This is something that has never happened in the past 2 decades, however, just when the noise was still raging. Another thing slowly attracted the attention of all Europe. The 2008-2009 UEFA Champions League final was held at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, Italy. The two teams competing at the top of Europe are the Red Devils Manchester United and La Liga giant Barcelona. This game is seen as a direct confrontation between the two post-80s superstars C. Ronaldo and Leo Messi. It is also seen as a coach between the Godfather Ferguson and the new champion coach Guardiola. If you use judging from the tone of the English media, it can be seen as a decisive battle for the Premier League to defend the title of the world's first league. Hundreds of thousands of fans gathered at the Olympic Stadium in Rome, looking forward to a battle between dragons and tigers. However, the process of the game surprised everyone. The Red Devils were like a tiger with its teeth pulled out during the game, being firmly suppressed by Barcelona and unable to fight back. In a normal game, Manchester United did not show any 2 points, a suppressive defeat. Barcelona defeated the Premier League giants 2-0. The result of the game caused the English media, which was clamoring to win the UEFA Cup and Champions League titles before the game, to collapse. No one thought that Manchester United would be so vulnerable in front of Barcelona. The superstar C. Ronaldo, who was highly expected by the people, fell into a cycle of one-on-one fights after a flash of brilliance in the first 15 minutes of the game. However, rival Leo Messi scored a wonderful header. This game in the leadership battle of the new generation of stars, C. Ronaldo was completely defeated. After the game, the Portuguese superstar threw his jersey angrily and was captured by the media. In connection with the rumors that Real Madrid acquired Ronaldo that had been circulating before the game, the astute media had already captured something. The European League in the 2008-2009 season only belongs to 2 teams, Barcelona and Newcastle. The former embarked on a dream path under the leadership of coach Guardiola and firmly suppressed the century-old rival Real Madrid in its home league. And the latter, under the transformation of Crazy Lee, embarked on the road of unstoppable rise. These 2 teams will compete in the European Super Cup before the start of next season. Impatient fans can't wait for the showdown between the two. Guardiola's emergence in the coaching industry is quite similar to that of Crazy Lee. One hopes that this Catalan classic number 4 will surprise. However, before that, European football was in unstoppable chaos. Because the summer transfer market is about to begin. This summer in European football is destined to be a year that will be recorded in history. 3 teams are predicted by the media to become the protagonists of the transfer market. Real Madrid, Manchester City, Newcastle. The first 2 teams both have huge amounts of money, but performed poorly in the season that just ended. Both the fans and the club management were angry and vowed to spend money and buy superstars to compete for the upcoming 2009 season. Various championships in the 10th season. The reason why Newcastle was listed in the top 3 by the media is completely opposite to the first 2 teams. The media gave the reason why the Magpies can become the protagonist of the transfer market. There are any players in Europe at the Rick Bottom training base. A player that every big team wants to have. In other words, Newcastle is a player supermarket in the eyes of the media. The Magpies have made a sensation this season. Many players on the team have suddenly become hot superstars across Europe from obscurity. They are young, impactful, and hungry for honors. More importantly, they are so lucky to have such great success in their careers. I met a head coach like God on the sidelines of football in my early days, so I haven't tasted the cruelty of professional football yet. And such players are more likely to be tempted. Many people acknowledge Crazy Lee's personal charm and tough tactics, but they also have to see that in the context of commercial football. Newcastle's inherent financial deficiencies compared to other giants put them in a passive position in the transfer market. If sky-high prices hit Newcastle clubs and players one by one, there is no guarantee that something shocking will not happen. What's more, some people speculate maybe Crazy Lee will accumulate wealth by selling major players on a large scale. After all, from the perspective of the club's long-term development, this is indeed a wise move, because this guy's ability to dig out rough jade out of thin air is better than Wenger is much better, and God will not be afraid of not having stars. With sufficient funds, Crazy Lee can use another 2 or 3 years to build a new Magpie core and sweep across Uni. Over a period of time, rumors about player transfers have become more and more numerous, like Willow Catkins floating in March, so many that you can't even count them. Manchester United offers £25 million for League One court legend Benzema. Kaka is determined to leave Bucero and has initialed a transfer contract with Real Madrid. See Ronaldo. The Premier League has no motivation. I want to change the environment. King Ibu of Misa bids farewell to Apennines. Real Madrid wants to buy Newcastle. Angel Wings. Juan Mata from the main force to the fringe. Crespo's separation has occurred. Real Madrid and Barcelona compete for the ultimate sword of the Bat Legion. Liverpool intends to bring in former Golden Boy Michael Owen. Various transfer rumors have dazzled the eyes of fans. While the stars are vacationing leisurely on the beach with beauties in swimsuits and bikinis, the fans are living a life of pain and happiness. On the one hand, they are frightened and afraid that their favorite stars will be sold by the club overnight. On the other hand, they are eagerly waiting for the big name stars promised by the club to join. In order to get the latest transfer news, major media outlets use all kinds of methods such as honey traps, counterintuitive schemes, theft, and bribery. Even if they are fabricated, the latest superstar news is published every hour, every minute, and every second every day, in newspapers, magazines and websites. At this chaotic moment, when the fireworks were getting more and more eye-catching, an announcement was published on the official website of the Newcastle club. It was like the Fat Man and Little Boy that the United States threw at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which instantly made the whole world stunned. We regret to announce that Mr. Lee Tongfan, the great head coach who has made an indelible contribution to the club's revival and brought 5 championships to the fans in 1.5 seasons, will no longer serve as the team's head coach due to personal reasons. We assure all Newcastle fans that we will find a suitable head coach as soon as possible. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. This is definitely the most unbelievable announcement in world football since the end of the 2008-2009 season. Madman Lee, who owns more than half of the shares of the prosperous Newcastle United and coached the team to an undefeated record, actually resigned from the position of head coach of the Magpies. How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. Just like hearing someone say that the fat woman next door is actually the Virgin Mary, many people expressed doubts immediately when they heard this absurd news. However, when they hurriedly went online and saw Newcastle, after seeing the announcement in black and white on the club's official website and confirming from mobile phones, computers and even calendars that today is not actually April Fool's Day, all the doubters opened their mouths. Some people hope that the truth is that Newcastle's official website was actually hacked by hackers who were jealous of the Magpies. The club's hotline was in a frenzied state and was completely blocked within 10 seconds of the announcement. The most intense reaction was from the Newcastle fans. If there is anyone who is indispensable for the current Magpies team, there is no doubt that all the Magpies fans will point at Crazy Lee. Only this man who came to the seaport city with the color of myth can win the game. In just 1.5 years, a team in the relegation circle of the Premier League has been transformed into a super team that is feared by everyone in Europe. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the first thing countless Newcastle fans did was to put down everything they were doing and gather in the direction of St James Park from their homes, offices, buses, train stations or airports. The crowd was crowded, and the vehicles roared. It was like a strike parade that had never happened in a century. After confirming the authenticity of the news, everyone's first reaction was why? Why did Madmanley resign as Newcastle manager? What could be more attractive than being a boss and a coach at the same time, making a fortune? Facts have proven how wise his move to acquire Newcastle a year and a half ago was. At least now he is a super rich man with a net worth of over 100 million. Moreover, as long as he continues to work, he will definitely be able to accumulate more in a short period of time. More incredible wealth and fame. Did his head get hit by a brick falling from the sky? Was it caught by his own door panel? Was he kicked by a Sicilian donkey? Obviously, Newcastle United had long anticipated the shock of this news, so soon after the official website announced the announcement, it issued another announcement, saying that it would hold a press conference the next day, to explain all the doubts to all fans. First update point Daozi thanks the brothers and sisters who have been rewarding and supporting yesterday, today, and before. Thank you. I will quickly code the second update. Chapter 512 Mysterious System Rewards. The world is in chaos. Time goes back 2 days. Night point. The night is as cool as water. Newcastle City East Seaside Villa Point. Madmanley's Villa Point. Wanking and He Feng are preparing dinner in the living room. Liang is watching a TV program on the Chinese station, and Li Tongfan has locked himself in the study of the villa, turning on the Hamageo book laptop. The aftermath of the championship has not yet dissipated. After participating in the fanatical championship celebration ceremony, the team disbanded and entered the vacation period. The players' championship bonuses will be divided into their respective bank accounts according to the proportion, and the Hammers can start their leisure vacation trip after returning to the villa with his family. Taking advantage of the short gap before dinner, Li Tongfan escaped into the study and began to collect various system rewards after winning the championship in the FM 2009 system. Due to the long-standing habit, when Leoli went into the study, no one would come in to disturb him. The study almost became a forbidden area in this villa. Turn on the computer, run the FM 2009 system, and after loading the save file, countless system reminder boxes popped up at once. Ding dong. Player Li Tongfan, you led Newcastle to win the UEFA Cup in the 08-09 season, and received the system reward character points, 70 points. Ding dong. Player Li Tongfan, because you are lucky enough to have the last Bertoni trophy in the history of the European League forever. The system special rewards are as follows. Crowmouth points, 3 points. Climate points, 2 points. Destruction points, 3 points. Scandal points, 2 points. Seeing this system reminder box, Li Tongfan was so happy that his teeth almost broke. What a great luck. FIFA's reform of the UEFA Cup and the Europa League, which was nothing to do with Leoli, was actually not fooled by this idiot, and happened to get the last Bertoni Cup. According to UEFA regulations, the champion of the last UEFA Cup can keep the trophy forever. This time, he accidentally got a special reward from the FM 2009 system. These points are usually more valuable than gold. If you don't complete some super system tasks, you can't get them at all. I didn't expect them to be delivered to my door so easily. It can be said that no matter how hard you try, you can get them without any effort. After the fun, reporter Leoli looked down. Ding dong, because you defeated Carlo Ancelotti, who is in the top 15 of the system's head coach rankings. The system rewards ability points, 2 points. Ding dong, because Newcastle player Michael Owen was elected the best player in the 08-09 League Cup final. The system rewards 5 points of character points. Ding dong, because Newcastle player Michael Owen was elected the top scorer of the 08-09 League Cup. The system rewards 5 points of character points. Ding dong, because Newcastle player Juan Mata was elected the most valuable player of the 08-09 League Cup. System rewards. Ding dong. Alan Smith, Ushervin, David Thornton, Stephen Taylor. 7 players were selected. Best team. Rewards. Ding dong. Li Tongfan drooled as he moved the mouse and clicked confirm. clearing the system reminder boxes that filled the entire Book LCD screen. He almost split his mouth muscles with laughter and only cleared all the reminder boxes until his right index finger, which was constantly clicking the mouse, was about to cramp, and then he cleared all the reminder boxes. The victory in the League Cup allowed the sultry man to win a lot of money again. All the competitions of this season have ended. When it was time to count at the end of the season, Leoli took out his computer and started the most primitive and simple addition and subtraction. Soon, everything was calculated clearly. Character points, a total of 420 points. Ability points, 2 points, the rest have been consumed immediately. Freedom points, 18 points. Destruction points, 4 points. Crow-mouth points, 5 points. Scandal points, 4 points. Climate points, 3 points. Star change points, 0 points. Anti-elimination fragments, 2/5 pieces. After counting all his belongings, Leoli stopped grinning. He thought to himself that it was not impossible for Newcastle to continue to defeat all enemies and achieve great feats for generations to come with these cheating methods, unless they encountered some evil system tasks. Speaking of system tasks, Leoli suddenly remembered that the first stage, Rise to Fame, of the super powerful system task, Cultivation of Superstars, he had received, should have been completed. I wonder if there will be any rewards. Thinking of this, Leoli quickly moved the mouse and clicked the button to enter the system task page. Sure enough, there was a new change. The golden progress bar symbolizing the first stage of the giant system task, Rise to Fame, has turned to 100%, which also means that this task has been fully completed. Behind the golden task progress bar, there is another click button. Confirm. Leoli did not hesitate to move the mouse and click it. A yellow light rose on the screen, like a swirling whirlwind, covering the entire screen, and then disappeared in an instant. Leoli looked again, and the content displayed on the LCD screen had changed. The second stage of the giant system task, showing the strength, was triggered, and the task progress bar once again turned to 0%. The second phase of the mission, Revelation and Excellence, detailed mission description. After a year of training, Nicholas Gigi has made his own name in international football. Gamer Lee Tongfan, you need to help Gigi prove to the world in the next year that he is not a shooting star. Mission goal, domestic reputation, rises to 5,000. International reputation, rises to 5,000. Leoli patiently read all the information and had a rough idea in his mind. The second stage of the giant bull level mission is not too difficult, but it is not simple either, because the higher the data is, the more difficult it will be. If Gigi has already achieved such results and wants to further enhance his reputation, he must help the little guy do a few big things. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan clicked the mouse to enter the system database and check Gigi's current 2 reputation values. The query results made old Lee almost jump with joy. International reputation 4,000. Domestic reputation 4,500. This kind of data is almost the same as the requirement of completing the second phase mission goal, revealing the majestic 5,000. It seems that Gigi's performance in the past season has exceeded the requirements of the FM 2009 system by far. This is a good sign. As for why Gigi's domestic reputation is 500 points higher than international reputation, it is probably because on the one hand, Gigi is an Englishman, and on the other hand, it is due to the English media, which is good at creating stars. Lee Tongfan quickly figured out the key point. Finally, Leoli focused his attention on the possibility of receiving system rewards after completing the first phase of the giant bull level system task, Cultivation of a Superstar, Rise to Fame. According to the FM 2009 system Gang's introduction, every time you complete a stage of the task, you may get a mysterious reward. The word mysterious reward tickled the man's heart like a kitten's claws. He couldn't wait to know what it would be, so without any hesitation, he quickly clicked the mouse to receive the mission reward. The veil of the mysterious reward was unveiled in an instant. Ding dong. Player Lee Tongfan, congratulations on completing the first stage of the giant bull level system task. The mysterious reward you get after completing this stage of the task is Super Entertainment Life Experience System. Super. Entertainment life experience system. What is this? Lee Tongfan was dumbfounded. It's neither points nor fragments. What's the use of this thing? 2 days later, tens of thousands of Magpies fans soon gathered near the St. James Park Stadium. They had the same reaction as Real Madrid fans back then. They absolutely could not accept the head coach suddenly waving away at this time. You must know that the Magpies still have there are too many honors that have not been achieved, such as the European Champions League next season. If Crazy Lee leaves, who else can lead the Magpies to kill everyone and compete in the Champions League like they did last season? In the eyes of fans, the departure of Crazy Lee is simply more unacceptable and terrifying than the sky falling. Reporters from major media outlets also swarmed in after hearing the news. Some even ran away with their shoes, wearing big pants, and carrying cameras, and rushed over in a panic. The square in front of the stadium was already surrounded by water. To their disappointment, Crazy Lee did not appear in public for a whole afternoon. I know that everyone has great doubts about Lee's resignation, and I also understand that fans and friends have established a cordial relationship with Lee in 1 year. However, things are irreversible. Lee loves this club and loves this club with this team he built by himself. However, please believe that Lee did this out of necessity and difficulties. The saddest person to make such a decision is Lee himself. The team's assistant coach, Alan Shearer, who has supreme authority among Newcastle fans, appeared in front of the camera and patiently persuaded the excited fans to go back first. Lee will hold a press conference tomorrow afternoon to inform all fans and media friends, explain the reasons for his departure, and announce his next plans. In the end, Alan Shearer tried his best to persuade most of the fans to go back. However, until nightfall, there were still some infatuated fans waiting hard in the front square. I hope to see that familiar figure again. The explosive news that Crazy Lee resigned as Newcastle coach instantly eclipsed the transfer rumors of various superstars that filled the sky in European football. At this time, even the craziest football fans have no time to pay attention to Ronaldo, Kaká or Ibrahimovic's adultery with the La Liga duo, nor do they have time to pay attention to the relationship between Sir Alex Ferguson and Benzema. The glances back and forth between football has once again stirred up a storm because of this crazy Chinese. Everyone is waiting for the explanation given by Crazy Lee at the press conference on June 3rd. People want to know what this madman wants to do next. Second update today. Crazy Lee's new identity will be revealed tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Shock. At the press conference, June 3rd. Newcastle, England. The weather in the seaport city in June has been quite mild, and today is another sunny and windless day. The sun is showing its charm hard. When the sun is at noon, it can already give people a bit of a scorching feeling. However, it is a dark day for all Newcastle fans. The legendary coach Madman Lee, who had just brought the team the supreme glory of 4 championships, announced his resignation as head coach, causing an uproar around the world. The official press conference will be held in an hour, along with the internal news release of St. James. The hall officially begins. Reporters from all over the world poured into the stadium like bees returning to their hive, while tens of thousands of fans were waiting in the square in front of St. James Stadium. This large electronic screen was erected in the square to broadcast the content of the press conference live. England, the national television station, also bought out the exclusive rights to broadcast the conference and broadcast it live to the world. It was not as loud as expected. Assistant coach Shearer's speech yesterday gave many fans a bad feeling. They did not chant slogans such as "Lee, please stay." The square was very quiet. Under the scorching sun, no one held an umbrella. Fans are waiting for the final answer to be revealed soon. The large electronic screen that had been dark flashed with light, and everything in the press conference hall in the stadium was displayed on the big screen. Tens of thousands of fans became restless, but soon became quiet again. They were afraid that missed every word at the press conference. 30 minutes later, the press officer announced that the press conference had officially begun. Point under the spotlight, that familiar figure walked out from the background, came to the interview table and sat down, and suddenly there was a crackling flash. Manchester Ferguson sat quietly on the sofa alone, turning on the TV on time. He was also paying attention to that person's press conference, and when he first learned that Crazy Lee resigned as Newcastle head coach, he spit out the coffee in his mouth in surprise. At that time, the old Sir Alex had calmed down a lot. Although he is a relentless enemy on the court, Ferguson wants to know the reason more than ordinary fans. On television. Point. That annoying guy is talking. Thank you to everyone who has followed me. Yes, as you can see, I have resigned as the head coach of Newcastle United. I know this is a difficult decision for many Magpies fans to accept, and it is not. I'm overconfident. I know that Newcastle cannot do without me now. Seeing this, Ferguson's mouth drew a wrinkled arc. Point. Although they are mortal enemies, the legendary Scottish old man has to admit that the arrogant guy is absolutely right. Now that Newcastle has left Crazy Lee, it is like a tiger with its teeth removed, posing a threat to the traditional top four. Sex is greatly reduced. Ferguson didn't know what kind of mood he was feeling now. Point. To be honest, he once had the idea of letting Crazy Lee take over his job. If Manchester United can get such a head coach, it can at least guarantee its competitiveness in the next 40 years. But what I want to emphasize is that making such a decision is also a very difficult decision for myself. I love Newcastle so deeply, I love my players so much, and of course, there are those lovely fans. It's still the living room. Point. Still a person. Point. Professor Wenger also sat upright on the sofa, quietly watching this world famous press conference. Just listen to the guy on TV continue to say the reason why I resigned as the head coach of the club is very simple. On the TV screen, Crazy Lee pointed at his head. In the latest physical examination, the doctor told me that there was a growth in my brain that should not have existed in the first place. I must stop any mental work immediately and prepare for surgery. Otherwise, the guy on the TV camera made a kick with his eyes closed and then laughed, pretending to be relaxed. Wenger didn't notice that his brows knitted together uncontrollably at this moment. Point. Buzz. There was chaos among reporters in the St. James press conference hall. Point. Although countless experts and scholars had predicted countless possibilities before this, no one thought that the reason why Crazy Lee actually resigned was because, although the man sitting behind the interview table spoke very vaguely, everyone knows that if something grows in the brain that should not exist, 80 to 90% of the time it will be a tumor. Brain tumor. This is a terrible term, synonymous with death. Point. Although he is famous all over the world, in the final analysis, Crazy Lee is just a young man under the age of 30. The reporters stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to ask next. Point. Countless people shed tears in this sunny square, in a public place surrounded by tens of thousands of people. These most loyal Newcastle fans who were waiting carefully for that person to give their answer also did not expect that the truth was actually like this. Tens of thousands of fans looked at each other, just like in a crucial and fierce final. When the game was about to end, the opponent suddenly scored an incredible law. They held their heads with their hands, opened their mouths and let out incredible exclamations. I will undergo further examinations by doctors tonight to determine whether there is still a possibility of recovery and whether there is still a chance to continue as a professional football coach. So, from today on, I have only one identity, that is, the owner of Newcastle Club. I promise all the fans who care about the team, the club will find a head coach who can lead the team to continue to gain honors in the short term, ignoring the more than 200 reporters who were in a daze below. Laoli continued with a wink. The club's investment will not be reduced in the slightest because of my affairs. Whether it is the new head coach or the players, I believe that, when the time comes, as the chairman of the club, I will definitely be able to bring everyone a surprise. Some people in the reporter group below were stunned. Why did Crazy Lee look so lewd and hippie-like? He clearly didn't look like a person with a brain tumor. Could it be that this guy has reached the legendary realm of life cultivation, of not being shocked by life and death? and not being changed by honor and disgrace. After saying all this, Lee Tongfan stood up and left the press conference hall from the backstage passage without stopping for a moment. The reporters underground realized that it was too late to stop him. The flashlights were flying all over the sky like silver thunderbolts to bid farewell to the God King. Some people were still shouting, "Crazy Mr. Lee, you haven't revealed whether it is benign or malignant. Crazy. Mr. Lee, is this true or false? Crazy. Mr. Lee, crazy, Lee." Tongfan left from the backstage passage and walked to the chairman's office inside the stadium. He opened the door and Ito Yun was waiting inside with a serious face. Old Lee didn't say anything and sat quietly on the chair instantly. Ito Yun rushed over like a monkey with a burning butt, put 3 fingers on Leo Lee's wrist, and frowned tightly. After a while, he pressed the artery behind Lee Tongfan's ear. A quarter of an hour later, he sighed and said, "It's strange. From the perspective, no matter how you look at it, you don't look like a short-lived ghost, Leo." Lee grinned, squeezed out a joke, and tried to liven up the atmosphere. "Stupid young man, what are you talking about? I have a tumor. It doesn't mean I have to die." But there was no smile on Ito Yun's face. Suddenly, he became like a lion whose mate was taken away, roaring angrily, "You have a tumor. Why are you still hesitating? Go to the hospital quickly. Why do you care about those damn reporters or those shitty fans? And hold a press conference. Are you stupid?" Fuck, bang, hiss. Emotions were like a car that lost control on the highway. Ito Yun was so angry that he kicked the trash can at his feet. He wanted to curse something, but he finally opened his mouth and uttered weakly, "Fuck." Leo was stunned. Such a reaction, not worthy of being an old classmate for many years, although Ito Yun has been by his side in the past few years. Due to his busy schedule, the relationship between the two is more like a boss to a subordinate. Although this guy's lazy and has no integrity, he always completes everything he arranges meticulously. Looking back, Leo Lee suddenly realized that did he treat his old classmate a little unfairly? Lee Tongfan blinked shamelessly, cursing in his heart that this damn welfare system actually gave me a tumor. It won't really fucking kill me, right? However, his thoughts have involuntarily returned to 3 days ago. Time goes back to 3 days ago. It's still the study room. Super entertainment life experience system. What kind of reward is this? How come I haven't heard of any reward system before? When Leo Lee saw that he had received such a mysterious reward after completing the first stage of the giant system task, fame, he was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether it was good or bad. NND, check it out first, then say, moving the mouse and clicking on the screen. Leo Lee spent 1 point of character points to enter the system database and began to query various information about the Super Entertainment Life Experience system. Fortunately, when the system database has been expanded to 55%, Lee Tongfan really missed a lot of information about this mysterious reward. Are you tired of being a football coach? The Super Entertainment Life Experience system will provide gamers with a short-term opportunity to experience other roles in the football world. Choose to use the Super Entertainment Life Experience system. You will lose your job as a head coach in the short term, but at the same time, you can choose one of the following football world roles, and the system will help you quickly transform into the role you choose. First, a professional football player who dominates the field. Second, a sports reporter who can call the wind and rain. Third, a high-ranking football official. Fourth, an experienced and famous referee. Fifth, a world-renowned football commentator. Sixth, the chairman of any football club. Seventh, a crazy fan who can run naked on any field without being punished. Eighth, Super Entertainment Life Experience system is a short-term reward of welfare nature. The longest time limit will not exceed 1 year. It takes a certain amount of character points to activate the system. After the system expires, it will automatically disappear, and the player will become the head coach of the football world again. When playing the selected role, the system will give you some new abilities, which will disappear with the expiration of the welfare system. Solemn reminder, after using this welfare system, there will be very incredible things happening. Please use it with caution. So, that's it. Lee Tongfan checked all the information about Super Entertainment Life Experience System in the FM 2009 system database and sat in front of the Hammer book for a while. For some reason, in his subconscious, Leoli instinctively felt that this seemingly useless welfare system seemed to be of great help to him. However, no matter how Leoli pressed his temples, he couldn't figure it out. MLGBD, don't think about it, it's more important to do business. Since he couldn't figure it out, Leoli turned his face and ruthlessly threw this Super Entertainment Life Experience system aside and started to do another very important thing, system upgrade 082210. Taking out the pirated CD that was more valuable than the largest diamond in the world from the safe. Lee Tongfan opened the CD drive of the new laptop Hammer Best book he bought not long ago, inserted the CD, and started to install the system. According to the experience of the previous two system upgrades, as long as the pirated disk is reinstalled on the new laptop, and then the old archive file is copied over, and a certain amount of character points is paid, the system upgrade can be easily completed. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, the new laptop Hammer Best book sent a prompt sound indicating that the system installation was completed. Leoli calmly leaned over to take a look and saw that the FM 2010 icon was already on the desktop menu. This is a small square icon. The color completely different from the sky blue of FM 2009, just like the paint on the face of a special forces soldier, but a little darker. In the middle of the square, the two Arabic numerals of 10 in fiery yellow are very eye-catching. It's done. Leoli moved the big swivel chair under his buttocks and slid to the front of the Hammer book, ready to copy the game archive of the past year. At this time, as if by telepathy, the last reminder box popped up on the screen of the Hammer book. Crazy Lee will be the chairman of the club for a while, about half a year. Then he will come back and fight in the 2010 World Cup. Of course, it's not the Chinese team. The system will give Crazy Lee, the chairman, new functions to continue to show off. As for the coaching candidate, everyone can recommend it. Those with personality will wrestle with Leoli, the coquettish chairman. As for the tumor, that's not a lie. Crazy Lee is also very depressed. He was played by the system. Fortunately, it's not serious. The second update will be around 11 o'clock. Brothers, please bear with me for now, and let me adjust my state. I will soon be able to return to the habit of updating at noon, and in the evening. Chapter 514 Cause and Effect, Storms, and Cloud Surge. Sorry, just when I was about to finish writing, I received a call from a relative. I chatted patiently for half an hour, but the upload time was late. Forgive me, brothers. This chapter has 5,000 words, which is enough for 9,000 words today. Ding dong. The system is counting the end of the season. Gamer Lee Tongfan, in the 2008-2009 season, your Newcastle team's winning rate was 92.365%, and you have accumulated character points. You have accumulated ability points. Continue. The number of system tasks is. Congratulations. After the comprehensive evaluation by this system, your coaching level has been raised to intercontinental level. Your performance this season has been comprehensively evaluated by the system as C level. From the character points required for FM 2010 are 350 points. MLGBD. Leoli gritted his teeth and the upgrade fee increased again. I remember that when upgrading the system for the first time, it only required 250 character points. Could it be that FM was also affected by the inflation caused by the recent financial crisis? Click OK to clear the reminder box. After shutting down the FM 2009 system, Leoli found the game archive of the 2008-2009 season in the computer hard drive and transferred it to the Hammer Best book through the mobile hard drive. There was a designated folder for FM 2010. Then, click on the FM 2010 icon on the computer desktop, and Lee Tongfan starts to run FM 2010. After entering the main menu, search for Zundang and load. 0.10%, 0.20%, 0.40%, 0.50%. When the progress bar for reading archives reached 50%, as expected by Lee Tongfan, it suddenly stopped, and a system reminder box popped up on the LCD screen. Ding dong. This system upgrade will cost 350 character points, including system database, player data, new player loading, Chinese system upgrade, FM upgrade, scouting tool upgrade, etc. Do you want to confirm? Nonsense. Can you not confirm it? Li Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked confirm. The progress bar continues to read -60%, 0.80%, 0.90%, 0.100%. Ding. Dang. The system has been upgraded from 2009 to 2010. Gamer Li Tongfan, you can continue your FM game journey. Due to the system upgrade, some functions will be changed. After the reminder box disappeared, the Hummer Best Book LCD screen flashed, and a strange brilliance flashed in the study. The game quickly entered the world of FM 2010. The operating system of FM 2010 is roughly the same as that of 2009, but there are some small changes. The starting time of the game is June 1st, 2009, exactly the same as the time in the real world. It took Leoli a few minutes to quickly become familiar with the operation of FM 2010. He moved the mouse smoothly and clicked continue game. He wanted to go forward a few days to see if he could get any interesting news. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ding dong. Gamer Li Tongfan, because you acquired Newcastle Club, you violated the rules of the FM series game. As a punishment, 300 character points will be deducted. Do you want to confirm? At that time, Li Tongfan felt like he had died on the computer screen, because now Leoli's remaining character points were less than 200 when fully played. If 300 points were deducted, wouldn't it be like seeking death? However, before Leoli could complete the great feat of crashing into the computer, he heard a slight knock on the door from outside, and Wang Qing's soft voice came, Zutao, dinner is ready, come out and eat. Leoli did not click the OK button, but clicked X to temporarily close the system madness, and temporarily stopped continuing to speculate on the game. While eating, Li Tongfan was still thinking about what just happened. While picking up vegetables, this is a huge problem that must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, as long as you continue the game, even if others die, no one else will know how. You will still be alive when you go to bed at night, and you will probably be dead when you wake up in the morning. It's not possible. I can only exchange anti-erasure fragments for character points. At least I can get 300 character points to escape this disaster. Lord of the River Crab, I'm so damned, what bad luck. While Li Tongfan was thinking wildly, he casually picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, chewing it hard. For some reason, at this moment, Leoli's sensitive nerves told him that the people around the dinner table, there's something wrong with the atmosphere. Why are you looking at me? Leoli found that his parents and Wang Qing were looking at him as if they had seen a ghost, and his heart suddenly became frightened. Could it be? Isn't it spicy? Chew up a large piece of chili pepper in one bite. Wang Qing widened his big black eyes with picturesque features. Aren't you usually most afraid of spicy food? Nonsense. How can braised pork be spicy? Braised Chaotian pepper. Old Li's soul flew to the sky, and he looked intently at the chopsticks. What kind of braised pork was there? The half piece left on the chopsticks was clearly a red hot pepper. A burning sensation suddenly burst out from the depths of Leoli's soul like an unstoppable blowout. Li Tongfan immediately felt difficulty breathing, and his face was painted with crimson paint. Ba ba ba. It's killing me. Come on, give me water. Rinse my mouth out. Leoli jumped up from his chair. The three of them, Li Ying, He Feng, held their bellies and burst into tears. Look at you. You think about those teams all day long, and you are almost turning into a fool. I think you might as well quit that coach and take a rest for a year or two and be a big boss with peace of mind. That's great. Look at us. The man who runs the flour mill in the village is left with his father, so he just hires people to do the work which is needed there. Feng felt sorry for his son, so he quickly handed over a large glass of water and talked a lot. After hearing his mother's complaints, Li Tongfan was about to make a few quibbles when he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. The sultry man patted his head and said, I have something important to do. He stopped eating and ran back to the study point. The other 3 people looked at each other, looking at each other, and they all saw inexplicable looks in each other's eyes. In the study, I thought of it. Haha, MLGBD. I finally came up with a solution to the problem. Lee Tongfan's teeth were almost broken. After hurriedly returning to the computer, Lee Tongfan quickly found the Super Entertainment Life Experience system in the FM 2010 system. Click to enter the system, and after pondering for a moment, he chose to experience the 6th point. The chairman of any club. Ding dong. You choose to use this system to become a club president. Please choose the club you want to control. A drop-down menu appeared on the screen. After clicking the mouse, countless club names appeared, ranging from Cosmos Barcelona to the little-known Chinese Gansu Xianma Tianjin Lokomotiv. They were all included. Leoli originally wanted to become the controller of Barcelona, but after thinking about it, no matter what method the system uses to replace Laporta, it will be too shocking, even if he is not torn to pieces by the angry Newcastle fans. Will also be captured and sliced up for study by the world's hegemon, the United States, so forget it. After much thought, Leoli chose to become the chairman of the Newcastle club. The reason is simple. After all, he is already in this position in the real world, and the public opinion circle is also able to accept such a change point. And, to be honest, Leoli is still really reluctant to let go of the players he has gathered. Newcastle's glory has just begun. Lee Tongfan hopes to continue to help this century-old club go further. Ding dong, you have chosen to become the chairman of Newcastle Club. According to system testing, the real world matches your requirements as high as 88%. The character points required to activate this Super Entertainment Life Experience system are only 30. The time limit is 1 year. You can choose this life experience at any time. Are you finalized? Lee Tongfan clicked OK. There was a trance in front of my eyes. It was no different from when old Lee used character points to instantly master English and Spanish. At that time, old Lee thought that he had kidney deficiency due to too many super-friendly relationships with his hands. Soon, another system reminder box popped up. Ding dong. The way the system takes effect, due to a shadow-like hard object suddenly growing in the brain of Newcastle head coach Lee Tongfan, the FM 2009 system determines that your health is not suitable for the position of Newcastle head coach and will automatically resign. Please resign in the real world. As soon as possible, resign the corresponding position and you will become the chairman of Newcastle Football Club. After seeing it, Leoli was not angry but happy. Just when he was worried that he had no excuse to resign as the head coach of the club, unexpectedly the system was of great help. Leoli shook his head and felt a little dizzy, as if something was really growing in his head. Look up again. When I saw the LCD screen of the Hummer Best book, I was surprised to find that the operating interface of the FM 2009 system had changed. There are a few more small words behind the big line of FM 2010 at the top. Super Entertainment Life Experience System, Newcastle Head Coach Experience. Behind the words, there is a small analog electronic alarm clock that looks like a countdown, which displays 364 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes and 22 seconds. The last number of seconds continued to decrease and soon became 10 seconds. This should be calculating the so-called time limit. When this line of numbers counts down to 0 hours, 0 minutes and 0 seconds, this Super Entertainment Life Experience system will automatically expire. Lee Tongfan did not check the system changes carefully and then clicked Continue Game to push forward the FM 2010 system. This time, there was no system reminder box popping up to punish 300 character points. The system soon changed from June to June. The first has been advanced to June 3rd. However, at this time, the system interface suddenly changed a little. A message interface pops up. This is a new feature. Leoli was delighted and immediately took a closer look. This sight immediately made the sultry man excited. The function of this news interface is really abnormal, because one after another in it, all of them are the transfer news that is quietly being carried out in the world's football world, including which player the club is interested in, the transfer value they are willing to pay for him, the transfer bottom line that the player's club can accept, etc. abnormal, perverted, defying the heavens. You know, this information was originally very confidential. Except for the parties involved, it was difficult for others to know before the transfer was officially confirmed. But now, to Laoli, these things are like beauties in transparent clothes. Watch it however you want. Just imagine, as a club owner, if you can know this information in advance, coupled with FM scouting tools and modifiers, it will be a super killer in the transfer market. This should be the new function that the club chairman gets after the legendary activation of the Super Entertainment Life Experience system, right? Wow, it's simply a killer weapon that pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger, pretends to be rich, and cheats. Laoli's tooth was broken again. After finally calming down his sultry heart, he continued to read and saw a lot of top secret information. At 11 o'clock on June 2nd, Real Madrid offered AC Milan €50 million for Brazilian superstar Kaká. At 9 o'clock on June 3rd, AC Milan stated that it would suspend its stance on restoring Real Madrid's offer for Kaká. They are still waiting for other clubs to provide higher transfer funds. Lee consulted AC Milan's psychological bottom line on Kaká's transfer fee, €65 million. Real Madrid's offer is already very close. In addition, there is also the upstart Premier League club Manchester City who is interested in Kaká, and they are preparing to bid. Through the latest news interface, Laoli also discovered that Manchester City's transfer budget this season is £250 million. Many well-known European players are on its purchase list, including Newcastle main players Juan Mata, Michael Owen, David Thornton. After closing FM 2010, Lee Tongfan sat in front of the table and fell into deep thought. Resigning as the head coach this time will be of great benefit to me without any harm. First of all, according to what I learned when I lost my laptop that time, people whose interests have been touched by me have begun to be dissatisfied due to the continuous monopoly, and my temporary withdrawal will definitely appease these guys. The world of interests is about equality, and everyone. Lee took a step back. Naturally, they couldn't go too far. This was a secret compromise. At least until Laoli's next reincarnation of ruling world football for 4 to 5 years is completed, the conflicts between the two sides can be put to rest. If there must be those guys who don't have the foresight to come and touch the tiger's butt. Laoli glanced at the darkness outside the study window. Tilo Sitang, who was looking for a private bodyguard for Laoli, had already hired a team of 8 tough retired elite special forces from China. It is said that they have experienced countless emergencies. The mission tests the super talented person who never makes mistakes. Now the inside and outside of the villa have been controlled. If a stranger wants to come in, he must be a transformer. Besides, Laoli didn't believe that the extremely sinister and humane FM system could easily kill him. Secondly, taking advantage of this opportunity to temporarily leave the head coach position, in addition to spending a lot of time with his family and solving personal lifelong events, Laoli can also take time off to do many things he wanted to do before, such as discovering young players. The content of the football world is not just about off-field training and on-field games. Finally, just take advantage of this buffer to resolve the conflict between the purpose of acquiring the club and the FM system, and avoid being fined character points in the future. Within a year, Laoli must find a suitable opportunity to transfer Newcastle club transfer. Under the severe persecution of the FM system, Lee Tongfan was destined to be a head coach who always pretended to be a good coach and bounced between major wealthy clubs. God required Laoli's life to be a life of gorgeousness and pretentiousness. After dinner, after thinking about everything clearly, Laoli sat cross-legged on the sofa and chatted easily with his family. At this time, he heard a knock on the door. He was 1.9 meters tall and covered in black suits and leather shoes. He looked like a church building. Zhuang Yan, the leader of the personal bodyguard team who looked like a moving black tower, walked in and handed over a paper bag. Mr. Lee, the urgent mail sent by the postman has been checked and is safe. Be concise and to the point. Laoli thanked him, and Zhuang Yan retreated silently. Opening it, it was a physical examination report handed over by the hospital. A few days ago, before the UEFA Cup final, the Newcastle management organized a physical examination for all members. Leo Lee also participated. According to regulations, the results will be sent to everyone in the next few days. Personal home. Really on time. Leo Lee opened the report sheet and was shocked to see the first line of the doctor's summary column written in black and white. The brain scan found an unknown black shadow mass. It is recommended to come to the hospital for review as soon as possible. Lee. Tongfan gritted his teeth. MLGBD. This system is so effective. It's just a lump. It won't kill people, right? It should disappear automatically in time, right? My heart is in a state of ups and downs. Time goes back to 3 days later. Good things don't go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. The news that Madman Lee was suffering from a brain tumor was spread to every corner of the world by high-tech communication technology, centered in Newcastle, England, causing an uproar. Such a talented coach, such a superstar who has swept across European football without any rivals, was only 28 years old. He suffered from this terrible disease that can almost be equated with death. For a time, everyone was talking about it. Kind people will feel sorry for it. The biggest reactions were from fans in Spain, England, and China. As a place that Crazy Lee has conquered. There are countless Crazy Lee fans in Spain and England, especially Real Madrid fans and Newcastle fans. They crazily admire Crazy Lee. When they learned that their rival was suffering from a potentially fatal illness, at that time, thousands of people voluntarily launched prayer activities. And the Chinese fans are even more worried. It is not easy for the Chinese football world to have such a wonderful phenomenon. All fans in the world football world can finally feel proud and proud. Who knew that such a thing would suddenly happen? Loyal fans can't wait to immediately grab a British foreigner and ask, where in the UK did you raise a tumor in the head of our idol? The media, on the other hand, is constantly fanning the flames at this time. Reports about Crazy Lee's latest condition continue to appear in newspapers, magazines, and websites. Even the big names in the football world have begun to express their own opinions on this matter. With new functions in the identity of chairman, Crazy Lee's short new life is about to begin. Of course, no matter how he changes, he is still the madman who controls everything. Thank you brothers for your support. Daozi will work hard to repay everyone with better, more passionate and crazier stories. Please continue to support Knives and Modifiers. Chapter 515. The sudden changes in the European transfer market. At the forefront of this public opinion storm is, of course, the Sun newspaper, which claims to be all-pervasive and unrivaled in its gossip news. On the day Crazy Lee held a press conference, the Sun newspaper published a small special issue, all with come and report on the hottest super news in Europe. The super famous coach is in danger, and a godfather is about to pass away. This is the most eye-catching headline of the Sun's special issue. The article introduces Crazy Lee's condition in detail and exaggeration, and gives an extremely professional term, congenital ganglioglioma of the scalp. This kind of tumor is a congenital family genetic disease that mostly occurs in people between the ages of 20 and 50. Before the disease occurs, people with this disease will have some incredible superpowers, such as supercomputing power, short-term hallucination foreseeing ability, keen insight. Our reporter speculated that the reason why Madman Lee has such terrifying commanding ability on the court should be a bonus of suffering from this terrible brain tumor. Once the disease enters the onset stage from the incubation period, there is basically no possibility of cure. The Sun's confident and well-founded articles fooled a large number of reading fans. Some angry fans smashed the special issue in their hands to pieces and secretly greeted the Sun's headquarters at night with bricks, wine bottles, stones and even fezzes. Building. In addition to the Sun, countless media outlets have been involved in crazy reports on this matter. God was terminally ill and passed away after winning the prize. Newcastle reborn father regrets farewell to St. James died before leaving the army. The Madman Magpie bursts into tears. Newcastle's renaissance collapses with departure of Madman Lee. The doctor asserts Crazy Lee will only have 2 months left in his life. Of course, it's not all bad news. There are also countless media outlets who know the art of sensationalism, but do the opposite. The shadow in Crazy Lee's head does not exist. Everything is a false alarm. Taking the wrong disease list resulted in a shocking oolong. But Crazy Lee is actually very healthy. Wizard David claims, I can use witchcraft To cure Madman Lee, a certain expert, I'm the only one in the world who can cure Crazy Lee amidst all the noise. The reports about Crazy Lee's condition are even more lively and unpredictable than the vigorous American presidential election. Fans who care about Crazy Lee are dazzled by the complicated reports and don't know who to believe and who not to believe. Hype is everywhere. Crazy Lee's opponents, players who are close to Crazy Lee, commentator Sester, and even Scene, the old janitor at the Rig Bottom training base, have all become the subjects of frantic questioning by paparazzi reporters. These people face with endless microphones and interview lenses. He expressed his stance one by one. Ferguson, this is a tragedy. He is an unimaginable manager. I wish him good health. You know, I also hope that after retirement, a coach like him will be in charge of Old Trafford. England's national TV gold medal football commentator, the famous British traitor, Sester. This is sad news for all England fans, but I think that magical people like Crazy Lee will be able to defeat that kind of thing. The terrible disease returns to the game. Ronaldo, I came to Newcastle because of the call of the boss. If he wants to leave here, then there is no need for me to stay. At the end of my career, I hope to return to the Brazilian league to enjoy the last happiness. Alan Smith, he will come back. Nothing in this world can defeat a man like him, I swear. Juan Mata, for me, this is unimaginable sad news. It's like losing a loved one. Leo Zion, the caretaker of the Rig Burton training base, trembled and shed tears in front of the camera. Every day I see Lee being the first to arrive and the last to leave. Only I know what he has done for Newcastle. Hardship in the hearts of many old fans like me. Even if he does not win the 4 crowns this season, he is the most respectable head coach in the history of Newcastle. No one. If possible, I really hope that the tumor will be transferred to me in his head, for no other reason than that he is only 28 years old. At the beginning of June, when some people were laughing and others were worried, Crazy Lee used a special way to once again sweep all the media pages, all football TV programs, the tears of all fans, and all the people who care about him. People's sight. In China, countless obsessed fans have left messages on the website. We are all big fans. Various family secrets and old Chinese medicine prescriptions have been contributed by enthusiastic fans, hoping that the website administrators can forward them to Crazy Lee. Hopes to be able to help the idol's condition. So, for a time, the website We Are All Big Risers became the most complete inquiry point for brain tumor patients in China to find good cures. CCTV News reportedly Tongfan's condition in detail for 3 consecutive days, and the People's Daily, the country's mouthpiece, wrote an article titled, "If we lose Madman Lee, it will be a loss of Chinese brands and a loss for the entire country." The keynote introduces in detail the contribution of this 28-year-old young man to improving the image of Chinese football. At the request of the fans, CCTV Sports Channel sent a special working group to Newcastle, England to conduct follow-up reports and keep the crazy fans informed of the latest progress of the national idol's condition. In this upcoming summer, it seems that the whole world is affected by Crazy Lee's illness. The transfer rumors about the superstars that were flying in the sky suddenly fell out of favor. No one pays attention to those anymore. Every football player on this planet, wherever there are fans of Crazy Lee. They are praying to the gods they trust day and night, praying to bless the safety of the person on the other side of the ocean. June 5th. Early morning. The sun in Newcastle has just peeked out from the distant coastline. The gentle breeze and the crisp chirping of red-billed tits make this morning seem full of life. Wan King got up early as usual and opened the door to get fresh milk and newspapers in the slightly cool morning breeze. The front door of the villa was filled with various flowers with cards, decorating the entire lawn of the villa like a sea of flowers, with crystal clear dewdrops flowing back and forth on the delicate petals in the morning breeze, rolling like tears, like pearls. This is already the 3rd day since the news of Lee Tongfan's serious illness was announced. Fans will come here silently at any time every day and offer flowers of blessing. Although the ever-present surveillance by paparazzi reporters like the FBI is annoying, these lovely fans always come and go quietly, leaving only a variety of flowers. In the delicate bouquet, there is a small card filled with blessing words. Lee, you are our God. Everyone is waiting for you. Uncle Crazy, my parents and I are blessing you. Please get well soon. I'm cute little Jenny Lee. I'm Newton. I survived that serious injury with your help. You are an incredible guy. You never give up, no matter what you face, right? Lee, come on. You still owe us a Champions League trophy. Plum Wang. King looked at the heartwarming cards and couldn't help but shed tears again. She asked her bodyguards to help her move all the flowers to the specially vacated room in the villa and skillfully inserted them into the ones that had been prepared in the bottle. I want him to know how many people in this world care about him. This house decorated with flowers is the best paradise, to encourage him to persevere bravely. While Wang King was doing this silently, a certain terminally ill man was still sleeping happily until his mother He Feng shook him awake. According to the agreement with the hospital, Leoli will go to Newcastle Central Hospital for a thorough checkup today. He was supposed to go a few days ago, but Leoli postponed it for various reasons. Until the club's affairs are basically after being sorted out, the date was reluctantly set to June 5th. Of course Leoli knew exactly what happened to his so-called brain tumor. However, although his parents and Wang King were worried to death, he could not explain clearly the cause and effect. The family simply finished cleaning up, and when they went out, hundreds of reporters and a large group of fans had gathered at the door. Under the protection of bodyguards, Leoli waved to the fans, got into his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, separated from the crowd, and drove towards the hospital. Reporters followed shortly after. The agreed thorough investigation was not known to be appropriate, but the news was leaked to the outside world. Fans and reporters could be seen everywhere on the road from Lee Tongbiam's villa to the city center hospital. The agency was not impenetrable, but the momentum was also huge. It has become a landmark mission of Newcastle City. Crazy Lee had a rare experience of the legendary 10 miles long street to send the Prime Minister off formation. This re-examination will undoubtedly provide the final and most accurate answer to Crazy Lee's condition, which will naturally attract the attention of the world. England's national television bought out the exclusive rights to report, this time at a mysterious price. In addition, the only one who received the same treatment as England's national television was the interview team from China Central Sports Channel. Lee Tongfan did not charge the CCTV interview team, not because he was being generous to the imperial court. He also wanted to tell those lovely fans in China through CCTV what his condition was like. The whole world is waiting for answers starting from 10 o'clock in the morning. Various detailed reports were successively displayed in front of the fans on the screens of the two TV stations. 10 o'clock. Crazy Lee arrived at the Central Hospital and met with the expert team. After a brief exchange, he made preparations for a thorough investigation. 10:20. The examination officially began. In order to fully understand the condition, the first thing to be carried out was not a cranial cord scan, but other examinations, including blood sampling, bone scans, and thorough examination of organs. 12 o'clock. All the examinations before the cranial cord scan have been completed. The good news is that experts have confirmed that except for the skull, everything else about Crazy Lee is healthy like a bull. 12:30. Crazy Lee underwent a cranial cord scan. And the bad news finally came. The doctor did indeed find an unknown red mass with a diameter of about 2 centimeters in his skull. When the news came out, countless fans of Madam Lee who had no luck in front of the TV burst into tears. 1300 hours. The expert group made the final diagnosis. However, this diagnosis made countless people drop their glasses because it turns out that Madman Lee, who has always been shrouded in a mysterious aura, even has a tumor in his head that is so mysterious that no one can tell whether it is good or bad. The red mass that has been found is not any known brain tumor in terms of sexual characteristics, so no one can give the most authoritative explanation. As for whether it will threaten Madman Lee's life, it is a matter of great importance, and no expert dares to give a definite answer. The only way to find out the truth is to immediately perform a craniotomy for diagnosis, but this has certain risks. In addition, some experts suggest that some drug treatments can be performed first to try to eliminate the mass through non-surgical drugs. The specific choice needs to be made by Madman Lee himself. Facing the concerned eyes of hundreds of millions of fans around the world who care about him through the TV camera, this sultry man once again showed his shamelessness because his extremely sensational words once again moved all the fans. In the camera the sultry man was lying on the bed, leaning slightly, supporting his upper body with one arm. His eyes were clear and strong, and his slightly raised mouth corners revealed strong confidence. He said, "I chose to eliminate the lump through non-surgical medication, so that I will have more ways to serve Newcastle. Although I have resigned as the team's head coach, as the chairman, I think I can still help the team go further in the next season. I love football so much, no matter what the result of this decision will be, I will not regret it." Faced with such a strong and brave man, even the cute little nurses and the strong man carrying the camera at the interview site shed tears. And Sester, who was the on-site commentator at the time, said emotionally, "At this moment, we see a madmanly who is even greater than the god on the football field who always leads the team to victory." In fact, what Lee Tongfan wanted to say was, "NND, what a joke, that bastard suggestion is craniotomy. Who knows what the damn FM 2010 system has stuffed in my head. If someone opens my head with a scalpel, it would be a wrong." In order to make up for the first lie, Leoli had to go further and further on the road of this absurd lie. Completed a transfer of earthquake magnitude. The Spanish giants Real Madrid officially confirmed on their official website that Kaká, the Brazilian superstar, former World Footballer of the Year, and the top player of the Rossoneri AC Milan, joined the Galaxy battleship with 65 million euros, an annual salary of 9 million after tax. Kaká's value is second only to the 73.5 million euros in 2001 when the master of art Zidane transferred to Real Madrid, the first value in history, and ranks second in the World Football Player transfer list. The news came out, and the whole world was shocked. Although the rumors of Kaká's farewell to AC Milan have never stopped in the past year, Kaká, who was regarded as a symbol of loyalty and glory by fans, and rejected Manchester City's £100 million offer in the 2008-09 season, still made countless fans feel that their idol was shattered when he finally left San Siro. The radical AC Milan burned Kaká's number 22 jersey, scolding Brazilians online for being hypocritical, while Real Madrid fans happily welcomed the arrival of this handsome and skilled God's favorite, as if they were welcoming the savior. Kaká's transfer opened the curtain of this summer's crazy transfer. There is no doubt that the continuous suppression by Barcelona has obviously pushed Florentino to the limit, and Florentino is finally going to use his superstar policy again. Barcelona, unwilling to be outdone, the arrogant and high-profile upstart Manchester City, Newcastle, which rose in troubled times, and the major traditional giants who are preparing for battle: Benzema, C. Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, Villa, Silva, Agüero, Pato. Crazy names, hot faces. Although the transfer market has not yet opened, people can already foresee the crazy scene of this summer's transfer market. As time goes by, various rumors are increasing. The most eye-catching is Real Madrid. After completing the transfer of Kaká, the La Liga giants shifted their attention to C. Ronaldo. At the same time, Ferguson was keeping a close eye on Benzema, the leading star of Ligue 1. Chelsea wanted to introduce Agüero, and Juventus was eyeing Diego from Bremen. Undercurrents were surging. At the same time, Newcastle, which had lost madly, was still the focus of media attention, because the rising Magpies were looking for a head coach suitable for the club's identity all over the world. Crazy Lee, who was receiving drug treatment, appeared in the team chairman's office in high spirits. It would be strange if he was not, and after calling to appease the players who were on vacation. One by one, Lee Tongfan froze Newcastle's transfer. Everything had to wait until a new head coach was found, and then operated according to the new head coach's tactics. The media did not miss this gimmick. They listed a list of 20 candidates for head coaches for Newcastle. Since the Magpies had a great harvest on all fronts last season, their reputation has risen sharply, and there are many star players in the team, so there are many super coaches on this list. The transfer market has arrived. In addition to the head coach, in terms of players, some people want to leave, and some want to stay. Brothers can suggest new players to stay or leave in the book review area. Thanks again to all the brothers for their award support. Starting tomorrow, as usual, thank the brothers and sisters who rewarded by name. Chapter 516, Newcastle, 039, S new head coach is coming. Although many media in England have given advice to Madley, the club chairman and the head coach candidates listed are not exactly the same. There are 5 people who are recognized by almost all media as the most likely to take over St. James. Ranked first is tactical master Carlo Ancelotti, whose position as coach at AC Milan is in jeopardy due to poor performance last season. However, if Newcastle wants to bring in this fat man, they must face competition from the Blues. Chelsea. There are reports that Russian tycoon Abramovich is also interested in this tactical master. Ranked second is the Spaniard Rafa Benitez, who brought the Reds to the 5th place in the league and also had a shaky position at Liverpool. The disadvantage is that Fatty Benitez may not be dismissed, and because of his poor personal relationship with Madley, the Spaniard is likely to refuse Newcastle's call. Ranked third is the German Klinsmann, who was just dismissed from Bayern Munich at the end of last season. The German led the German team to the 3rd place in the 2006 World Cup, proved himself, and was unemployed at the time. Whether in terms of appearance or fame, he is a suitable candidate. The only drawback is that the Golden Bomber's 1 season in Bayern has tarnished his coaching career. Ranked 4th is the Dutch coach Van Basten, who resigned from Ajax. The former AC Milan legendary started a great job in the Dutch national team and was very charismatic. For Newcastle, the difficulty is that AC Milan seems to be very interested in Van Basten. Ranked last is the former world's best coach, Black Swan, Rijkaard, who is currently unemployed at home. During his years in Barcelona, Rijkaard once proved to the world how outstanding he was. Ronaldinho, Eto'o and Xavi, who are now dominating the football world, are all his proud disciples. Of course, some people mentioned the name of the madman Mourinho, but the madman who led Inter Milan to win the Serie A championship seemed to have won the vote of confidence from the oil tycoon Moratti. Moratti prepared a large amount of transfer funds for the madman to rebuild the Nerazzurri. The madman was having a good time at Misa and certainly looked down on Newcastle, which was a bit shabby in comparison. However, what frustrated the curious fans was that in the face of the crazy questioning of the media reporters, Lee Tongfan, who was working while sick, never mentioned anyone's name. I will find a helmsman who is suitable for the team's style and has rich experience in the shortest time. As for the name, I will not reveal it for the time being. These are Lee Tongfan's original words. Netherlands Amsterdam Point. The 2-story villa is surrounded by green lawns. The white walls look like they have been washed by clear water under the bright sunshine. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows is a sky blue swimming pool with bright waves. Plop, a strong black figure stood up from the beige coarse cloth lounge chair by the swimming pool, did a few warm-up exercises, and then jumped into the sky blue swimming pool with a beautiful diving posture, splashing water. It was undoubtedly a pleasant afternoon. At this moment, a white woman with long black hair like a waterfall came from a distance, holding a phone in her hand. "Hey, Frank, your emergency number." The man in the swimming pool came ashore, with a well-dressed muscular body and a signature curly short hair that would make any fan recognize his name at the first time. The Black Swan Rijkaard. After wiping the water droplets off his arm, he picked up the phone and saw that it was the number of his agent, Piri Aaron. Rijkaard smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Hey, Piri, I guess you must have some good news to tell me, right? Wow, Frank, you guessed it right. There is a great team interested in you." "Oh, is it Milan?" Rijkaard was delighted. Last year, he had rejected Premier League teams such as Portsmouth and Blackburn, who offered him a lot of money to coach, just to wait for the opportunity to join Milan. Now Ancelotti is in the wind and rain at San Siro. Black Swan naturally thinks that it will be an invitation from Milan. As a player who has played for Milan for many years, Rijkaard wants to coach Milan, which is almost a well-known thing in European football. But, oh, Frank, I'm sorry, it's not Milan. Ancelotti has not received Galliana's call for dismissal yet. It's a Premier League team. Another Premier League team. Disappointed, Rijkaard thought of Blackburn Rovers again. He shook his head. "I'm not interested in Premier League teams. Piri, you know, hey, Frank, listen to me. This is not an ordinary Premier League team. Crazily called me personally, hoping that you can coach Newcastle." The agent's answer on the other end of the phone surprised Rijkaard a little. Black Swan, Hearing the news that Crazy Lee resigned as Newcastle's head coach due to illness, as a famous coach who had played against Crazy Lee many times and was regarded as the most powerful stepping stone to witness Crazy Lee's mythical growth, he had some admiration and sympathy for this young colleague, but to be honest, he had never considered coaching Newcastle. I need to think about it. Rijkaard did not refuse directly this time and hung up the phone. What? Do you still need to think about it, Lee? Tongfan frowned, his face looking more solemn. Point in the chairman's office inside the St. James Stadium, looking at Lo Tang, who has been promoted to the club's deputy general manager. Lee sank his whole body into the large and soft chair and gently clasped the precious stone with his right index finger. The exquisite mahogany desk is like beating a delicate snare drum, and one is lost in thought. Lo Tang said nothing. Point as a person who has witnessed the growth of Crazy Lee at close range, Tang Dui believes that his understanding of Crazy Lee has reached a level unimaginable by outsiders. Whenever the man in front of him makes such an action, it means that he is thinking about making a decision. This is a very important thing. Looking back on the past almost 4 years, Lo Tang has an unbelievable feeling, like a dream. From an unlucky guy who was framed for bankruptcy to now the deputy general manager of the Four Crowns Club that everyone looks up to, happiness comes so easy. Tang knew very well that compared with those who were truly capable, he was nothing. The reason why he got what he had today was simply because he hugged Crazy Lee's thick thigh tightly and never ask why. Never do unnecessary things. Never open your mouth to the media, and do everything Crazy Lee asks himself to do carefully and thoughtfully. This is how Don succeeded. Point to the man in front of him. Tang's heart was filled with gratitude and loyalty that he was willing to do anything for. A long while. Lee Tongfan opened his eyes and said, "Seriously, if you try harder to fight with Rijkaard's agent, it would be best to meet and talk. In addition, contact Van Basten and Klinsmann. Oh, by the way, there is a person named Leonardo in Macmillan. Please contact him." Lo Tang agreed and left the office without asking why. Lee Tongfan stood up, turned around and opened the curtains. Newcastle was brightly lit at night, like a colorful ocean. It deserves to be one of the 8 major entertainment cities in the world. The media did give Lee Tongfan a lot of tips, but when it comes to choosing a head coach, there is another principle that Lee must adhere to. That is, the new head coach must be more interested in offense than defense. Even if Mourinho and Benitez couldn't come, even if they cried and shouted to coach Newcastle, Lee Tongfan would not want them to be a victory-oriented defensive expert like them. The foundation he has built for Newcastle in the past year is an offensive formation. Even fullbacks such as Marcelo and Gareth Bale are breakthrough madmen. Based on the principle of considering the players, the veteran Lee hopes that the head coach he trusts can maximize the abilities of the team's existing personnel, rather than undergoing major surgery for blood replacement. Prior to this, whether checking the FM 2010 system or the past results in reality, Lee was very optimistic about the Dutch Rijkaard. Black Swan once shaped the Barcelona dream team and was very optimistic about Ronaldinho and Eto'o. The use of others is impressive. His coaching style is more offensive and his tactics are gorgeous. He is the most suitable successor. However, the Dutch are yearning for Milan, so Lee can only try his best. Of course, in less than 20 days, the transfer market is about to open. Powerful players from all walks of life are secretly trying to pry each other's corner. The competition has already begun. Considering that the team is preparing for next season, Lee Tongfan will not give in. Jackett has too much time to think. Van Basten and Klinsmann are both spare tires. As for Leonardo, this Brazilian who has not had any coaching experience is a potential candidate that Lee accidentally discovered in the FM 2010 system database. According to the evaluation of FM 2010, this former Milan striker who was born in Sao Paulo, Brazil on September 5, 1965, has excellent head coaching potential. If divided according to the standard of player potential, the Brazilians' potential ability is at least above 195. Quite scary. From June 10th to 15th, The transfer situation in European football never stopped. Bayern Munich's Scarlet Frank Ribery is seduced by Real Madrid. Angel Wings. Juan Mata becomes the hot favorite between Galacticos and Barcelona, and Manchester United is seducing Superman. Steven Taylor. Liverpool's old love for Michael Owen has rekindled. Of course, there are also deals that are announced and then left as soon as the transfer market opens. Bayern has continued its old method of poaching competitors and has introduced Stuttgart striker Mario Gomez for €30 million, making them crazy for this summer. The football market has once again injected a dose of stimulant. June 16th. The eyes of the world are once again focused on Newcastle because crazily announced that Newcastle has found the most suitable head coach and will hold a press conference that afternoon to announce the arrival of the new coach. This is explosive news. Guess who it will be? Klinsmann and Baston are destined to be in trouble, and the choice will be between Rijkaard and Leonardo. Thank you brothers for the reward. Please vote for me. Thank you everyone. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. I wish all married and unmarried swordsmen a sweet, warm and unforgettable Valentine's Day. Chapter 517. The plan of the new Magpie coach. This is the second time in a short period of time that Newcastle has become the center of attention in European football. As the head coach, Crazily is indeed so powerful that no one can resist him. At least his past record speaks for itself. However, as the club chairman, Crazily has to add the word rookie in front of him, because in this world, there is no theorem that can explain that a person who is a good head coach can also succeed in the position of club president. Europa Continent is curious, what kind of head coach will rookie Madmanley bring to his carefully built Inquacore? June 16th. The press conference room inside St. James Park. Although there were fewer reporters than when Crazily resigned as the team's head coach last time, more than 100 people still packed this small space to the limit. After the news manager arranged the order at the scene, he quickly announced the official start of the press conference. Crazily smiled and walked out with a dark-faced middle-aged handsome guy, waving and sitting behind the interview table. Bang 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 bang. All the reporters seemed to have heard the soldiers of the charge. They picked up the cameras in their hands and took pictures frantically at the first moment. The silvery white of the spotlight shone in the press conference hall, like the lightning staff of God King Zeus, and thunder and lightning were everywhere. Running around, journalists went crazy. There is no way not to go crazy. The handsome guy following Crazily, although some media had recommended him to Newcastle before, but that was only the most ideal situation. No one thought that Crazily would actually turn his past into a man. The world's #1 head coach, Black Swan, Rijkaard invited St. James. This is the creator of the second dream team in the past, the super coach pursued by countless wealthy clubs. The reporters seemed to be so disturbed by the adrenaline secretion stimulated by the appearance of Black Swan that they forgot to ask questions immediately. Leoli had no choice but to curl his lips and began to introduce, welcome all friends from the media industry to participate in this news press conference. I'm honored to introduce to you Mr. Rijkaard, the new head coach of Newcastle. Bang, bang 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 bang. The flash bulbs rang out again. This time they were all aimed at Black Swan Rijkaard. The old handsome Dutchman had to squint his eyes, and his whole body showed a dark aura. Next to him, a press officer came over with a traditional black and white Newcastle home jersey, with the Arabic numeral 0 and Rijkaard's name printed on it. Leoli and the handsome Dutch guy stood up, each holding a corner of the jersey, and addressed the reporters. Exhibit. There was a crackle. The silver snake danced wildly, and the reporters, who were dizzy due to stimulation, were flooded with spotlights for a while, and they wanted to pluck the two people off the stage and stuff them into the camera. After taking pictures, it officially entered the reporters' question period. The person who reacted the fastest was a beautiful young woman in red who was wearing a Times work permit. Before the turbulent uproar, the beautiful young woman's red lips parted slightly. However, what was unexpected was that the person she was asking was not Newcastle's new coach Frank Rijkaard, but the rookie chairman Lee Tongfan. Crazy Mr. Lee, as far as I know Mr. Rijkaard has been. They are all waiting for Macmillan's call. How do you make him give up Bucero and choose St. James? This question brought out the voice of everyone. Black Swan wanting to coach Milan is already an open secret in Europa continental football. When the media made a list of candidates for Newcastle, they only placed the famous Rijkaard in 5th place. It was precisely for this reason consideration pointly Tongfan's answer was very simple. So simple that everyone was speechless, because Newcastle defeated AC Milan in Istanbul more than half a month ago. Of course, the reporters were not satisfied with such nonsense answers. The question was thrown to the person involved, Rijkaard. Black Swan's answer obviously forced Crazy Lee to cooperate more. Yes, coaching AC Milan is my dream, but it's a pity that I never waited for the call from Bucero, and I was moved by Lee's sincerity and the ambitious plan he described. Newcastle is a great club with a group of outstanding players and great ambitions. I feel that my ambitions can be realized here, not to mention, with the support of a president who loves the club like Lee, I think the upcoming season will be much easier for me. Black Swan's answer was high sounding, and took care of all aspects of the club, chairman, players and fans. It can be included in the classic textbook for new coaches, to answer reporters' questions after taking office, and won a round of applause and spotlight from reporters. The Dutch are obviously very popular in European football. After the press conference, in view of Madman Lee's inability to answer questions, Rijkaard became the focus of reporters' attention. A handsome middle-aged reporter from The Observer dropped a bombshell. Mr. Rijkaard, the European transfer market is about to open. Do you think the current staffing of Newcastle can satisfy you? Does the arrival of the new head coach mean that someone will leave St. James? As soon as the question came out, the reporters craned their necks waiting for Black Swan's answer. In the football world, there are too many things about an emperor and his courtiers. As a new coach, bringing in a few of his direct descendants to maintain his position in the locker room is a measure that almost all coaches will take. Crazy as proud as Mourinho, after taking charge of the Nerazzurri, he still couldn't forget Lampard, Drogba and others. Rijkaard had obviously expected that a reporter would ask this question, and his answer was affirmative. Of course there will be personnel changes in the team, and I have my own tactical system. Of course, in this regard, I will respect Lee's wishes. Lee Tongfan laughed like a thief on the side point. The sultry man was very proud. He wanted this kind of effect. He looked at his close enemy who used to make him so happy that he was now sitting in front of the media and talking about his good deeds. Amidst the crackling flattery, he was not coquettish. The man once again experienced the ecstatic feeling of having six. The world's best coach comes to St. James. Newcastle enters the Black Swan era. This headline proposed by The Observer is the most representative of all media comments after the press conference of the new St. James coach joining point. Rijkaard's arrival finally ended people's speculation about the Newcastle coach, and the Dutchman's glorious coaching history and huge reputation also gave Magpies fans who were in shock because of the loss of Madman Lee finally got a glimmer of hope. The comfort of silk. For Newcastle, Rijkaard is obviously a very surprising choice. Although Rijkaard himself has repeatedly stated at the press conference that he values the potential of the Magpies, more people are still more willing to believe Black Swan. The reason why I came to St. James is largely due to the personal charm of Crazy Lee. You must know that, even though he has been in the hands of Crazy Lee many times, Rijkaard has repeatedly expressed his admiration for Crazy Lee. A young junior, every time he faced the news media before, and what Rijkaard said at the press conference was infinitely amplified and widely exaggerated by the participating media. The new coach hinted that there will be a major shake-up, and 8 people have been included in the Magpies cleaning list. Lishouri misses his old club, Xavi and Eto'o progress. Black Swan acquisition list. The Magpies front line is bloated, and Crespo and the nuclear warheads are separated. Crazy Lee's old team falls out of favor, and Lishouri summons the new golden boy Messi. Magpie Real Madrid shocking deal. Robin or Mata swap clubs. I decide my team, says Rijkaard amidst the bombardment of news by the media. Fans who had no idea who were competing were dizzy. After Rijkaard arrived at St. James, it was obvious that the comings and goings of the Magpies were inevitable. With Black Swan in football, with his connections and prestige, it is not impossible to summon some big name stars to join him, but Newcastle's existing players must first make room for the newcomers. The good media began to speculate again about who will be the candidate to leave the team. The first to bear the brunt is Argentinian centre Crespo. This super shooter played the role of a super substitute in the 08209 season. He scored many goals as a substitute and scored a total of 16 goals for Newcastle in limited playing time. This data has already it is very amazing, even more than the leading forwards of many teams. Unfortunately, the Magpies have too many talents on the front line. Whether it is reputation or ability, Crespo's departure is inevitable. In addition to Crespo, Shevchenko joined halfway, Ronaldo, an alien who wants to quit, Juan Mata, who is chased by many wealthy clubs, Moussa Sissoko and Pasta who are difficult to obtain the main position. Leahy and others are all on the list. After the coaching change, Newcastle has become another team whose name is frequently mentioned by the media in the European transfer market. This is my idea about team building. According to your requirements, all matters have been written in it. Rigbottom. Training base point in the chairman's office. Rijkaard put a thick pile of materials on Lee Tongfan's desk. It was the Dutch team building plan. The content was so detailed that Leoli was convinced that this was a black swan. Something that was done in 2 days. Lee picked up the important content, read it, pondered, and then raised his head and asked, if the transfer operation is carried out according to this plan, how much do you think the club will need to invest? According to the smoothest scenario for the entry and exit of personnel, I need £40 million of transfer funds. Rijkaard thought for a while and gave more accurate amount. Lee Tongfan took a closer look at Rijkaard's plan. Several of the players not in his plan were his favorite hammers, and he felt a little confused. However, Black Swan was invited by Leoli himself for nothing. Moreover, Leoli, who was once the head coach, knew very clearly that he firmly supported Rijkaard's plan. It would have no impact on Newcastle's record next season. What an important role it has. There is no problem with the funds. I can even give you more. But Frank, seriously, can you modify your plan a little? It's Rijkaard. Because the Dutch are more obedient, their coaching style is also more technical and offensive, which is similar to the Magpies' current staffing. It's a bit difficult to develop as a head coach. Are you having fun on Valentine's Day? Hey chapter 518 Pre-season signings and cleanup. A confident smile appeared on his swarthy face. Rijkaard seemed to have expected such a question from Lee Tongfan. His white teeth flashed coquettishly and he said, well, if the chairman can help me with a few small favors, then I think the cleansing list can still be adjusted. I'll beat your lungs out. Lee Tongfan finally understood. It turned out that Lee Heasy was here waiting to set a trap for him. No wonder when he entered the office just now, he saw that this guy's curly black hair was rising coquettishly. However, for those hammers, what can Lee Tongfan say? I can only agree to Rijkaard. 12 hours later, Real Madrid, Spain. Lee Tongfan put aside his old face and once again got together with Fu Xiangshan with a playful smile. After blowing out a cigar ring, the wrinkles on Fitzgerald's old face were about to bloom into a chrysanthemum. So, Rijkaard is interested in Robin, although Lee Tongfan was a little embarrassed to have been taking advantage of this old man in the past year or two, considering that he was now considered a big shot worth tens of millions per sentence. Leoli still said shamelessly and confidently, no, Perez. Anyway, the whole world knows that you are very dissatisfied with the Dutchman, who is often injured. Why not just give Robin to me at a 30% or 40% discount? Florentino was so angry at Crazy Lee's shamelessness! 30% off. Do you think you're buying Chinese cabbage at the wet market, and you're buying one and getting one free? With a grunt, Feng extinguished his half-smoked €2,500 Romeo Juliet cigar in the Jesus-shaped brass ashtray, and said fiercely, hey, Crazy Lee, for the sake of our friendship, for the sake of money, you can get Robin for €30 million. If you don't have the money, you can exchange it for Juan Mata. Mata is from Real Madrid. It's fair. Lee Tongfan was stunned. The reason why I was stunned was not because of what Fu Xiangshan said, but because the tone and demeanor of Fu Xiangshan's words were like the laid-off fertilizer man who was spitting when he bought tomatoes at the vegetable market not far from the entrance of the university before he became famous. Aunt Pio Wang has no air of superiority at all. After being stunned, Leoli became furious. Florentino's assistant, Ron Skinu, has been waiting outside the office. The faint scolding coming from the room made this loyal middle-aged man a little worried. However, thinking of Florentino not long ago, before talking to Crazy Lee, he had solemnly requested, no matter what happens, don't come in. Langskin paused, then retracted his fingertips reaching for the door handle. Then, I put my ear against the door, and could vaguely hear the sound of crying and banging things. 20 minutes later, the door opened from the inside. Aha, Perez, you are such a straightforward and elegant gentleman. So, the matter about Robin is settled. If the player himself has no objection, I think we can announce this matter to the media soon. Lee Tongfan flicked the ash from his cigar and walked out with a smile. That's right, Lee. I'm glad that we completed a deal again. Haha, I'm looking forward to next time. Florentine smiled even more proudly. Ronskin was dumbfounded. He thought there were two people fighting inside, but he didn't expect the atmosphere to be so harmonious. While he was in a daze, Crazy Lee had already walked away. Florenti turned back and ordered, "Find someone to clean up the office." His Ronskinu walked into the office and took a breath of air. The elegantly decorated office looked like a world war had just ended. Although he is a little bastard who only knows how to take advantage, he can still relax and adjust in front of this guy. He can be regarded as a little old friend. Real Madrid fans are really annoying. Florentino sighed outside the office. MLGBD, this old bastard forced me to go crazy. Lee Tongfan left the building and got into the car. He was very proud. Hey, once I went crazy, wasn't the matter settled? But, how should we deal with this matter? What about Andre? Thinking that he would become a villain soon, Lee Tongfan's proud face just now seemed to have been punctured by a balloon, and Eliu suddenly collapsed. Another 12 hours later, Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. That, Andre, I don't know how to tell you. Lee Tongfan hesitated for a long time without letting out a complete fart. Lee, I know what you are going to say. Mr. Rijkaard has already talked to me. Shevchenko took a sip from the coffee cup in front of him and said with a smile, you don't have to be embarrassed. There is actually nothing wrong with this. Real Madrid was once the club I longed for. Haha, think about it, being able to play under a head coach like Crazy Lee at the end of his career, and then being able to joining a giant like Real Madrid is a dream for many players. Looking at the extremely determined Shevchenko in front of him, Leo Lee didn't know what to say. Lee Tongfan tragically discovered that he has been doing things like taking off his pants and farting recently. Needless to say, the acquisition of Newcastle. Shevchenko originally racked his brains and earnest words to acquire the two giants AC Milan and Chelsea. Who knew that so many changes had taken place in less than a season? There was no place for the Ukrainian in Rijkaard's tactical system, so he could only hand over the superstar he once admired infinitely. It's easy for Florentine to fall for this old bastard. Moms, Rijkaard, this bastard, has caused me so much trouble. NND, Leo. Lee found that being a club president is much more difficult than being a head coach who kills everyone. It seems that Newcastle should be sold as soon as possible, and it would be better to become the head coach as soon as possible. Leaving Ukraine with a little apology, Lee Tongfan rushed to the EGNC non-stop. The winger Peter Pan that Rijkaard needed was there exclusively with his wife. Old Lee had to go and convince the winger who wanted to stay in Real Madrid. Lukaku just joined Newcastle, June 19th. Real Madrid, the giant football giant that had been quiet for a long time, after spending a lot of money to acquire Kaká, gave the first shockwave to the transfer market in 2009. Finally, big news broke out again, and this time, another player in the transfer market this summer. The big attraction, Newcastle, also got involved in the middle at 11 AM sharp. The two clubs simultaneously announced their latest transfer results on their official websites. Newcastle superstar Andriy Shevchenko and Dutch star Arjen Robben swapped boss. Newcastle used Robben plus €5 million to get Peter Pan Robben. The media has been talking a lot about this transfer. Robben performed very well in Real Madrid last season, scoring 7 goals in 29 appearances, and was one of the absolute main players in the team. However, the relationship between the Dutch youngster and the club's senior management was not well handled. Coupled with the glass body constitution, was ruthlessly included in the cleaning list. According to the estimation of Full Market, His net worth should be between 25 million and a cranian nuclear warhead. Shevchenko was already worthless. However, in half a season at Newcastle, he regained his former form in Milan and became unstoppable on the court. The value of the former Premier League champion has increased. Total market values it at around 10 million. In this transaction, Real Madrid is definitely losing money in terms of the age and economic value of the two-year players. However, because Crazily can always find high quality and cheap players from Real Madrid, Florentino and this madman seems to have a good personal relationship, so people are already used to it. Peter Pan Robben returned to the Premier League and was greatly welcomed by Newcastle players. The swinger who once dominated Stamford Bridge has left many good memories for English fans. If he can stay healthy, he will obviously be on the same level as Ronaldo. Super player. After sadly sending off Shevchenko, Leoli still had the idea that the Ukrainian would lose the ability to make changes if he left Newcastle. However, considering the cost of maintaining his superhuman status, Leoli felt that he's still someone who has the ability to help Shevchenko at critical moments. At this time, Rijkaard came to Leoli's office with two team quotations, Podolski and Arshavin. Lee looked at the two quotation faxes in front of him, and the corners of his eyes began to twitch again. His little foundation was really going to be ruined by this dark Dutch uncle in front of him. Bayern Munich, which had already failed once with Podolski, once again focused its attention on Prince Polti after the favourite Robben was lured away by Newcastle. The Prince scored in 41 games last season, scored 23 goals, and provided 12 assists. Such statistics are so dazzling that Bayern's new coach Louis van Gaal believes that Podolski fully meets his tactical requirements and encourages senior management to come to buy and, Tsar, Arshavin seduced Arsenal, one of the traditional top four in the Premier League. Professor Arsene Wenger's preference for Arshavin is well known. Before the season was over, there were media rumors that the Gunners wanted to introduce the Russian Tsar. As expected, there is no smoke without smoke. Lee Tongfan carefully read the two faxed quotes. Bayern offered €30 million for Podolski, and Arsenal offered £15 million for Arshavin. After thinking about it, Leoli asked, "Frank, what do you mean?" "I can promise. If you can find me a muscular defensive midfielder and a passing master, then both players can leave St. James." Rijkaard's answer gave Leoli a feeling of trepidation. "Hey, Frank, tell me, am I a little too obedient to you? Tell me, who do you want?" Lee Tongfan wants to hear what the muscular defensive midfielder and passing master in Rijkaard's mind are. Who can afford it with such a small amount of wealth? Brothers, can you recommend a few players, passing masters and muscular midfielders? Rijkaard's 4-3-3 is almost taking shape. Plot people. Happy holidays to my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Soul Thunder, Zauxi Adalang 22 Swordsman for their award support. Chapter 519 Pre-season signings and cleanup. Rijkaard's answer scared Lee Tongfan so much that he almost had a heart attack, because the targets of this shameless guy were actually Chelsea's Essien and AC Milan's Pirlo. Seeing Leoli's eyebrows jumping up and down after he said his answer, Black Swan said again shamelessly, "Of course. Lee, you know, I'm easy to talk to. If you can bring Xavi from Barcelona and Mascherano from Liverpool, then I have no objection, Lee." Tongfan squinted his eyes, and he realized that he was indeed a little used to this hateful Dutchman. The transfer situation in European football continues to change. Real Madrid is still leading this summer's transfer market in a coquettish way. On June 22nd, the crazy Florentino completed another jaw-dropping transfer feat, £80 million to introduce the head of the Red Devils and Manchester United, who are Dancy Ronaldo. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. The Portuguese's extremely high net worth has made him the most expensive player in the history of football. Even Zidane, a generation of artistic masters, had to settle for second place. In comparison, the €65 million created by Kaká are naturally it pales in comparison. The grand blueprint for Galaxy Battleship 2 has begun to take shape. Real Madrid's crazy move was like a volcanic eruption at the bottom of the Indian Ocean. It triggered a huge tsunami in the transfer market in 2009, followed closely by the upstart Manchester City in the Premier League on June 24th. Blue Moon's overwhelming amount of money finally conquered his first target. Manchester City's official website announced that the Argentine beast Carlos Tevez had transferred from the city's rival Manchester United for a price of £29 million. It will come. Red Devils fans originally thought that, after receiving the huge sum of £80 million from the sale of Ronaldo, Godfather Ferguson would buy out Tevez's loan contract. Who knew that Manchester United's temporary stinginess actually caused the striker to switch to his arch-rival, Old Trafford? Suddenly there was a sound of dissatisfaction. Huge transfer news comes one after another on the afternoon of the 24th. The Newcastle club official website announced that German midfielder Lukas Podolski has transferred to Bayern Munich for €30 million, achieving the second entry of his personal football career. The Bundesliga class leader intends to revive, in the eyes of coach Louis van Gaal. Podolski, who can adapt to the wing and forward positions, is the most suitable candidate. Just when Newcastle fans had not digested the news, transfer news hit again. Russian czar Andriy Arshavin joined Gunners Arsenal, one of the traditional top four in the Premier League, for £18 million. When Newcastle's new coach Rijkaard was interviewed by reporters, he said that the team's transfer work is not over yet. Some Premier League media believe that the departures of Podolski and Arshavin are surprising, because both of them made indelible contributions in last season's championship journey. After Crazy Lee resigned, new coach Lee G. Calder is working hard to build his own dynasty. Regardless of whether Newcastle makes new shocking moves in the next transfer market, the magic wings of the Madman Lee era have left St. James forever. Some European media also believe that the departure of Shevchenko, Podolski, Arshavin and others was not Rijkaard's wish. The person operating behind the scenes was Madman Lee himself, and this was Madman Lee himself. The brilliance of Lee is that, after selling these three main players, Newcastle has already made a huge profit of at least €50 million. However, when buying these players a year ago, Crazy Lee spent less than $20 million. No matter what, Newcastle fans are already a little worried that the team will face a multi-front battle in the upcoming season. It is definitely not a wise move to sell the main players in such a big way. A restaurant somewhere in Newcastle. Lucas, Andre, I'm glad that we have had an unforgettable cooperation experience. I don't think anyone will forget the glory you brought to this city. I hope you can achieve more brilliant results in the new team. Lee Tongfan raised his glass, which was full of red wine. Sitting opposite him were Podolski and Arshavin, who were about to leave Newcastle. Obviously, this was not a very pleasant farewell party. Podolski and Arshavin were very calm. Ever since they learned that their boss had resigned as head coach, they had already begun to think about their career choices. Although the new coach Frank Rijkaard is already famous in the Barcelona era, in the eyes of the players, the Dutchman does not have the invincible magic of Crazy Lee. It is obviously a bit difficult to continue Newcastle's glory last season, and they are already semi-famous, but the salary they receive in Newcastle is not high. Therefore, facing the temptation of wealthy families, it would be false to say that they are not tempted. Bayern's call made Podolski tempted. As a German player, Bayern's attraction is unstoppable. Moreover, the unpleasant experience at Bayern made Podolski full of motivation to prove himself again. This is a win-win situation transfer. As for Arshavin, it can only be said that after Lee Tongfan left the team, Professor Wenger's affinity was too strong. The French personally lobbied for many times and finally persuaded the Tsar to let Arshavin accept Arsenal's offer. Purchase request. Facing the guilty leader, the two felt a little embarrassed. Amidst the clinking of goblets, the two drank the red wine in the glasses. Their fate with Newcastle ended. Time is gradually moving towards July, and the preparations for the major teams have entered a fierce battle. Newcastle has undergone a series of transfer operations during this period. French youngster Moussa Sissoko, who became famous last season because of Lee Tongbiem's virtual and new tactics, was loaned to Serie A Florence. Mexican forward Carlos Vela, who returned from the Ligue 1 loan contract when his loan contract expired, failed to conquer Rijkaard and once again embarked on a loan journey. This time he was loaned to La Liga Osasuna. Youngster Michel Manziani does not seem to be in Rijkaard's plans. He was loaned to the Premier League Wolves in the hope of getting more playing opportunities. Argentinian youngster Javier Pastor has been loaned to Serie A club Palermo. A series of loans have caused almost all the future little demons that Lee Tongfan worked so hard to collect in the previous year to leave the Rigbotten training base. The reason for this is simple. Rijkaard does not have something as heaven-defying as FM in his hands. He knows what kind of terrifying pressure he will face after taking over Crazy Lee's position. Therefore, based on the team's record, Black Swan can only give a vote of confidence to those old players who have proven themselves in the top leagues and have rich experience. He does not have the courage in time to use the game to train the little monsters and wait for the little monsters to grow, and Lee Tongfan is not willing to sell these little monsters at a low price before they have fully grown up. Therefore, leasing is the most reasonable way to deal with them, which can not only allow the little monsters to get competition training, but also maintain ownership and wait for the price and sell. Time flies by in July, and Real Madrid has done another big thing. Florentino struck another blow in Ferguson's heart. After snatching away C. Ronaldo, Real Madrid seduced Manchester United's prey, French Ligue 1 star Benzema. Benzema became this summer, after Kaká, Albiol and Ronaldo. This is the fourth superstar to visit the Bernabeu. Seeing that Real Madrid was spending money happily, Manchester City finally couldn't sit still. Mark, who set his sights on the two restless boys in the Gunners' Arsenal team Little Warcraft, Adebayor and central defender Carlo Toure. However, before Manchester City could settle the two of them, Newcastle announced a surprising piece of news: the signing of Brazilian defensive midfielder Felipe Melo from Florence for €20 million. This transfer is the first single-player purchase of more than €20 million since Crazy Lee became the boss of the Magpies. It is a rare big deal for the Magpies, but soon, after being generous, Newcastle quickly returned to the prototype of small family spirit. July 4. Newcastle's official website announced that the team signed 35-year-old Finland centre-back Sami Hyypiä on a free transfer from Liverpool. This move was considered by many media to be Rijkaard's move to deepen the depth of his bench. Hyypiä is experienced and can serve as a qualified substitute for Taylor and Senderos. July 6. Hernan Crespo, who was regarded by the media as a favorite to leave the team, finally found his next home. The Argentine striker joined the Red Devils Manchester United for a price of €7 million. Ferguson took a fancy to Crespo's efficiency in scoring goals as a substitute and used it to replace Tevez, another Argentine who left on transfer. July 8. Newcastle has another new player. Van der Vaart, the Dutch midfielder who was included in Real Madrid's purge list, landed in England for €8 million and arrived at St James Park. The arrival of midfielder Van der Vaart means that the staffing required by Black Swan Rijkaard is basically in place. Newcastle has adjusted the team's focus to pre-match training in friendly matches. July 10. The newly joined players met with the news media in St James and showed their skills to the fans. Accompanied by head coach Rijkaard, they said a series of routine praises for the new club and prospects for the new season. After that, it basically marked the closing of Newcastle's transfer window. Lee Tongfan has been reclusive during this period of time and rarely appears in front of the media. During this period, he also did one thing, which was to persuade Ilian Ronaldo, who wanted to return to the Brazilian league, to spend the last time of his career one more season at Newcastle. The new team needs your help, Ronnie. Although I'm no longer the team's head coach, I still hope you can stay in Newcastle at this time, even if it is only for one season. Ronaldo, who obeyed Lee Tong's advice, did not hesitate and agreed to Leoli's request. July 14. Newcastle played its first warm-up match against Serie A team Fiorentina at home. This game was a clause required in Moussa Sissoko's loan contract. Fiorentina sent out its entire main lineup. At the press conference before the game, Rijkaard confidently stated that the team will inherit the madman. The winning tradition of the Lee era provides fans with a wonderful game. At 1700 hours in the afternoon, the scorching sun dissipated, the referee blew his whistle, and the game officially started amidst the expectations of the fans. I have spent a little time to introduce the changes in Newcastle's lineup before the season point, because the following story will involve several new players. This season should be over soon. Laoli's first job, after returning to the head coach position, is to coach a national team. You can guess, it can participate in the South Africa World Cup. I still want to thank my brothers for their strong support these days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Magpies warm-up match results. Before the game started, Lee Tongfan and Wang Qing quietly appeared in the stands. Their seats were above the home team's command seat, surrounded by fans. This is the first time that Laoli has appeared in the stands of St. James as a spectator since he took charge of Newcastle. Like Wang Qing, Laoli is more willing to watch the game without bringing Li Ying and He Feng with him. You have to squeeze in among the fans, even though you are covered in stinky sweat, instead of sitting quietly in a comfortable box wearing suits and ties to enjoy. The reason is very simple. In Laoli's opinion, people who really like football are more willing to listen to the cheers rolling in like a tsunami at a close distance with their ears, and are more willing to use their backs and cheeks to feel the words coming out of the mouths of their partners around them. Eat. When you and the guys around you scream hoarsely, wave your arms until they are sore, and even raise your middle finger to curse at your opponents on the field, then you can truly taste the feeling that football brings to you. The passion and impulse that shocks the soul. This time, although Laoli and Wang Qing were dressed up a lot, within a few minutes, the fans around them happily recognized their true faces. The fans around him first stood up and applauded, and then, like a rapidly spreading ripple on the water, the more than 40,000 Newcastle fans in the stands, who came to watch this friendly match, all stood up, because on the 4 huge electronic screens hanging at the top of the stadium, the slightly surprised faces of Lee Tongfan and Wang Qing appeared. Cheers and applause became the main theme at this moment. The TV broadcast camera also left behind the players who were shaking hands with each other and preparing to start the war, and moved over. The commentator Sesta laughed and joked, "Oh, what a big surprise. Who did we see? Crazy Chairman Lee. He is a little thinner than before, probably because of his illness. However, we are very pleased that crazy Chairman Lee is surging with his fighting spirit was still astonishing." He sat among the fans, and the whole stadium trembled with excitement because of his arrival. The fans expressed their respect for this young man with standing cheers and applause. Rijkaard was at the command seat carefully observing the situation of his opponent Florence. Suddenly, cheers like a roaring tsunami sounded in his ears, and he was startled when he raised his head and saw the faces on the big screen in the middle of the field. The Dutchman instantly understood what was going on. Although he had been surprised more than once since coming to Newcastle by the super high prestige that Crazy Lee had here, but this time, Black Swan was still shocked. Just one appearance can cause such a big reaction from the fans. Crazy Lee, sooner or later, I will have these people cheering for me so crazily. No, I have to cheer crazier and more enthusiastically. Definitely. Rijkaard clenched his fist fiercely. The game starts soon. Rijkaard insisted on his best 4-3-3 formation. Hugo Lloris appeared on the goal line. Marcelo, Taylor, Senderos and Thornton lined up on the back line. Fernando Gago, Brazilian New Age Felipe Melo and Alan Smith formed a 3-man midfield, and those who appeared on the front line were Alien, Ronaldo, Michael Owen and Nicolas Gigi, who returned from loan from Milan. This starting lineup did not exceed the expectations of the media before the game. Although the formation was different, the steady Rijkaard chose Crazy Lee's old team. After all, these players have been working together for a long time, and there is no lack of tacit understanding. Situation. Among the new players, only Melo appears in the starting lineup, and Gigi, this new favourite of England, has only left St James for only half a season. Newcastle showed a strong desire to attack from the beginning. 5th minute. New Age Melo was not polite at all when facing his old club Fiorentina. He made a tough tackle and cut off the ball from Mario Santana, who was trying to pass. He passed a long pass and the alien headed the ball to Gigi. The offside counter-attack was successful, and he made a pendulum pass to get past goalkeeper Freddy, and succeeded in pushing the shot into the empty goal. .1:0 exclamation point street. James rejoices. In the camera, Lee Tongfan and Wang King also jumped up excitedly and clapped desperately. This is a perfect start. The young player Gigi, who is on loan from Macmillan, showed incredible form. He is more cunning than Inzaghi and has a fatal blow. Although it is only a long and insignificant warm-up match, Rijkaard's team still showed a good competitive state. Courtside point, Rijkaard rushed to the sideline from the command seat and waved excitedly. Obviously, the Dutchman was very satisfied with being able to score so quickly. In this game, Newcastle showed an extraordinary state. Rijkaard's 4-3 was very effective. Newcastle took a 4:1 lead in the first half and was unstoppable. In addition to Gigi's goal, Ronaldo scored twice with a single shot and a long shot. Owen beat fire rent in a centre-back Gamubrini and scored with a header. The Viola scored at the end of the first half. The leading striker Gilardino succeeded in picking up the goal and regained a point. In a hearty half, Rijkaard showed a climax of coaching methods. Of course, this is not unrelated to Crazy Lee's previous efforts. You must know that last season, Crazy Lee also used a set of 4-3 as used to defeat the invincible opponents in the Premier League. The players are no strangers to such tactics. Look at what adjustments Rijkaard will make in the second half. After a short intermission, the second half began. The main function of the warm-up match is to polish tactics and train players. Rijkaard understands this well and made a wide range of substitutions at the beginning of the second half. Youngster Thomas Müller replaced the alien Ronaldo and Juan Mata replaced Owen. Melo was replaced by Kedira and Nuade van der Vaart replaced Alan Smith. Florence also made substitution adjustments and Gilardino, who scored a goal, went off to rest. 45 minutes later, the total score became 6:3. Mata and Müller scored. The talented Dutch Beckham, van der Vaart contributed 2 wonderful assists and scored for Florence. Yes, it is midfielder Montolivo. When the referee blew the whistle to end the game, St. James became a sea of joy. Previously, some fans were worried that Crazy Lee would cause turmoil in the team after leaving the team. They did not trust Rijkaard, a guy who had never played in the Premier League. However, after this game, some of their worries were finally relieved. Even though it was a friendly match, 6 teams were able to break into Florence's level, which at least preserved the team's impressive offensive ability. The Magpie spreads its wings in the Black Swan era, and its crazy attack power continues to increase. Lee Shuai won a lot of prizes in his first stop. Crazy Lee, satisfied with Rijkaard's performance. Rijkaard, alien is brilliant. Gigi is incredible to new players from Newcastle. Melo van der Vaart wins the house. This warm-up match was exaggerated by the English media. David Rijkaard received initial recognition from the arrogant English gentleman. People also expressed their affirmation of Crazy Lee's coaching selection standards. The team's performance makes Newcastle fans full of confidence. It's almost mid-July, and the summer transfer market is still full of smoke. At this time, Russian tycoon Abramovich finally rose to prominence. On July 14th, he did something big that made all Macmillan fans scream with anger and resentment. Seduced the obese version of tactician Carlo Ancelotti. The incompetence of the Rossonera's senior management this summer finally caused them to lose Ancelotti, an excellent coach who is accustomed to being submissive and can always bring results to the team. What makes San Siro even worse is that Fatian even used his personal prestige in Milanello to move to England. He did not hesitate to wield a big shovel to try to please the new owners, Pirlo, Pato and Gattuso. Others are rumored to follow their mentor Carlo Ancelotti to Stamford Bridge. Another team that is about to vomit blood is probably the Gunners. Arsenal. The team's 2 generals, Little Warcraft, Adebayor and Carlo Tour, finally couldn't resist Manchester City's constant flirting and money and joined the Blues. Moon Manchester City. The gunman is seriously injured. Among the 4 traditional giants, Liverpool's attrition situation is also very serious. The Spanish chubby Benitez was obsessed with seducing Barry from Villa last summer and even mobilized the idea of exchanging Alonso for Barry, which finally hurt Alonso. Heart. The Spanish midfielder accepted the embrace of Real Madrid in anger, and the golden combination of Alonso and Mascherano became the best song in football. Time has entered late July, and each team has begun its final warm-up match before the season point. Since both Rijkaard and Lee are relatively well-connected men in Spanish football, Newcastle's first stop for their summer warm-up match was chosen to be in Spain, July 17th. Newcastle defeated Getafe 4-1. Ronaldo scored a hat-trick in the first half. Owen scored a goal. July 19th. Newcastle drew with Atletico Madrid 2-2. Gigi and teenager Mueller each scored a goal. July 23rd. Newcastle 3-1 Espanyol. Van der Vaart scored twice from a free kick. Taylor scored from the corner kick. After 2 consecutive wins and a draw in the Spanish warm-up match, Newcastle returned to England amid acclaim and began preparations for the first official game of the 2009-10 season, the English Community Shield. Newcastle's opponent in the Community Shield is Chelsea. Ancelotti and Rijkaard, two famous coaches who have played against each other before, will work hard to win their first Premier League trophy after each lands in the Premier League for the first time. Compared with Newcastle, which has undergone a major overhaul, Chelsea, the blue team, has not had any major changes in terms of players except for inviting Carlo Ancelotti, a master tactician. Perhaps it is because the new tactical formation has not been honed yet. The performance in the 3 warm-up matches that just ended was not good, with only 2 losses and 1 draw. Compared with Newcastle, which has basically completed its replacement, Chelsea seems to be still in the midst of a busy transfer operation. The rumored Pirlo and Pato have not yet arrived, while Warcraft, Drogba, and Iron Man Lampard have once again, after being seduced by the madman Mourinho in Apennines. The atmosphere within the team does not seem to be very harmonious. The English media seem to be more optimistic about Newcastle winning the Community Shield, although the investment is not much, judging from the speed and quality of the team configuration for Rijkaard. Crazy Lee, as the club chairman, is still very competent. Such a Crazy Lee is indeed worthy of everything. The fans give him applause and cheers in every game. This passage from The Observer was unanimously agreed upon by the English media. Before the Community Shield match, Newcastle played another warm-up match at home, beating West Ham United 2-0. After the game, Rijkaard came to see Lee Tongfan. Lee, the team needs a high center forward. This can enrich our tactics and may be useful when facing the opponent's secret defense. Since Lee Tongfan was also a head coach, Rijkaard did not go into too much detail. He believed that Lee Tongfan would understand what he meant. Oh, that's it. Do you have a suitable candidate? Lee Tongfan seemed to be positive about Black Swan's point of view. If it is the most suitable, then of course it is Swedish striker Zlatan Ibrahimovic. I heard that he is not willing to stay at Inter Milan. Rijkaard's German was not amazing, and the name he proposed was almost Leo. Lee was relieved. It seemed that he himself knew that this goal was not suitable, and continued, of course, if you have other candidates, that's fine. I need that kind of powerful standing center. It's better to have some skills on your feet. If you say that, I suddenly thought of a person. Leo Lee thought for a while, and the name of a high potential little demon who had just been found in the FM 2010 database jumped into his mind, and that guy happened to be in Newcastle. So, Leo Lee smiled proudly. Frank, I suggest you go to the youth team and have a look. I think maybe you can find a suitable partner. Youth team, child. Rijkaard has not specifically visited the youth team since he came to Newcastle. His first impression was that teams like Newcastle do not have the La Masia youth training camp style training school like Barcelona, so the youth team there shouldn't be any good prospects in the team. However, since it was the club owner's suggestion, he felt that he should go take a look. After all, this boss also has another identity, that is, the god on the sidelines of football. He is recognized around the world for discovering young players. He and Professor Arsene Wenger became famous for a while. Maybe there is some super genius hidden there, not sure. Early the next morning, after handing over the team's training matters to assistant coach Alan Shearer, Rijkaard came to Newcastle's youth training camp alone. The young players were doing simple ball training. Black Swan, among the more than 40 little guys, he saw 2 big men nearly 2 meters tall at a glance. Is it the 2 of them that Lee is talking about? Guess who Leo Lee is talking about. Ronaldo retired, but he never knew what to say. He was always in a skeptical attitude, as if he was deceiving himself and others. It is hard to believe that the fat man really left the football field like this. The departure of the idol of a generation really makes the corners of my eyes feel wet. Let's cherish those old stars who are still fighting. Chapter 521. The first battle of the 09-10 season. The football was passed from the wing by his teammates, and his black hair grew like an ink painting blooming on a scroll. With a whoosh, the football flew out, grazing the intersection of the crossbar and the uprights of the goal, and drilling into the goal. Smart and elegant. This is a perfect lion head flick. Well done, Nasser. A beautiful shot. Some of the young players clapped their hands and shouted and cheered. Nasser Balakit turned around to express his gratitude to his teammates. The golden sunshine shone on his face. It was a slightly feminine face, handsome, and easily reminiscent of Manchester United sky-high Bulgarian centre Berbatov. At this time, is such a shot applauded? There is no one around him to defend. Look at me. David, you pass the ball. John, Glenn, you two defend me. You saw your strength. A loud piercing sound came, and Rijkaard, who was standing on the sidelines, looked over at the sound. The speaker was another big man he had just seen. He was as strong as a bull and had flaxen hair. It turned into a small cow's tail, with arrogance written all over its sharp-edged face. The little player called David is a slightly thin little guy with an excellent sense of the ball. He bounces the ball all the way to the corner kick and prepares to take a free throw. The other two players standing next to the big man should be what the big man calls John and Glenn. They are both muscular black guys. Their bodies are 7 or 8 times lower than the big man. The two players are on the left and right. The big man is tightly sandwiched in the middle. No one noticed Rijkaard's arrival. The Dutchman stood on the sidelines watching this scene with interest. If he guessed correctly, Tongfan asked himself to come to the youth team to find a high center, which should be one of these two big men. One whoosh, an arc bloomed under the skinny David's feet, heading straight to the center of the penalty area with excellent angle and speed. Look at me. The big man like a bull took 2 or 3 steps back, then suddenly rushed forward, jumped up, faced the flying football, and pushed it hard, full of momentum. Rijkaard, who was standing not far away, suddenly shrank his pupils at this moment. What an amazing ability to stay in the air. Among the players I have seen, only Kluivert and a few other players have such aerial skills at their peak. Only excellent centers have ever existed. This little guy's not simple. Bang. Bang bang. Rijkaard, who had been standing aside to observe secretly, couldn't help but applaud when he saw this wonderful scene. At this time, not only the young players, but also the coaches of the youth team discovered that the new head coach had no idea when the coach actually came to the sidelines. The little guys continued to train, and the head coach of the youth team came over. After a brief exchange of greetings, Rijkaard got straight to the point. What's the name of that little guy? Black Swan refers to an arrogant young man who is as strong as a slow bull. Carroll. Andy Carroll. Oh. Rijkaard nodded thoughtfully. I need the most detailed training report from Andy Carroll, and let him report to the first team in the afternoon. After a brief exchange, Rijkaard turned and left. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around, pointed at another big man on the court, and asked again, that little guy is Dutch? Yes, Nasser Balakit, born in Amsterdam, 19 years old, attacking midfielder. That's it. Give me his detailed information and let him report to the first team. Rijkaard hesitated for a moment, but finally made such a decision. After saying this time, Black Swan left the youth team training ground without staying for a moment. Not managing the specific affairs of the team, Tongfan has been really free during this period. He rarely goes to the training base during this period. It is not because of laziness. Leoli is afraid that if he goes, he may give Lee G. Calder's job brings trouble. If the Dutchman wants to establish absolute prestige within the team, he must be given enough trust. If even Leoli is watching the team every day like a sneaky FBI, where is the hero? Calder can't do it anymore. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and Newcastle played a lot of warm-up matches during this period. Unlike Tongfan, who lost games in the warm-up matches as a common occurrence, Rijkaard led the team to another series of victories. Although the team was not strong, the 4, 3 offensive formation still set off a black and white whirlwind among Premier League teams. Andy Carroll, the young centre who was promoted from the youth team to the first team by Ridgekid, has grown rapidly and scored 4 goals in 3 warm-up games. His strong ability to stay in the air and physical confrontation have given him, white with the title of Warcraft, and being an English national, many football commentators and media believe that Carroll can become a super centre like Drogba and Alan Shearer. Another young player, Balachit, who was promoted from the youth team to the first team, was not very lucky. Although he was tall, his playing style was soft, and he lacked the ability to fight. He did not get many opportunities in the warm-up matches. Andy Carroll was clearly at a disadvantage. As time enters August, the 5 major leagues are about to start, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes tense, because the Football Association of England has announced the schedule for the 2009-10 Premier League season. As last season's league champion, Newcastle will play its first Premier League game of the 2009-10 season at home at St James Park on August 17th. The opponent is the Premier League team Aston Villa, of course. Before that, people were paying more attention to another game on August 10th. The Magpies played against the Blues Chelsea at Wembley Stadium to compete for the Community Shield Championship. This is the focus of the game that really attracts more attention. August 5th. Major European betting companies have announced the odds for the 5 major league champions in the new season. Newcastle has lost Crazy Lee and has not made any big moves in terms of signings, so it is ranked 3rd in the Premier League. Among other teams, Chelsea, the blue team with well-preserved main players, ranked 1st, while Manchester United, which lost C. Ronaldo, ranked 2nd, and Arsenal and Liverpool, which lost a lot of blood, ranked 4th and 5th respectively. Time passes slowly but rapidly. Instead of the smoke filling the European football transfer market dissipating, as the transfer window closes, there is an increasingly crazier trend. In the blink of an eye, the Premier League season begins. Big drama, the Community Shield match is about to begin. August 9th. The Newcastle team came to London and began preparing for the Community Shield. This is the first official game for Dutchman Frank Rijkaard since he took over the Magpies. It is also an excellent opportunity for Blues coach Ancelotti to prove himself to the media, fans and both clubs. After experiencing a poor warm-up match record, all paid enough attention to this game. Although he is no longer the head coach, Crazy Lee has no intention of keeping his big mouth shut. The first minute he came to London, he posted a photo of a big middle finger on his personal Facebook, as shown below, accompanying the arrogant development declaration. Who else could win the game but Newcastle? When Magpies coach Rijkaard accepted questions from reporters at the press conference, he also expressed that he was full of confidence in winning the game. In contrast, Chelsea has kept a sufficiently low profile. Ancelotti believes that it is a severe challenge to play against a team like Newcastle, while Russian giant Abramovich only said to reporters, "I have a very good personal relationship with Crazy Lee." This game is regarded as a crucial test for Newcastle in the post-Crazy Lee era, and is also regarded as a career confrontation between Rijkaard and Ancelotti, 2 world-class coaches who are debuting in the Premier League. Countless fans and media are looking forward to it, hoping that the two can, like Ferguson, Wenger, Mourinho, Benitez and Crazy Lee, bring a competition that will be remembered in history for this fiery football transition. Confrontation story. August 10th. In the afternoon, the sun set slightly, and with the caress of the breeze, there was finally a hint of coolness in the hot weather. However, Wembley Stadium was like a huge burning steel furnace, with a hot atmosphere coming out from inside. The 2009-10 Premier League Community Shield match has started for almost 10 minutes. The score on the field is still at 0:0 for the time being. Both sides have offense and defense, but neither side has achieved a particularly good shooting opportunity. We haven't seen anything eye-catching so far in the game. Both sides seem to be still in the trial stage and are playing cautiously. The person who was invited to the scene to commentate was the famous football commentator sister. This football commentator became famous because of Crazy Lee. He did not lose his popularity because of Crazy Lee's resignation as head coach. He still firmly occupies the throne of England's #1 commentator. Rijkaard and Ancelotti are a little cautious In the first 10 minutes, perhaps the only bright spot is Crazy Lee sitting in the stands, the youngest owner of all Premier League teams. Once he appeared in the fan stands with his girlfriend. Compared with Abramovich sitting on the rostrum, Madman Lee, who was dressed casually, looked more like an ordinary fan. However, the joy of Newcastle fans told us that it seemed that the fans liked him more. Crazy Lee is an ordinary fan, surrounded by the Newcastle fans who never stopped shouting. Lee Tongfan watched the progress of the game. His eyebrows gradually came together. Such a tactic. Rijkaard was too careful. The most important aspect of Newcastle's 4-3-3 offensive tactics is momentum. If they don't take the initiative to attack and build momentum, they will be forced to be patient against a very tough opponent like Chelsea. It will definitely not be easy to get rid of after a long time. Although Lee Tongfan's words were a little too painful to stand up and talk about, the terrifying premonition ability of the game accumulated by countless ability points did allow Leo Lee to clearly find the trend of the game. 168th minute. After Chelsea patiently reversed the ball, they played wonderful cooperation. Lampard made a long distance transfer. The wide player Malauda swung the angle and passed the ball low. Drogba, who followed up in the middle, grabbed the ball and scored a goal. Foot shot, whoosh, the football flew into the net close to the near post with lightning speed! 1:0! Blues Chelsea broke the deadlock. Robben was taken to the Magpies. Podolski was sent to Bayern. Owen did not go to Manchester United. Crespo had to be sent there, which was considered to be a complete personnel configuration, and it would not have a big impact on the actual situation. The transition chapters are basically finished. And the next plot will be faster. Chapter 522, the first month of the season and the great battle. Seeing that it was Chelsea, who was not optimistic, who broke the deadlock, the onside camera did not immediately switch to Rijkaard, the Magpies head coach, but to Crazy Lee, who was sitting in the fan area above the coaching bench. Like the fans around him, the man in the camera is holding his head in his hands and making an unbelievable expression. Just from this expression, it is difficult for people to make other guesses. Courtside. Rijkaard was expressionless and just yelled something loudly on the court. Not far away from him, the Chelsea command box was filled with joy. Ancelotti and his assistants hugged excitedly, and the substitute players. Then he jumped up and rushed to the sidelines and raised his fist high. In the stadium box, Russian Abramovich showed his iconic smile again, like a shy big boy. Chelsea, who had a mess in the warm-up match, unexpectedly took the lead. Newcastle has not yet entered the state. This is not a good sign. It is really difficult to reverse a team like Chelsea. The narrator, Sester, was disappointed and regretful. Facts have proved that this golden commentator's big mouth is really a bit like a crow's mouth. Not long after he finished speaking, Newcastle lost the ball again. This time it was Frenchman Malauda who scored the goal. This man with a hairstyle like a chicken tail would definitely be at a disadvantage in a fight. After passing Gareth Bale in a hurry on the wing, he fired a cold shot from a small angle. Spider-Man Hugo Lloris was unable to block the block, and the football once again ran into the goal from the near corner. 0! As soon as the goal was scored, Rijkaard's expression suddenly changed. The difference between one goal and the difference between two goals is not just as simple as adding up numbers. Facing a team like Chelsea, falling behind by 2 goals means that 95% of your body has fallen into the terrifying quicksand. Among them, destruction is imminent. In an instant, the stands belonging to the blue camp at Wembley Stadium were like a pot of blue paint that was boiling with water vapor that made people's vision blurry, making the corners of Newcastle people's mouths dry. It's hard to open my eyes, looking forward to a hearty victory in a high-profile manner. This is a team that has integrated the tradition of big wins into its blood. However, no one expected that in such a game that is regarded as almost a sure win. The opponent in poor condition took less than half an hour to let fate hold his throat firmly. Such irony. Newcastle fans don't know what to sing at this moment. This is not St. James, and Coming Home Newcastle is obviously inappropriate. However, if it is the song of Madman Lee, the man with an ugly face standing in front of the team's coaching bench at this moment is not the familiar Madman Lee. It's unbelievable. What are Newcastle doing? They are acting like a relegated team. and Chelsea only performed 80% of what they should be, and they easily scored 2 goals. Wow, this is really too bad. Cester's plaintive tone point. Such commentary makes it easy for people to wonder if this group is complaining because the man standing in front of the command seat is not madmanly. This time, when the broadcast camera was focused on the fan stands, Crazy Lee, like many Newcastle fans, was holding up the team's scarf and cheering for the players. In addition to the flying spit and flushed face, however, that pretended to be calm expression made it easy for people to wonder whether the chairman, who had been so spanked, was already furious at his foolish subordinates. The first half of the game ended quickly with waves of cheers from Newcastle fans. Although more than 40,000 voices were shouted, the score still maintained 2-0. Chelsea led the players to score 2 goals that even they themselves felt were a little too easy, and walked in happily. The locker room. During the halftime break, many people noticed that Madmanley, who had been sitting in the stands, had quietly left at some point. Only Wang King remained quietly. The angry Madmanley rushed to the locker room to personally adjust the team's tactics. Some Newcastle fans thought with luck point soon. The second half of the game began. Rijkaard did not make substitution adjustments. It was still the same 11 people, still in the 4-3-3 formation. However, Newcastle soon gave the fans a surprise. 49th minute. Melo stole the ball from Malauda in the backcourt and passed it to Fernando Gago next to him. Gago took advantage of the situation and made a pass. The football came to Alan Smith's feet, and Smith's performance was even more amazing. He used his own performance to prove that a macho man can sometimes play tricks, leaning against the defensive player Essien, without even looking at the movements of his teammates behind him. In the first moment, it was a kick. Michael Owen, who received the pass, spread his legs while running and missed it intentionally. Alien Ronaldo, who was following closely from behind, formed a single-handed attack the moment he caught the ball. The fat man didn't make any adjustments and directly kicked the goal. The football passed between the legs of Czech goalkeeper Petr Cech. 2-1. Newcastle pulls one back. Wembley Stadium suddenly felt like an active volcano in the process of erupting, spewing out hot magma. It suppressed the enthusiasm in the hearts of most of the Newcastle fans. They finally found a way and reason to vent their anger. Every one of them flushed with anger. Distorted faces witness the excitement of Magpies fans. As excited as the fans is Lee Tongbum as the head coach. Rijkaard has always emphasized Barcelona-style technical flow control, and Newcastle's attack just now reflects this. The super cooperation of Barcelona and Arsenal did not belong to Barcelona and Arsenal. One touch of the ball instantly tore apart Chelsea's pride. The Great Wall of Steel is like a red-hot iron stamped on cheese, effortless. With such a level of cooperation, Leo Lee thinks that, although he has led the team to win countless games, he really can't do it. This is talent and there is no way to compare it. Cester also roared with excitement like a cramp. Goo-hole. What? This guy said next was completely blocked by the roar of the fans, and no one heard it. The game was in suspense because of Ronaldo's goal, but the suspense was quickly killed after 10 minutes. The killer was Lampard, the core of Chelsea's midfielder. He was a man of steel and was 35 meters away from the goal. A super world wave was launched. At the end of the game, Newcastle ultimately lost this much anticipated battle 1-3. Just as the final commentator Cester said Ancelotti has already won the first Premier League trophy in his life, while Rijkaard has to wait a little longer. However, the historical rule is that teams that win the Community Shield will eventually lose the league championship. This may be the only consolation for Newcastle. Of course, the harsh Premier League media will not let Rijkaard go so easily. Leichy's victory was beaten back to its original shape. How far is Black Swan from Crazy Lee? Newcastle's prospects for defending the title are not all smooth sailing. Rijkaard doesn't adapt to the Premier League. The Magpies' new 4-3-3 formation is in name only. Rijkaard needs to change his formation urgently as the owner of the club. Lee Tongfan will naturally be mentioned a lot. Thinking of Crazy Lee's arrogant and high-profile performance before the game, this time the media finally found an opportunity to slap Crazy Lee in the face. But Leo Lee obviously won't be so easy. GIF, up the community shield is meaningless for Newcastle. Our goal is not here. I'm very happy that the team scored an incredible goal and everything is going in the opposite direction. I'm still full of feelings for Frank. With confidence, he will get all the support he wants from Newcastle. This is what Lee Tongfan said in an exclusive interview with a reporter from The Observer. Lee Tongfan's statement made Newcastle fans who were originally extremely disappointed with the result of the game appear to be much more generous in their treatment of Rijkaard. Enthusiastic fans leave words of support on the club's official website every day. Rijkaard was grateful. After this brief turmoil, everything is moving in a good direction. After the Community Shield, Newcastle played 2 consecutive warm-up matches, winning 1 and drawing 1. Rijkaard began to adjust to the main lineup. Alien Ronaldo, Angel, Gigi, and Flash Killer Owen became the first choice for human risks, and in the midfield, Angel wings, Juan Mata replaced Thomas Müller. Melo and Gago firmly occupy the main midfield position. August is about to come to a close, and Real Madrid's crazy spending in the transfer market has helped spark a strong rebound from their century-old rival Barcelona. Guardiola used Eto'o plus cash to introduce Sweden from Inter Milan. Man Ibrahimovic, the worth of 66 million yuan, also allowed Ibrahimovic to snatch away the third worth of player transfers that the handsome boy Kaká had not yet put under his butt. As for the superstars, Barcelona finally regained a victory. The madness continues. August 17th. The Premier League finally kicked off with much attention. Newcastle, sitting at home in St James's, finally showed their style as defending champions. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, they defeated Aston Villa 3-0. The 3 forwards Owen, Ronaldo and Nicolas Gigi each scored a goal. Angel wings, Juan Mata contributed 3 assists, and was elected the best player of the game. What no one knew was that after the game, Rijkaard looked at the 3-0 on the giant electronic scoreboard at the end of the St James Stadium and said quietly, "What Lee said is not wrong at all. Momentum. You must play with momentum. This is the Premier League, not La Liga. I have to speed up my pace." After the first round of the Premier League, the traditional top 4 also achieved victory. Arsenal swept the weak team West Bromwich Albion 4-0 at home, and ranked first in the standings with an advantage of 4 goals. Newcastle ranked first in the standings. The 1 goal disadvantage ranks second. 3rd and 4th are Chelsea and Manchester United respectively, and 5th is Liverpool, which narrowly beat Everton by 1 goal. Next, until the end of August, Newcastle experienced 3 more games, and achieved a record of 2 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. After 4 rounds, Newcastle finally succeeded in reaching the top, and sat first in the Premier League standings. Everything seems to be fine. The transfer market is about to close on the last day of August, and a sense of madness can be smelled everywhere in the 5 major leagues. Newcastle's first game in the upcoming September will be a severe test. Challenge the Red Army Liverpool away from home. Tomorrow we will start to accelerate. The 3rd update, and we must be worthy of the brothers and yielding support during the most difficult period of the knife. Thank you to Changjiushan, Seoul, Thunder, Wazhou, Fangao. It's difficult to register a child. I was born in an inch. Tangwiki, I'm losing Neo, Zelxiana Lang 2, Alwari, Leo 333 and several brothers for their help in these few days. Sign up for support. Thank you all. Chapter 523, Becoming Famous in One Battle and World Cup Preliminary Competition. While Newcastle's record was steadily improving, some media shifted their attention to Crazy Lee's illness. Unfortunately, when facing the microphone of the reporter, Crazy Lee himself was always very secretive and never mentioned it. Some reporters tried to find out about this matter through the hospital, but after spending a lot of energy, the Sun only dug up an unfounded rumor from Newcastle Central Hospital, where Crazy Lee had been receiving medication treatment. Crazy Lee's intracranial tumor is miraculously disappearing. This vague report caused a great response among Newcastle fans. Although Lee Tongfan is not the team's head coach, and Rijkaard's performance as a coach is also perfect, but fans still can't forget what this Chinese did for the team when the summer was about to fall. Even though he has retreated to the second line as the club owner, Crazy Lee has not been like the miser Mick Ashley before, constantly selling players to make profits for himself, you know. If we talk about wealth, the bank deposit of Crazy Lee is far behind that of Ashley, a famous super rich man in England. However, when it comes to investing in the Magpies, even though he is just a foreigner, he is always passionate about Newcastle, and it has never been heard that Crazy Lee restricts the club's transfer funds. To exaggerate a little, Crazy Lee brought the ocean to the dry land of Newcastle, but he himself only got a drop of water. Some people even regard the brain tumor incident as the result of Crazy Lee's hard work to revitalize Newcastle. So that more and more Newcastle fans feel that they owe Crazy Lee too much when watching the team move forward step by step and reap glory. If Crazy Lee in the coaching industry has been recognized by the world as an unbreakable myth, then Crazy Lee, as a simple man, has been regarded as a city hero by Newcastle, the English metropolis known as the world's 8 major entertainment cities, superhero. To this end, the city government and Newcastle Central Hospital made an unprecedented public proposal to all fans to waive the medical expenses of Crazy Lee during his drug treatment and instead directly pay for it with the financial support of Conquer. If the beneficiary of such a proposal were any other person, it might immediately cause an uproar in the city or even in England. However, when the name is Crazy Lee, it seems to have a magical power. Almost all Newcastle citizens take it for granted. Even if they are not fans of the Magpies, they all admit what this Chinese man has brought to the team. However, Crazy Lee does not seem to be willing to owe Newcastle people too much in this matter. Just 3 or 5 days later, the Newcastle orphanage announced that they had received a donation of £1 million from Crazy Lee, which is exactly twice the amount of his drug treatment expenses waived by the city government during his time as the chairman of the club. In addition to caring about the team's performance and fully supporting Richcard's work here, Lee Tongfan also devoted a lot of thought to the research of FM 2010. After launching the Super Entertainment Life Experience system, FM 2010 temporarily stopped the function of rehearsing the Newcastle game. In this way, even Leo Lee himself could not know the result of the game before the game was displayed. Perhaps, the FM 2010 system believes that this function is no longer important after leaving the head coach position. In contrast to the simulation function, the ability to maintain the modified player status has continued. Ronaldo, Gago and Taylor have maintained their abilities at their peak last season. Richcard's technical tactical system has once again improved their real abilities. In addition, most of the other functions of the system are preserved. The scout tool checks the potential of the players, the system database searches for various information, and other functions are still in the open state. The most important thing is that Leo Lee can use various function points such as crow mouth points, scandal points, destruction points, and climate points at any time. As time enters September, the window of the European football transfer market is finally closed. In this crazy summer, the leading clubs in the transfer market are undoubtedly Real Madrid, Barcelona and Manchester City. The investment of these 3 clubs has exceeded €100 million. The Premier League and Serie A have lost their signature stars. The madness of Real Madrid and Barcelona has made La Liga have a tendency to surpass the Premier League and become the world's first league. Manchester City, which lacks enough appeal, has only recruited some second-rate stars in the end despite waiving countless money. Affected by the global economic crisis, the traditional top 4 teams in the Premier League have been very rational in recruiting players, and there are no big moves. However, Inter Milan in Serie A, through the Ibrahimovic deal, not only got a super killer like Eto'o, but also got practical stars like Thiago Motta and Diego Milito, which was recognized by major media as a great deal. The closure of the transfer market means that the noise outside the game has finally ended, and all teams can finally devote 100% of their energy to this long season that has already begun. The most intense competition is coming. In the first week after the transfer market closed, Newcastle finally faced a real test. The team will go to Anfield to challenge the Red Army Liverpool. Liverpool achieved 2 wins and 2 draws in 4 games in August, temporarily ranking 6th in the Premier League standings. Benitez's team continued the downturn since last season, and the high-priced Italian Aquilini was introduced. He is just a sick boy, and cannot replace Alonso's position at all. They are even behind Marco's mercenary team Manchester City in the league standings. However, considering that Newcastle was overthrown by Chelsea in the Community Shield at the beginning of the season, and the opponents in the first 4 games were generally not strong. Therefore, I dare not say that they will definitely be able to face a killer like Liverpool win. The competition officially starts at 1900 hours. On September 2nd, the Anfield Stadium was packed, and Liverpool fans occupied most of the seats in the stands. As expected, Lee Tongfan and Wang King appeared in the stands again, surrounded by Newcastle fans, watching the game up close. In the away game, Rijkaard unexpectedly abandoned the 4-3-3 he had insisted on before, and switched to a more balanced 4-4-2. Owen and Gigi appeared on the front line, and Ronaldo sat on the bench. Liverpool still adopted a 4-1-3-2 formation, with Torres Kuit at the front, and Gerrard was once again placed on the right wing by Benitez. The game starts soon. Whether it was Newcastle or Liverpool, the 90 minutes at Anfield were a difficult challenge. Until the 65th minute of the game, neither side was able to score. The shouts and cheers at Anfield gradually became weak. Both sides reflected the tactical mentality of not seeking success, but seeking no faults. In the sleepy stadium, only the giant electronic scoreboard above the stadium clearly displayed game progress: Newcastle 0-0 Liverpool. In the 65th minute, Blacks won. Rijkaard took the lead in making substitution adjustments, and changed the team's forward line. However, to everyone's expectation, what the Dutch replaced was not Ilyan Ronaldo, but the 1.94-meter tall young centre Andy Carroll. This is the first appearance of the 20-year-old centre, who performed well in the warm-up matches after entering the official game of the 2009-10 season. Rijkaard replaced Nicolas Gigi with him. Putting the outcome of such an important game on young Carroll is obviously a sign of great trust in him. Facts have proved that Rijkaard made the right substitution. Carroll's physical strength and area advantage gave Liverpool's defense a huge impact. The Red Army's backcourt was disturbed by this young giant. In the 88th minute of the game, Carroll received angel wings. Juan Mata's pass from the wing easily resisted the Red Army vice-captain Carragher. The Lion shook his head and scored. Defeat Liverpool. The camera swept over, and the Newcastle fan camp turned into a boiling ocean. Crazy Lee was waving the club's scarf, and the scene of his hair standing on end with excitement was frozen in the camera. Andy Carroll became famous in one battle. The game ended with a small victory for Newcastle. Rijkaard's substitution was called a move that decided the outcome of the game by countless experts who like to play hindsight, and Andy Carroll, even more because of that stunning lion head flicking shot to fame. At the end of the Anfield battle, Newcastle continued to hold the top spot in the standings, while Liverpool fell to 8th place due to the defeat, being overtaken by Tottenham and Everton. The 5th round of the Premier League has ended, and the 5 major leagues have taken a break because the national team match day has arrived, and the 2010 South Africa World Cup qualifiers have begun. Among them, the most eye-catching is the South American qualifier Pampas Eagles-Argentina team's home game against the 5-star Brazilian team. In the South American division, Paraguay has secured a qualifying spot, and if Brazil wins this game, it will also directly qualify. Argentina will be in a worse situation. If they cannot defeat Brazil, then they may be reduced to playing in the playoffs. Argentina's new coach Maradona, after taking over from Brazil, has led the team in 4 games with 2 wins and 2 losses. The 1-6 loss to Bolivia and the 0-2 loss to Ecuador left Maradona with a burden. Under heavy pressure, strong European teams that are also in a bad situation include Portugal, France, and Russia. Some football media have lamented that in the 2010 World Cup, it will be difficult for people to see the performances of Messi, Ronaldo, and Ribéry. After the game on September 6, Argentina, which played at home, lost the game 1-3. Their arch-rival Brazil stepped on the corpse of the Blue and White Legion to get a qualifying spot, while Maradona's team continued to buy into the abyss. One step forward. Even though he is a generational football king, fans in Argentina do not give up on Maradona. Less than a year after Ma took over as coach, he seems to be on the verge of dismissal. First updates today. Thank you brothers for your support. The team I coach is coming out soon. Chapter 524. Crazy Lee is going to coach again. After watching the match between Newcastle and Liverpool, Lee Tongfan disappeared from the stadium stands for almost a month. This made Newcastle fans nervous, thinking that the man had burped because of a bullfight, and they contacted the club through the hotline for confirmation. The media in England also fanned the flames of the incident, so that within a period of time, Crazy Lee died of a serious illness. Crazy Lee was hospitalized for secret treatment. Crazy Lee became seriously ill and went crazy. Crazy Lee underwent surgery. News such as Crazy Lee died on the operating table, and so on frequently appeared on the front pages of some English tabloids, just as countless grieving Newcastle fans initiated automatic donations to erect a bronze statue of the club's greatest ever manager in the front square of St. James Park for posterity. Crazy Lee is back. Thank you all for thinking of me. Ha ha ha. Facing the exclusive interview camera of England's national television, the sultry man laughed shamelessly. I know that everyone misses me during this period. The reason why I do it mysteriously is because I have just completed something. A very important thing in my life. As a reporter, Sester was very curious and said, Lee, can you tell me what the big deal is? The shameless man twisted a little and suddenly said with a flushed face, that's right, during this period, I got married. Haha, you also know that she and I have been in love for many years, and I feel that this illness must be because God wanted me to take a break, so I could have time to complete this important thing for me. Ouch. Got. Sester's face showed huge surprise, which was a kind of happiness from the heart. I must congratulate you. It's great, Lee. This is definitely the best thing I have heard recently. Good news. The love story between Crazy Lee and King, after being excavated and reported in detail by The Sun, made countless English fans fall into the imagination of the beautiful love between childhood sweethearts. Crazy Lee never abandons King, who is seriously ill, and King's love for King is serious. Crazy Lee's career has always been fully supported, bringing a story about love to the world of football. As one of Crazy Lee's fans, Sester obviously understands this very well. He jumped up like a child. He stood up and hugged Lee Tongfan. I think many people have been waiting for this day. However, Lee, with all due respect, I think you should hold a grand wedding for Ms. King instead of, well, I will do that, but before that, I hope to enjoy some space of my own with her. You know, if the media knows about this in advance, then I will not have enough time. In the TV footage, two men looked at each other and laughed. One more question, Lee. I think countless fans who are interested in you want to know, regarding your condition, has the hospital's drug treatment worked in the past 2 months? Oh, you mean that damn tumor? I have to thank the experts who made the treatment plan for me. In an examination just yesterday, the damn tumor has shrunk to less than 1 centimeter. About half a cent about millimeters. If calculated at this rate, maybe it will completely disappear from my body in another month. Lee Tongfan pointed to his brain proudly. Sester opened his mouth and laughed. Another good news. This is really great. Lee, what are your plans after you fully recover? To be honest, I can't wait to take over coaching a team now. Being a laid-back club owner is not my hobby, like Newcastle. Oh, no. Lee Tongfan denied. Such a thing will never happen. Frank has done a great job here. I hope he can continue to stay here and build a Newcastle United like Sir Alex Ferguson did. Dynasty. In other words, is it possible that you could coach a team other than Newcastle? I think so, but we have to wait until my illness is truly cured before we talk about it. Newcastle fans may be disappointed, but for some teams, maybe an opportunity has come. Sester winked. No team doesn't want you, Lee. Really? How this interview program broadcast by England's national TV sports channel caused a sensation after it was broadcast. It turned out that Crazy Lee disappeared secretly for a period of time and actually hid in a place where no one knew him and got married. Although their idol is still alive, the excited Newcastle fans thought over and over again, sorted out the donations raised, and found that the plan to erect a life-size bronze statue of Madman Lee in the front square of St. James Park was still a little short of the mark. The fans were about to give up. For this plan, a mysterious wealthy person suddenly donated money to make up the difference. Of course, no one except Lee Tongfan himself knew that this so-called mysterious rich man was actually the shameless and sultry man himself. For such a good thing, in the view of the vain old Lee, he must be firm, even if he is giving money back. Keep working hard. Finally, a life-size bronze statue was erected, taking into account the image of the club and the reputation of Crazy Lee himself. The shape of the statue did not adopt the look of the middle finger raised in the initial plan, but adopted the look of Leo Lee with his hands on his hips and his head 40 after Newcastle defeated AC Milan in the UEFA Cup final. 5 times. Looks sideways at Jun Lintian's pretentious posture. The improvement of Crazy Lee's condition has made countless fans around the world ecstatic, but what the media is more concerned about is Crazy Lee's tendency to coach another team revealed on the TV show. There is no doubt that, as Sister said in the show, any club in the world would like to have a head coach like Crazy Lee. Therefore, after Lee Tongfan took the initiative to reveal Ivor's desire to coach a team again, some teams have already begun preparations, and it was Madman Lee's careless words that caused another tsunami in the media world. Liverpool, with a poor record, secretly contacted Madman Lee. The Manchester City boss is dissatisfied with Marcuse's low reputation and covets Crazy Lee. Leonardo's record is bad. Berlusconi calls Crazy Lee the mysterious Chinese businessman plans to acquire Violent Ben, and Madman Lee is one of the candidates for the new coach. Portugal is getting further and further away from the World Cup. Madman Lee may become the savior of the Portuguese Football Association. It was revealed that Maradona submitted his resignation. The Arab Football Association contacted Madman Lee. It was just an understatement on a TV show. Within a day or two, Lee Tongfan's name was associated with major giants in newspapers and periodicals in major European media, as long as they had poor results in the 2 months since the start of the season. Rich teams are very likely to become Crazy Lee's new team, if it weren't for the fact that the 2009-10 season has just begun, and Crazy Lee himself is still the chairman of Newcastle Club. Then maybe the number of teams that Crazy Lee may be able to take over will be greatly increased. Saturday in Newcastle's home game against Bolton Wanderers. 1 month later, Lee Tongfan and Wang Qing once again appeared in the stands of St. James Park and received a wave of applause from the Newcastle fans. At this time, Newcastle's record was improving rapidly. After 10 rounds of the Premier League, it ranked first in the Premier League standings with a record of 8 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss. In the Champions League group stage, it won 2 and drew 1 of 3 games. With a goal difference advantage, it defeated the La Liga giants Barcelona and ranked first. First place in Group D. Rijkaard has won the support of all Newcastle fans. In today's game, the injured Owen was absent from the squad. Andy Carroll, Gigi and Ronaldo formed a new front trident. The 4-3-3 offensive formation left Bolton with no ability to parry. Was given 6 goals in 90 minutes. Newcastle defeated their opponent 6-0, and St. James was jubilant. All 3 goals were scored by strikers. Andy Carroll scored a hat-trick, Ronaldo scored twice, and Gigi was the icing on the cake. After the 11th round of the Premier League, Irving tied for the top scorer list with Ronaldo with 13 goals. In second place was high centre Andy Carroll. Counting the hat-trick in this game, the rookie scored 9 goals. Nicholas Gigi ranks 6th on the scorer list with 5 goals. Due to Rijkaard's tactics, Gigi's task is to intersperse and run with many players to create opportunities for his partners. His goal data is compared to AC Milan's. Time has dropped a lot. Angel Wings, Juan Mata ranks first in the assists list with 10 assists. After the victory, Lee Tongfan went to the field to congratulate the players. After Ronaldo, Gigi and others hugged and celebrated, Lee Tongfan was quickly surrounded by crazy reporters. It seemed that despite leading the team to a hearty victory, Rijkaard's limelight still cannot suppress the former head coach. The Times reported that both Liverpool and Manchester City want to hire you to coach their teams. Is this true? A reporter asked. Lee Tongfan squeezed around and found that the reporters were very close. So he had to smile and said, "It is true that some teams have contacted me, but I will not consider the Premier League team for the time being, because I don't want to be regarded as an enemy this season." Step into St. James. Lee Tongfan squeezed out of the crowd with the help of the players. In the noisy and bustling stadium, he saw a lonely figure from behind. It was a familiar young man, Gigi's partner at the time, Dutch teenager Nasser Berekit. Compared with a year ago, this big man has become thinner, his hair is very long, and his face has become more delicate. Old Lee knew that the little guy was transferred to the first team by Rich Kid, but this season it seems that Balachit has never had a chance to play in the first team. Coach the team. See you in the next chapter. Dear brothers and sisters, happy Lantern Festival. Please continue to support Modifiers and Knives. I love you all. So I want to give you a climax. Chapter 525 Arrival. New coach of the Blue and White Army. From FM 2009, we can know that Balachit's potential ability is actually not low. The only lack is game experience. When Leoli was coaching, considering that the stars of the first team were enough to support all fronts, in order to avoid the competition was too fierce, so Balachit was not transferred to the first team. Now it seems that the little guy's career development is not as expected, and he has encountered a cold winter. After the 11th round of the Premier League, the 5 major leagues were once again suspended due to the national team match day. The football world has entered the World Cup qualifying schedule. Among the teams that have not yet appeared, the eye-catching team is still Portugal, France, and Argentina. Argentina played an away game against Paraguay, which ranked first in the South American qualifiers. After 90 minutes, they lost the game 0:1. After this match, Argentina was in mourning. Some angry fans proposed hanging the stupid Maradona. This stubborn bearded uncle refused to allow Real Madrid sharpshooter Gonzalo Higuain to enter the national team, and refused to allow Inter Milan's top striker Diego Milito to become the main player. These have become evidence of Maradona's crimes. Most of the media in the world have already begun to say goodbye to Argentina in advance. In the 2010 World Cup, there is a 99% chance that people will not be able to see the performance of the world's #1 star Messi, and they will not be able to see the blue ball that even God loves. White jerseys flying in South Africa. Goodbye, Messi. Goodbye, Maradona. Argentina dies of superstition about Maradona. Angry Maradona insulted reporters. Son of a bitch. Maybe suspended for 5 games. Afghanistan media revealed that Messi scolded Leomar. He is just a hammer, making me take the blame. Maradona, I'm considering resigning. Even if Argentina qualify for the World Cup. Blatter, no problem without Messi or Ronaldo. The World Cup will not be eclipsed by this. Afghanistan Football Association sets conditions for my mother to stay in office. Recall Riquelme amid the doubts from the media. Argentina, a giant national team with hundreds of millions of fans around the world, and a national team that has produced football champions and children of the wind, seems to be drifting away from the 10-year World Cup in South Africa. After the battle with Paraguay, there are still 2 rounds left in the South American qualifiers. In these last 2 rounds, Argentina will face Peru and Uruguay at home and away. Peru is nothing to worry about. Now they are ranked last. And Uruguay will definitely risk their lives with Argentina, because they also have the possibility of qualifying. In the last 2 games, Argentina must win both games to qualify. Facing an old horse that even dared to lose to teams like Ecuador and Bolivia, the Argentine fans were already a little desperate and could not believe that he could lead the team. The talk of promotion and coaching change is rampant in the country. England point in the past 5 or 6 days, Lee Tongfan has indeed received coaching invitations from some clubs. In addition to private contacts with senior executives from Manchester City and Liverpool, some clubs in the Turkish and Qatar leagues whose names Lee almost didn't know also traveled thousands of miles to pay a lot of money to hire Leoli to coach. Leoli refused all these coaching invitations. The reason is simple. First of all, as he said when interviewed by reporters at St James Park that day, Leoli will never coach a Premier League team that competes with Newcastle at this stage. After all, the team is still owned by Leoli. There are so many stakes in this name. Secondly, Leoli will never consider those small teams that don't know how to hide in that mountain nest. Leading those teams is a complete waste of time. Even if he sweeps all opponents, it will not bring any sense of achievement. After clarifying their coaching choices in the last interview with reporters, both Manchester City and Liverpool no longer harassed Leoli. However, within 1 day after the national team match day, Toro, who is Lee Tongfan's agent, Zitang received 2 irresistible phone calls. The Portuguese Football Association invites Leo Lee to coach Portugal in the 2010 World Cup. The Argentine Football Association invited Leo Lee to take over Maradona's coaching job and take charge of the Argentine team. At the last moment, he helped the Pampas Eagles advance to the World Cup in South Africa. These 2 invitations almost completely meet Lee Tongfan's screening conditions. More importantly, the 2010 World Cup is an opportunity that Leo Lee is not willing to miss. In this event, which is known as the highest level of football in the world, Lee Tongfan believes that you will definitely be able to get more from FM 2010, and you may even be able to get rid of the personal constraints of the FM system. The only thing that makes Lee hesitate is that Portuguese coach Queiroz and Argentinian coach Maradona are both famous figures in football. If he agrees to the invitation of any football association, he will easily get the impression of stealing other people's jobs. This is not a good phenomenon in the football coaching world. If it crosses the boundary, it will create a situation where everyone is shouting and fighting. Lee Tongfan has always been strong on the court, but he does not want to become the enemy of everyone because of this. If the 2 of them have dismissed, get out of class, before he agreed to coach, then naturally it will be a different matter. Therefore, when Delo Sitang conveyed these 2 invitations to Lee Tongfan was silent for a moment, expressed his gratitude, and politely declined the invitations from the 2 football associations. October 1st. Shocking news broke out in the world of football. Argentine coach Maradona went to a party with friends because of excessive pressure, drank too much, and drove drunk, and had a car accident. This is a high-end villa area in Buenos Aires. It is reported that the football king Maradona attended a friend's banquet here on the night of September 30th. The drunk football king refused his friend's invitation. He stayed overnight and drove back to his home alone. However, on the way, the Mercedes-Benz he was driving rushed out of the fence on the roadside and hit the big tree because of the speed. With such huge popularity, the news that Maradona was in a car accident spread all over the world in less than 24 hours. The video shot by a local Argentinian TV station was quickly reposted to the world through the internet. Almost overnight, everywhere where football exists, people know that a generation of football kings has been in a car accident. Looking at the tragic car accident seen on the video, the Mercedes-Benz with the front body almost completely smashed made everyone who watched the video frightened. Countless people around the world were worried about Maradona, and the subsequent reports road publicity comes. The good news is that Maradona's injury was not serious. The seatbelt that his friend put on him before setting off, and the airbag that popped up in the car in time, saved the life of the world champion. Apart from a slight scratch on his forehead, Maradona's injuries were not serious. In addition, Maradona paid the price with a broken calf, just because the car body was squeezed. Maradona's car accident attracted the attention of the entire world football world. FIFA President Sepp Blatter, UEFA Platini, Zidane, old enemy Pell, countless people immediately expressed their condolences. Jess sent his blessings, and even those Argentinian fans who hated Leo to death because of the team's poor record also forgave this middle-aged and fat man in an instant. After all, this man once brought unimaginable glory to Pampas. Spain's World Sports News humorously mentioned in the article, just looking at the scene of the car accident, you can't imagine that someone can survive in such a situation. It seems that even God does not want Diego to pass away like this. And it was a great deal for Maradona as he won back the hearts of the Argentinians. Yes, to a certain extent, the car accident was a good thing for Maradona personally, but for the Argentine national team, it was a complete disaster. Because of Maradona's injury, it is obvious that he cannot continue to be the coach of the Pampas Eagles. Even if Maradona as the head coach is no longer material, he has led the Argentine team for a period of time, has straightened out the work at hand, and has initially created a tactical system for the blue and white army. If there is a sudden change of coach, everything has to be overthrown and started all over again. And for Argentina, this is simply adding salt to the team's wounds. Who can save Argentina? It has been less than 3 months since the start of the 5 major European leagues. The famous coaches who can match the Argentina team have already found their own jobs, while those who are idle at home seem to be a little behind. Argentina is in a state of panic. Some people suggested bringing back Maradona's predecessor, Basile, and some suggested letting Baptista take charge of the team. There were even some unknown coaches who bravely proposed themselves as coaches who wanted to take charge of the blue and white army. Print: how could the Pampas Eagles, a two-time World Cup champion with countless superstars, ranked 8th in the world rankings, and one of the South American duo, be in such a state of decline? Countless people lamented this. The whole world seems to have foreseen the broken wings of the eagle in tears. Suddenly, the Argentine Football Association was pushed to the forefront. The whole world's attention is focused here. As the chairman of the Argentine Football Association, Grondona has become the most exposed figure in the world's football media during this period, bar none, and at this turbulent time, when countless Argentines were already in deep despair, a piece of news released by Argentina on its official website changed everything in an instant. Crazy Lee takes over from Maradona and coaches the Argentina national team. As soon as the news came out, the previous sad atmosphere was swept away, and the whole country of Argentina rejoiced. Everyone understands what this news means. When the guarantee of winning streak, and the god on the sidelines of football, comes to the blue and white army, what the Argentina team needs to consider is no longer whether they can qualify from the South American qualifying area. They can definitely do more. Be more confident, and look forward to launching an attack on the third World Cup championship in the team's history. According to the schedule announced by the Argentine Football Association, Crazy Lee will come to Buenos Aires in 3 days to hold a press conference and formally sign a coaching contract with the Argentine Football Association. As a result, Maradona will be the coach. This news spread all over the world at a speed more terrifying than Maradona's car accident, and countless media launched crazy reports on it. Well, the madman went to Argentina. Judging from the reality at the time, if Crazy Lee wanted to coach the national team, he could only choose from Argentina, France, and Portugal. The Netherlands was also a good choice, but the record in the qualifiers was too good. Take over. I just wronged Maradona, and he will be given an important supporting role later. In fact, every chapter of DOZ will write an extra 100 or 200 words in addition to nonsense. Compared with many authors who are stuck in a few 10 words, it is very kind. Here, I wish everyone can enjoy the sweetness of glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival night. DOZ is asking for subscriptions here. If you are reading this book, and have the ability to subscribe, please help subscribe. At least it will give DOZ the motivation to work hard. Finally, thanks to Changjatang Jiushan, Zauxi Adalang 2, Zinwei, Fangao, Manon, I Love 888 and several other brothers for their continuous support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.